I just don't.
So unajua tu ni government machinery, hata mimi wananifuata mbaya sana. Anyway, I wanted just to contribute to this forum, history of Germany. Personally, I'm in Germany. And what Ruto is telling you is totally lies. Actually, I'm in that state where the government signed a deal that there will be a bilateral deal between the state of affairs of Hamburg, and that is totally pure because in Germany, where you are unemployed, every graduate is supposed to go and register in a certain center. And like for example, in where I am, it's called Hamburg Welcome Center. And I'm sure the government has a list of all, list of people who don't have work. And I don't think even the Germans themselves complain wanasema they cannot take jobs which are paying low. You understand? And if you go to federal state of migration, Germany, the government has said between the two countries bilateral, it's not it is not what was agreed initially. So that was just a hoax to Ruto. You know Ruto always lies all the time. Another thing Ruto is lying to Germany is that Kenya is providing 93% of green energy. Since when did Kenya produce 93% of green energy? I've never had companies that are in green energy producing such a percentage. Yeah? And then another thing I must say, the Kenyans and Germans who went to see Ruto in Berlin, totally that was unacceptable because during the demonstration of finance bill, we were the same Kenyans going to
Yes,
the embassy.
Lazarus.
Pardon? Okay, because the Kenyans in Berlin were the same going to embassy demonstrating. At the same time, you're going to support this guy, listening to his ideologies. And it's the same guy who has killed our youths back in Kenya. So please, Kenyans in Germany, just be yourself. Because you cannot be the same time ranting at the same time supporting this guy. And then another thing about these jobs in Germany. Personally, I came here Germany with a multinational company, and I've been in consulting, I've been in IT, and honestly, the Indians and the Pakistans are the one who are dominating this industry. I remember my first job, before my job was being made redundant, my boss told me that these Germans don't want Africans completely. They just want to employ Germans themselves. So you can understand the type of racism that is in Germany. Huh? You can understand the bureaucracy. Actually, besides racism, there is a lot of bureaucracy. If you go and look at the list of countries in Europe that has bureaucracy, it's German. Huh? And people don't want to accept that there is racism as well as bureaucracy. Another thing, the last week, Volkswagen announced that is going to shut down one of its plant, and 15,000 people are going to be affected. And in this plant, most are Germans who themselves are working. So I'm finding very hard to hear our ambassador saying that there are jobs for Kenya. Where are those jobs? Even most Africans who are here in Germany, most of them are trying to move to other Schengen countries like Poland, where the taxation is cheap, like in Luxembourg, like in Switzerland. Personally, I've been getting interviews in other countries because here in Germany, tax declaration is very high. And I don't know why did our ambassador didn't do his homework well. She should have advised the government on what is on the ground. Currently, the political storm here in Germany is high because the opposition, which is the party that is called AfD, is taking political storm mileage. about 2 weeks ago in the eastern side of Germany, it win most of its seats, and that is they have clearly stated that they are going to take back their jobs to Germans. That is one of their agendas in their political agenda. Another thing, they are going to deport illegal immigrants. If you look at that conversation with that German minister called Nancy Fraser, she said that she is going to deport Kenyans so that they can also import the same skilled workers. But I find absurd because you cannot be importing asylum seekers at the same time importing skilled workers. That's why even the president of Nigeria, Tinubu, declined these bilateral trades between Germany and Nigeria because he could not condone that deportation deal. And that's where I think Kenyans need to be enlightened on what is happening. In fact, in Germany right now, there's high economic recession because even the foreigners, like the Indians, are moving to Canada, they are moving to Australia because there is a economic recession. And I can say, I'm not just saying through my words, I've been consulting because most of our clients, we lost so much business and they couldn't give us business, and that made the company to reduce some of the workforce. If that is what Kenyans don't know. The economic recession in Germany is very high. And when you tell Kenyans, they might think that you don't want them to come here in Germany. But what is on the ground is totally different. And then one thing I must say is that for those Kenyans who want to come, you just come, you see the situation is. Even me, when I remember I was coming to here to Germany, I thought I was going to heaven, but when I arrived, things were very different. And I must say, anyway, I can say it might be a stepping stone to somebody's future career. But honestly, if you ask me, Germany is not the right destination. Yeah, that's all I wanted to tell you, KOT. And thank you guys. I've been in that forum with the Wallace on the blockchain. And I want you guys, if you get time, go to that Telegram channel in blockchain, get acquainted with the system, how it works, how the voting, how we are suggesting that voting uh, technology can be implemented in future. Yeah, that's all.
All right, Lazarus, thank you so much. Guys, this space tulikuwa tulianza morning at 8 huko kwa Wanyama, so it's just a continuation. And the person who has been motivating me to host the space hata ikidrop amekuwa Paul Otieno, and that's why the title of this space is Finya, because nataka kufinya that space ya Wanyama. Immediately Paul alianza kufinya ikadrop, nikeka yangu akafinya kidogo bado ikadrop. Son, you are here? Son. But anyway, let me hear from Rotich. Rotich, jambo.
Hello. Hello.
Who is speaking? Who is speaking?
Yeah, I'm speaking from Kapenguria.
Right.
And I want to talk about this thing. It's like Ruto want to depopulate the country. He want to ensure that is ruling nobody in Kenya, so that he can acquire all things that is in Kenya. So there's a lot of opportunities in Kenya. It's just that Ruto anataka vitu zote zikuwe zake. Kama unaangalia JKA anataka achukue ikuwe yake, akidanganya kwamba there is an investor ambaye atakuja invest hapa hivi. Do you think that we Kenyans, we don't have money to invest here in Kenya to maybe to improve the JKIA? Are you getting me? Hello?
Yes, just proceed, Rotich.
Like I'm not getting you well.
Okay, we can get you clearly here on the space, so just proceed.
Okay, so ukiongelea kama huku Kapenguria sasa hizi kuna kazi mingi inaweza fanyika, ni vile sasa kazi zinapeana kwa watu ambao kwa position ya juu. So mtu tajiri anapeana kazi kwa watoto yake.
Rotich? Guys, I think Rotich ako na issues. Can I have Josie?
Thanks sana IKOT. Nashukuru. I don't think kuna mahali penye tunasonga because as a country we are going backwards instead of going forward. Ukiangalia vitu kama mabarabara nini everything as in tuwezi jenga barabara maybe miaka 5 iliyopita ama 10-20 iliyopita, alafu saa hii unaweza kuja kuanza kusema tio barabara ianze kulipishwa. The same thing in happened that mtu alilaunch kitu 2018 anakuja kurelaunch mwaka kama 2024. The same kitu ina happen. Hauwezi kuwa we umetoka hapa Kenya umeenda Germany, umeenda kujitafutia huko opportunity, alafu unakuja kuambiwa utoke Germany urudi Kenya ili wengine wapelekwe Germany waende ufanye kazi. Kwani wenye wako huko Germany wanafanya nini? Si hao wako kazi na hata hawakuhitaji msaada wa government. Si hao walienda kivyao. So hii inaonyesha like huyu jamaa hakuna kitu anaweza fanya, yani hana mpango yoyote kabisa, anything hana option. So hata hii miaka 3 tunasema ati tumngojee. Mi nasikia ni kama penye tunaenda walai, hatuwezi kuwa tunasema ati wale watu wenye wako huko hivi warudi Kenya alafu wengine tena waende. Ukiangalia Germany wamekataa hiyo deal yenye wanasema ati kulikuwa na job huko. So kama Mkenya tu mwenye uko real, we ni Mkenya kamili, unaelewa ni nini inaendelea, bado uko na hope ya kusema tunatoka Kenya kwenda outside the country kwenda kusaka job. Hata kama uko interested kutoka Kenya atunaenda nchi za nje kwenda kutafuta kazi. Are you sure that ukiangalia tu story zote bado uko na roho ya kutoka hapa Kenya uende nje atunaenda kusaka job? Sio ni kitu unaenda tu kudampiwa huko nje uende uachwe huko uhangaike. Hiyo ndio ni kitu maybe Ruto anataka kufanya. Anataka kutumia government yake kwenda kututupa huko maybe huko nje, alafu atuache huko. So kama wewe ni Mkenya tu uko vizuri, unajielewa, don't think about it. Usifikirie hata kutoka ati hapa Kenya ama uambiwa ati government sijui imeprovide something kutoka nje ati jobs uende ati unatoka kwenda kusaka job. Achana nayo. Afadhali tungangane tu hapa Kenya, si tupiganie penye itatufikisha ndio hapo. Kama tutakufa tukipigana ni sawa.
Okay. Sawa sana Jesse. And so guys, me at times I feel like huyu jamaa hizi safari zenye anapiga huko nje, I feel like hizi si safari ati ni official vitu anaenda kufanya. Me I feel personally from my point of view, hizi countries anaenda kutembea huko nje, I think ni pesa zetu anaenda kuficha huko. Yeah. And so after every like 2 weeks ashasanya pesa pale e-Citizen, anaenda country fulani anafungwa huko bank, anazidrop huko, anarudi. Anasanya zingine tena anaenda jumi bana. Hata kama ni kutafutia watu kazi bana, huwezi kuwa kwa ndege kila wiki bana. Hata utachoka bana. Yaani jamaa anatumia mafuta ama nini, because you cannot be traveling hata kama unatumia ndege bana, because you are using hours kupiga flight moja tu. You are using more than 15 hours kila wiki jamani. Hapana. Mimi hapo siwezi kubaliana. Venye tu Otieno alikuwa anasema huyu jamaa anakanga chini mahali anapiga masimu tu kanai kam sijui nini, like ni venye tu atuonyeshi vitu ana launch huko pia. But anyway, me I feel like huyu jamaa hata kama ni kwenda kutafutia watu kazi bana, huwezi kuwa kwa ndege kila wiki, hata kaa kwa ofisi siku moja bana. Najua huyu jamaa ofisi yake sio State House, ofisi yake iko hapo nini Harambee House. Ajai kuwa hapo. Mshaona akitoa press statement hapo kwa ofisi yake. Anatoleanga kwa nyumba huko. State House ni kama nyumba. Huko ni mahali pa kuenda kudoze. Ukiwa na wageni wanaenda huko. Ofisi iko pale Harambee House. Mimi sijai muona bana. Mimi sijawahi. Honestly mimi sijawahi. Orina, Brian, niaje?
Oh, niko fiti mkuu. Unanisikia?
Yes, nakusikia, karibu sana.
Okay, manze Kioti. For the first time bana nimepata chance ya kuongea. Sijaongea kila siku ana request but manze tuko sad. Okay, it's the first time naongea. Naitwa Brayo kutoka Nyeri. Okay, first of all nataka kuongelea historia nini wanataka kudivert our attention. Huyo anaitwa nini Ruto na Gashagwa. Wanatuchezea akili na design that wanataka tuanze kusympathize na Gashagwa, tusahau maneno ya kunini ya Adani. Then as my fellow youths, kitu inaweza washow bana our KANU students wote, be it Rigathi, be it Ruto, akina huyo Kindiki, sijui Kalonzo, hao watu wote tunawapeleka home bana. Wanatuona sijui aje. These are the same people wenye wamekula tu from the same table. Si unaona vitu rao sasa anatuonyesha. Then about the university leaders, hawa wase pia sijui wanatuona aje juu about the funding model. Nimeona tu huku okay, niko Nyeri kuna dekuti hiyo nini fee structure ishatokea bana, hiyo kitu ishapita about funding. So hiyo story walikuwa wamesema sijui 1 month ultimatum ya kutulia ndo watu show, hakuna kitu kaa hiyo. Na about Wakale please, kuna Wakale, some Wakale, I'm sorry kuuse hiyo jina but some Wakale unapata tu tunashindwa wakitu-fight when tuna fight the government. These people also needs to nini waingie na sisi bana, tupeleke huyu Zakayo nyumbani. Then hiyo story ya Germany sasa according na mimi hiyo story ya Germany, unajua hata hiyo hizi zinaitwaje western countries washaona Zakayo ni muongo. Kuna kitu fulani nilikuwa nimesoma UK, I think kama last month walikuwa wamedemonstrate about the immigrants wenye wanatoka hizi black countries. So it's up to us tutengeneze country yetu juu kwa huku mbele hata Zakayo amekuwa exposed. So kutoka Kenya sijui unaenda hizo for the greener pastures huko nje. Greener pastures sasa ni huko Kenya. Tutengeneze tu country yetu. Unaona huyu mjamaa venye tu mjamaa mwenye amemaliza kuongea saa hii. Huyu Zakayo hakuna kitu kaa tu asikwenda kututafutia kazi. Huyu jamaa anaenda kuiba tu pesa yake, anatuibia pesa yetu, anapeleka huko nje kwenda kuinvest. Juu sasa huyu mjamaa nakasirika bana. Unajua yake saa hii anataka tu wakompete na Kenyatta family. Huyu mjamaa atatufora vibaya sana. Imagine ni 2 years but vitu zenye ametufanyia tuwezi amini. My fellow colleagues bana, huyu Zakayo lazima aende nyumbani. Hata naona hii 3 years ikiwa 10 years bana, sijui tunaweza fanya aje, lakini tushike tu kura na hao parliament, sijui wataanza kutengeneza hiyo IBC lini. Thank you for the chance.
Asante sana Orina. So guys, nilikuita sijui ulikuwa umepotea wapi. Nataka nikupatie chance. Alafu nataka nisikie nini akiwa offended.
Vipi, pole, nilikuwa kwa simu but sasa niko hapa. Now people need to understand this. Ruto sasa anajiona yeye ndio mtu wa maana zaidi Kenya. Yaani he thinks yeye ndio kitu Kenya, yani kishaifanyika Kenya yeye sana yeye kuwa president. Yo muongo wa kwanza na wa mwisho. That's what I call him. Whatever kwenye niko hivyo ndio niko. Ruto ni muongo. You know, the outside world knows that this guy has no development in him. Kenye iko ndani yake ni wizi na uuaji. Nothing else. Wizi na uuaji. Ruto ni mwizi. Unknown mwizi. So mwenye ajui hiyo anafia Ruto ni president ama nini. Ruto just wanted power so that he can get what he feels that his family and his people need. Not for the sake of us Kenyans. So people need to understand that. Huyo ndio Ruto for you. So mwenye kwa hapa anasema kwamba ati Ruto. In fact, nikisikia jina Ruto nasikia tu hapana. But because I'm in Kenya and Kenya ni home, sina kitu ya kufanya, but sitakosa kuongea. There's a lot going on in our country. Boko unashindwa asubuhi, unashindwa unaamka, unashindwa okay, hata kwenye naenda huku naenda kufanya nini? Naenda kutafutia mtu, si mimi kujitafutia. Sababu sasa owning a property hapa ni shida. Makampuni zinafunga. But you are here unaambia watu kwamba unaenda kutafuta kazi huko nje. 2500 watu unawapeleka sio wapi German. Na huku kwako kwenyewe kwa nyumba hakuna kitu iko huko. Watu naambia mtu nakupeleka kwa jirani uende ulale huko. Uende uishi huko. Uende ukule huko. Na kwako kwa nyumba, vitu za kwa nyumba unafanya nini? Unajiwekea. What does that say? So guys, let us wake up. Tuchanuane. First, for the university model, tafadhali, the leaders, student leaders, mbona wanatumika kama tissue? Why can't they? Kwani hiyo university wakienda huko kuwa leaders, nini wanapewangwa? Kununuliwa na shilingi 2, wana sacrifice wenzao. Why can't they just wake up? Wasema hapana. What happened? Kwamba university leaders walikuwa wanasimama na wanasikika. Kwa leo wamekuwa tu ni maembe tu, wako tu. Tutaendelea.
Sawa sana, nakusikia vizuri sana. Wanao jamaa student leaders wenye unasema wanapeleka tu tumbo zao huko, and I feel hizo mapesa unaenda kuhonga huko na 10,000 zitakuja kwa haunt vibaya sana. Anyway, afadhali nyinyi kwa hii platform unasema Ruto must go. Mimi nilimwambia live kwa masikio yake, nimesha hiyo clip hapo, nilikuwa naitafuta sana. It's been days. Nilimwambia 2027 kama ataleta mchezo naenda kumpeleka home, na akanicheka bwana. Huyu jamaa ashtuki, honestly, hata tukiongea hapa huyu jamaa ashtuki. Nimesha hiyo clip nilimwambia ndio hii hapo juu kwa hii space. Unaweza sikiza. Niliambia jamaa tutapeleka hii nyumbani na wale MPs. After nimemaliza jamaa akaanza kunicheka bwana. Huyu jamaa I just wonder. Otieno before you go. Yes son.
Unajua mbona alicheka? Because he knows yeye ni mwizi, and he knows kwamba 2027 he knows what he's doing, unaona? He knows. Ndio maana alicheka. Hata ukisikia akisema kwamba si 2027 he knows what he's doing. Either way mtoe ama rudi, atakawashaiba ile ya kutosha kwamba mpaka hata kabla kwenye kufanya recovery the guy will be hata anaweza kutengeza country yake bali pengine ikiwezekana. Those guys are just I don't know. Hata sitaki kusema macho tu nyamazi.
Sawa sana. No nini? I'm offended.
KOT ni aje?
Mkopo.
Pole na drive, so utasikia kuna kelele kwa background. Nasikia fiti?
Yeah, tunakusikia vizuri sana man.
Safi sana manze. Wacha nikwambie KOT, tuko offended kama kawaida na hiyo chorus venye nilisema. Hii ni more than just music, hii ni chant, ni curse kwa wapuzi. Umekuwa ukiona vile Jaja anacheza? Tukianza kukasa watu, yani kama watu wanasikia vibaya kwa roho, all the parents of all the kids who have been killed, yani watu wote wa Kenya wote wanasikia vibaya, ni curse. Na hii kasi ikiwa hapo Jaja ucheza mambo yake, mnaonaje? Mnaona vile mambo inaenda? Vitu vitu zinafanyika tu fani. Watu wanaenda fanya mablanda, yani hiyo ni mambo ya Jaja yani. Noma sana. Ama unasemaje KOT? Umeona? Wewe unaona Jaja, unaona mkono ya Jaja wewe?
Maze.
KOT.
Naona.
Inaweza.
Safi sana.
Anyway, the reason nimeingia kwa platform leo nataka kuongea na I just want to address Lazarus, yeah. Nimesikia Lazarus ameongea mambo ya Germany na amesema hapo kwa group they have wako na Telegram group wana discuss mambo ya blockchain. There's something that has been discussed on this spaces. Kuna siku Jimmy Wanjigi aliraise story ya mabanks, fulani akasema hizo banks waga zinatumia pesa ya Kenya vibaya na zinalend hizi maproject zote mnasikia zinafanyika kwa gava. So alikuwa amerequest kama watu wanaweza nini wanaweza fanya nini, watu wanaweza avoid hizo mabanks, certain banks. But the reason nataka kuaddress Lazarus, nataka, is there a way we can start discussing this story of blockchain? Because KOT blockchain is very 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 nice. Mi nakuwa very deep into the blockchain. Ukiangalia jana kuna post nimeweka hapo, I posted a cold wallet called Tangem. Inaitwa Tangem wallet. Ukiangalia tu hapo kwa X yangu utaona kuna wallet fulani nilipost inaitwa Tangem. So I'm sure Lazarus anajua, and Lazarus maybe anaweza to engage more, but kuna various types of cold wallets pande ya blockchain. Kuna moja inaitwa Ledger Nano, ziko mob, but Tangem nowadays is like the best. So let me explain what Tangem is, KOT. Tangem ni wallet unaweza weka chapa yako away from the bank. Kama una deal na kitu kama cryptocurrencies, let's say Bitcoin, so you convert your money into Bitcoin and everything, and then you can have your money in this wallet, and you can be able to travel all over the world without needing anyone. Inaitwa DeFi, inaitwa decentralized finance. So decentralized finance is finance where nobody controls your money. So for example, when you put your money in the bank, kama chapa yako iko Equity, iko KCB, iko anywhere, hiyo chapa yako iko kwa centralized finance. Hiyo ni CeFi. CeFi inamaanisha there's somebody who controls your money. So when you need your money, you have to call somebody. Lazima upigie bank, upigie teller, ama uende kwa bank wewe mwenyewe upatiane kadi yako ndio chapa yako iweze kutoka. Lakini kwa DeFi, decentralized finance, wewe mwenyewe ndio uko na control ya pesa yako. So your cold wallet, kama hiyo jana nilipost inaitwa Tangem, you put all your money in that cold wallet, and then you have something called a seed phrase. Seed phrase ni a combination of words, like you write down, it's your security. Na hiyo security yako wewe ndio unaikeep. Anytime you need to access your money, unaweza access chapa yako anywhere and from everywhere in the world. So for example, mimi nikitoka hapa huku US nataka kwenda Spain ama whatever, need kupigia banki yangu, nachukua hiyo Tangem cold wallet yangu, it's a card. Zingine zina come in form of like something like a USB, and I travel with it anywhere, and I can access my money anywhere. Unaelewa? Hakuna mtu siku moja anaweza amka afreeze chapa yako. And Jimmy spoke about this, about lisemati bank kadhaa mwanze ku avoid. So kuna conversation we need to start having of trying to move people into decentralized finance over and above centralized finance. So sijui kama Lazarus can discuss this kidogo, and then KOT maybe you can set a space in the near future tuanze kudiscuss his story, because my banks zina take advantage of people. You save your money and then chapa yako inapatiana huko kwa magava zinafanya vitu zi make sense na chapa inakuliwa. By the time utake chapa yako unaambiwa kwanza ngoje 2-3 days. When you centralize finance, when you want your money is immediate. When you want to send money to anyone in the world is immediate. Na una middleman. So hiyo ndio story kwa takuja kama Lazarus is aware of that, and if you can enlighten people kidogo over and above the blockchain voting. Blockchain has so many things we can do, and I'd love this to be discussed by people, and it can help us as well. How see you?
Asante sana Nonini. And of course pia mimi I have an idea of this nini mambo za blockchain, because I've been doing trades za cryptocurrencies through Bybit and Binance, and so I'm aware of these things. Ni venye tu sasa I need to learn kiasi, but I know how to trade, I know how to buy those nini coins, I know how to sell, I know how to do everything. Yeah. So we need to have a space yenyewe to share more about this, because when you're having a Bitcoin, hawatakuuliza uko na Bitcoin ngapi, how many billions you are having. And like having money kwa bank yenye ukishafikisha tu 1 million, they want you to account for that cash, umezitoa wapi, sijui nini, vitu zote. But anyway, tuta have that space in the near future venye umesema Nonini. So I'll link up with Wallace and Lazaro, then we see how we can do this. Asante sana. Riek Junior, niaje?
Okay, poa. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you, bro.
Okay. Asante kwa kunitumia mic bana, nimeng'ang'ana tangu asubuhi bana, niko space naomba mic bana, sijui alinifanyia nini, haiendi na katika tu. So nimeng'ang'ana bana mpaka saa hii. So kitu naweza sema Kwanza na hii historia sijui watu kuenda Germany, hakuna kitu. Hiyo ni kitu naweza kuambia, cause kama hapa Kenya ndiye ameshindwa, kazi anaonanga youth wanaweza fanya ni hizi za mitaro, sijui Nairobi River, sijui nini. By the way, hata kwa macounties huku tunajua kazi tunaweza fanya ni tu kuwa nini inaitwaje, una hang kwa gari ya mtu ati wewe ni bodyguard. Hiyo ndio kazi unaweza pewa, hata usome kuwe na nini. Hizo ndio kazi unaweza pewa. Ikienda sana tuseme, yani wazee wamejaza maofisi, and that's why sahii wakiangalia kuna mali wanaweza weka vijana wamebaki hakuna mali, cause ukiangalia huku unapata tu tuseme for example Kisumu County, Ruto aliangalia akaona Olagaluoch, huyo ndio mtu anaweza chukua nini apatie ofisi aweze kufanya kazi. Yani watu, yani mtu former governors, former MPs, au ndio watu wake. So mayouth, unajua last wacha nikuambie kwa hii story ya nini, tulikuwa watu wengi, tulikuwa tunapiga tu story zetu mahali polepole, tunapiga siasa. Then mmoja wetu ndio akawa nini tu, naona kuna breaking news ati huyu jamaa amepata kazi sijui 250,000. Nikamwambia tu hata mimi sitaki kuangalia hizo vitu na ni uongo. Wakaanza kuniambia wewe naye na huyu jamaa, wewe unampinganga tu, hakuna kitu, yani hakuna kitu huyu jamaa hata akifanya. Nikamwambia hakuna, huyu jamaa hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. Waacha breaking news tena itokee hizo vitu ni fake, watu wa Germany waliambia bana, kumbe unakuanga tu, yani vitu za Ruto hakuna, yani yeye ni mtu anaongeanga tu. Kuna jamaa amesema huyu jamaa hizi manini azikwangi official, ati kuna kitu anaenda kufanya. Akishafika huko na hizi maujinga zake za hapa Kenya, anasimama kwa gari akidanganya watu, anakaa tu mahali polepole, anatafuta vile anazadanganya wananchi. So hapo jamaa wenye wanatamani kuenda, mimi sidhani kama kuna kitu hapo, hakuna kitu. Kama hapa Kenya ametudanganya hadi tumezoea siku hizi, hata akisema nini. Mimi sasa hata Ruto akiniambia ananitumia pesa kwa akaunti yangu, hiyo najua tu hakuna kitu hata nitumia. Hiyo ni uongo. So hata usikuwe na hiyo kitu kwa akili yako ati mara sijui kuna kazi imepatikana unataka kuenda majuu. Hakuna. Huyo jamaa ni muongo, tulishamwacha ni muongo. Then sasa kuna story yao wabunge. Parliament sasa imekufa, imededi kabisa, kuna parliament. Mpaka siku hizi wameanza kuongea ujinga, washajua tu vizuri wanaenda nyumbani. Unajua mimi naye hadi kuna siku jamaa aliuliza, na wewe naye na hivi earphone yako kila saa, na akiangalia screen yangu na kuanga space. Mimi hata sasa nipate space, hata kama juzi nilipata space ya watu wa Mount Kenya wanaongea lugha sisikii, lakini at least unapata mtu, kuna wenye wajazoea hiyo nini yao sana. Utapata mmoja wenye wanaongea Kiswahili, wenye wanaongea Kizungu. Niko tu hapo, nataka kusikia huko kukoaje. But vile niliingia huko nilipata Anthony. Anthony sasa walikuwa wanaongea, after kumaliza hivi Anthony ana translate. Ananiambia hao watu wanasema iko wenye hawasikii Kikuyu, au watu huyo jamaa ameongea amesema hivi na hivi na hivi. But niliona tuko tu same pace. Vile tunaongea huku ndio vile hao watu pia wanaongea. Juu ya hizi confusion wanajaribu kuleta sahihi, sijui wanagawa, sijui Mount Kenya, sijui nini, East, West, nini. Mount Kenya ni Mount Kenya. Wabunge wa huko Western wamekosa agenda, wamekuja wameanza story na sijui Masengeli ni wetu, nini. Hakuna kitu. Wa huku Lakeside sahii wako na nyingine sijui hata mkisupport hao, sijui hata wasupport juu ya sijui kuna pia Mount Kenya nawaambia hakuna. Vijana hawakuwa hiyo time. Ilikuwa sijui 1960 something huko. Saa hii hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sisi tutapigia mtu mwenye tunaona anaweza fanya kazi. Sisi hatupigii kura. Kwanza tuseme kama saa hii hata hao wazee unapata kwa boma, mama ako na watoto 5 na wote wako na ID. Hata huyo mama wakishindwa kuconvince huyo mama apigie youth kura, si atapigia huyo mtu wake, then 5 youths si watapigia huyu, nani atakuwa amewin? Itakuwa 5-1. So but tunajaribu civic education, hiyo ndio kazi sahii tunafanya na tunafinya. Then KOT, kuna story ingine hapa, unajua spaces tunaongea, then hata hapa unaona kuna accounts hapa haina jina na iko na 2 followers. After kuongea kwa space, huyo jamaa anakufuata DM, anakutumia ujinga. So sijui tutafanya aje, ama watakuwa wanatolewa juu wao sio watu wa nini wenye wako na agenda ingine, niseme hivyo. Unamaliza tu unapata account iko na follower 1 ama 2 na haina picha, then wanaanza kutumia ujinga, you are against the government. Kuna juzi mwingine alinitumia DM kaniuliza, wewe mbona kila space ukiongeanga uko against Raila na wewe ni Mjaluo? But mimi naye sinanga shida, si wa reply na delete hizo vitu zao. So kuna watu hapo wako tu na maujinga na hizo account zao ndogo ndogo. I think naweza malizia tu hapo, naambie mayouth, ukiendelea na huyo Ruto ana compete na wenye walianza kutengeneza pesa 1960s, ana compete na Kenyatta, ana compete na kina Jaramogi. So anataka kuwe same level, and that's why hakuna kazi anaweza fanya. Hata unaweza pata hii deal ya Adani wako 50-50. Unaweza pata ako na shares 50, Adani 50. So at least hiyo deal ya 30 years ikiisha, atafuta vile sasa anaweza maliza achukue sasa hiyo kitu. Wacha nimalizie na hapo, nitaendelea baadaye.
Sawa Riek. Asante. So guys, kwa information napata hapa, it's what breaking. There is a KBS bus run over motorbike and some pedestrians in Nairobi in the morning hours hapo masaa 6. So it's really heartbreaking to receive such heartbreaking news. Anyway, kuna jamaa hapa anaitwa Obi Otieno. Wacha neba.
KOT,
Yaje?
poa sana. Nasikia ati mlikuwa mnasema finya mara kadhaa, space ina drop. Sijui niseme
Sasa
finya
sahi finya sahi ita drop finya.
finya, tufinye, lazima tufinye. Wanataka aje? Hawataki kufinywa, tutawafinya. Wacha wa drop tuweke tena, shauri yao eh? Ati mimi nimejam akia nani? I'm offended. KOT uko offended kama mimi?
Mimi na Nonini tunakuanga offended kila siku na tuna
Unashikanga
chant
offended?
tukikasa wapuzi.
Hawa watu na maoffenses zao, akia nani? Sijui hata nianza wapi. Ile space ingine nilikuwa nasikiza na nilisikiza vile Tribeless aliongea, na wacha nikuambie, wacha hata niongee lugha ya Kimombo, sijui kujam na Kiswahili. The problems we find ourselves in ni kwa sababu we are the ones to blame. KOT, we are the one, ni sisi. Ile shida iko, wacha nikwambie ile shida iko. Ile shida iko ni venye watu hupiga kura. Watu wataenda upatiwe sijui so 1 so 2 upige kura, upatiwe kaunga upige kura, upromisiwe kitu fulani kaunga upige kura ha? Useme uambiwe uongeleshwe lugha yenu, useme huyu ni mtu wetu atatushughulikie, upige kura. We are to blame for the situation that we are in. Hapo si siri, by the way, that is just the way it is. Nao wote hata sahi naona kila mtu, wale wengi wameenda campaign mode. Na ile kitu nawauliza, ikiwa unataka kuwa governor, MP, MCA, sijui women rep, tuambie what are you bringing to the table, ile kitu tutakuhold accountable, kwa sababu guys are not, watu hawaulizi governor akisema, mtu akisema anataka kuwa governor, tuambie you're going to come and tarmac 1,000 kilometers of road, build 5 hospitals, make sure 500 people, 500 children have bursaries, those who are worthy of those bursaries. Tuambie kitu tutakuhold accountable. Sahi hakuna mtu wana campaign lakini hawasemi, na hapo ndio lazima tubadilishe maneno. It must be servant leadership, and you are not the servant, they are. Lazima tugeuze hii story kabisa. Watuambie, wauze, they tell us what are they going to do for us, because hii venye iko sahii ni kama sisi ndio tunapaswa kuwashughulikia na sisi ndio tulipiga kura. Haipasi kuwa hivyo. Wao ndio wanapaswa kuwa wanatushughulikia na wanajua shida zetu, lakini saa hizi tunakaa tukienda kwao ni kama tunaomba nini? Sisi ndio tuliwapatia kura, unaona? So lakini it starts with us. So mi naona shida iko kwetu, na lazima tu inject, tuambie watu wasifanye ile ujinga walifanya 2022. We need to learn from our mistakes and move on, na tuanze kuambia boss, mtatufanyia nini mkiingia, and how will we hold you accountable, na msipofanya tutawafanya nini, tutawaondoa, because you know we can inject them as citizens. Venye kuna kuanga na citizen arrest, tunapasa tunaweza kueject hao watu kutoka ofisi, tuambie, I mean, we employed you, we can fire you. Unaona, watu wanapasa kujam, watu hawajajam, watu wanapasa kujam vizuri, na watu nakwambia wangekuwa wamejam, tungekuwa tumekuwa kama, unajua, tungefanya maneno, pengine tungeeject kama yule madamu wa Bangladesh vile aliejectiwa. Mi nashindanga offended, yani kanga nikiona hao watu wenye anafanya ma offenses, huyo offender anashindanga tu amapanda ndege na maoffenders wenzake, anarudi na maoffenses zaidi, kutuoffend tu ndio zake, na watu waoni. So yeah, kuko hivyo, na hao watu wanasema ati unajua kuna bado watu there are still some guys ambao wana side na gava hadi saa hii hawajafunguka macho au wamepotea shauri yao. Those elements will always be there, unaona, hivyo ndio kuko. Ama aje Marvin, unaonaje hii story?
Iko sawa Obi. Mi nilikuwa nataka tu mfinye tukisongaga. Mi nataka watu wa kufinya. Obi finya mpaka mwisho. Ruto ameogopa, ndio maana alituita criminal. Mtu hawezi kuita criminal kama hajaogopa.
Kama hajaogopa kufinywa tutafinya, tutaendelea kufinya. Lakini OT, by the way, muendelee hivyo. Na kwanza nimefurahia sana mmerecruit huyu anaitwa Toria, na Wanyama alikuwa amenyamaza, wewe umenyamaza. Toria ndio naongea. Ni vizuri pia tusikie sauti fulani, si sauti ya mabase kila wakati. Sauti inaweza kuwa pia ya mrembo inafinya, hiyo ni mzuri. Tufinye, isikae ni kama ni sisi pekee wanaume ndio tunafinya. Unaona, it's good by the way. Tufinye by the way, tuendelee tu kufinya, lakini civic education is very very important, na watu waelewe they are the ones with the power. KOT, the power is the ballot, the power is that ability to vote, kwa sababu once they cast the vote inakuanga ni hivyo na ni hivyo. Na hii hao majamaa wa kufinywa wanajua, na ndio maana saa hii wako mashinani, wanashindanga huko wakikunywa chai, unaona wanajua. So lazima we must educate our people na tuwaambie venye kuko, sababu chenye unaona, chenye mi naona si chenye kila mtu anaona. KOT, kuna watu waoni venye tunasema. Jana nilijaribu kuambia watu hii story ya Germany, we karibu nifukuzwe. Ati wewe unasema nini? Hawataki kusikia. Naambia boss, this guy is a liar. Let me tell you, this government is suspect. The leader is a suspect. Everything they do is suspect. Everything they do should be treated with suspicion, because everything they do is suspicious. So you have every right to be suspecting somebody who is a suspect for doing suspicious things. Fanya hata nianze ya poetry sahi ni kujam. KOT.
KOT ni kama kubizi kidogo, mi ndio nita take over.
By the way, wewe unaweza take over. Jatelo nyambie boss.
Niko poa. Wacha nikwambie, mimi hapa hii space, kama ni mtu wa kufinya nitakupea max 10 times. Huyo jamaa akiogopeshwa, kwa sababu yeye ni binadamu, akiogopeshwa ndio hata unaona hii mambo ya abduction itasimama mkiogopesha huyu jamaa. Lakini the moment mmempea space, anaweza travel, anaweza fanya kenye nataka, mtaona more abduction coming on. So huyu jamaa lazima akuwe amefia mbaya sana. Muambie hata mnaweza kuwa mnalala hata asubuhi kwake.
Huyu jamaa ogopi. Unajua hata venye na run serikali, hakuna mtu anamtishia, hakuna, unajua he is just there, ako tu hapo. Mi naweza finya the whole day, lakini naona kuna watu naona wame raise mkono, naona pia.
So wacha tuwape chance basi. Kama umeingia, kama wewe ni new speaker, utakuwa na raise 2 hands, so we follow each other. So nitakuwa naenda kwa Sina, and then Kunta, kama uliingia wa kwanza unaweza raise tu mkono ili sasa niweze recognize wenye wameingia wa kwanza. So Sina inaweza proceed.
Okay, thanks mkuu. Thanks KOT for hosting the space. So mi wacha nisibongea kuhusu historia ya Germany, jo kila msee anajua. I hope mnaniget, mnanishika.
Nakupata.
Unanipata. So wacha nisibongea historia ya Germany, jo kila msee anajua ukitoka Kenya uende foreign country lazima unaenda kuwa slave. Wacha nibonge kuhusu vile Ruto na MPs wanajaribu manze kuchukua Kenya. Alafu watu wana misunderstand history ya Gachagua ati kusema guza kila mahali lakini usiguze mlima. So hii mlima ni, acha niwachapie story fulani ya hapa mahali Thika. Si unaona MP wenye wali vote finance bill wakapass. Ruto anaenda anajenga kwa roadside hizo nyumba, anasema sijui anajenga za business ama ni nini. Alafu hiyo barabara ingine yote side ya nyuma huko ana fence yote. Hiyo ni kugrab manzee, wana grab country yetu na hatuwezi kubali kitu kama hiyo. Alafu sasa hiyo wameanza kusign deals sasa huko Germany za kutupeleka majuu msee. Tukue slaves kabisa. Unajua slaves kitambo walikuwa wanapelekwa wakiwa wamechainiwa na mnapigwa na mnafanyishwa kazi ngumu. Lakini saa hii wanawapatia passport na visa, sijui nini, unapandishwa ndege. Ukifika huko
Tumekupoteza ama mimi ndio nisikusikie?
Amepotea.
Amepotea.
manzeni network, maybe wananikatia jo, mimi na chapia ukweli na tunafinya.
Finya.
Kufinya yani kufinya. Jua wasema manze, unajua government sasa kitoka kwa Ruto tunataka ichukuliwe na jeshi. Gavana watu inakuaga kitu different sana. Juu pia ukisoma wanataka ukuwe slave wao, slave of the matrix. Wanataka uwafanyie kazi, uzeeke ukiwafanyia kazi, then hakuna kitu utahad. Wewe utakuwa consumer, sio producer manzi. Ndio maana sasa Ruto hii story ameanza sijui ya nini ati kujenga manyumba za hizo nyumba anajenga ni zake. Alafu ma MPs wenye walivote finance bill ipite, ndio maana unaona Mount Kenya saa hii kuna vita mingi zinaendelea sana huko. Juu wameona Gachagua hataki hizo deals za Ruto ati akuje Mount Kenya aanze kugrab mashamba huko. Sasa ma MPs wameamua Gachagua sio kiongozi wa Mount Kenya. Juu Gachagua hataki tupewe hiyo pesa ya bure. So manze, kwanza first of all wana forward dissolve parliament na tumalize story kama hiyo. Hata ma MPs hata tukikosa tutaendelea hivyo. Lakini mi nasema saa hii Ruto must go, na akienda ipatiwe jeshi, ndo jeshi wafanye kazi na watu. Juu hakuna mwenye ana wish watu vizuri. Ndo maana unaona saa hii Ruto amerudi huko kwa Wanjaluo, kwa Wanjaka saa hii ako na baba. Juu ameona deputy wake ameanza kumruka na ameanza kutoboa siri. Guza kila mahali lakini usiguze mlima. Usigrabu mlima, wachana na mlima. Hivyo ndo Gachagua alikuwa anamaanisha. So watu wana misunderstand hiyo story, na ndo maana tunafaa tuweke Kenyans, tuwachapie ukweli, tuwaonyeshe hii story pia ya kuenda Germany. Ni story yani anaenda huko ana sign contract, unaenda huko wewe huko unajifanya umeenda kazi, but you are going to be a slave there. Hakuna kitu tarudi nayo hapa Kenya. Hata wanaweza kudeport. Unaweza sikia umeshikwa na makosa fulani, wanakurudisha Kenya. Manzi hujafanya anything. Ni juu tu umewekwa comfortable, umepandishwa ndege unaona kama ni achievement, unafika huko unapata kwa ground vitu ni different mzee. Walai hiyo mashinda unapitia huko, ndio maana unaona wase wengi wenye wanaenda huko wanarudi Kenya wakiwa wanalia. Na wengi wenye wanaenda sana sana, hebu imagine uende shule usome, ukimaliza masomo, factories, kampuni zenye zinafaa zikupee kazi hapa Kenya mkwe mna produce, zimeanza kuisha. Juu ya nini? Mkipatia mtu kura, ana grab kila kitu. Yani tumefeliwa kila mahali manzi. Government imetufail. Alafu kuna sasa court ya Kenya pia. Naona Kenya walai siku moja tutakuwa slaves. Kuanzia yani miaka kama 30 hivi yenye inakam. Hebu imagine wa China, saa hii unajua ukiwa foreigner na we ni registered voter, unaweza vote na unaweza pigia president mwenye unataka kura ukiwa hapa Kenya. Na koti imeallow hiyo shit happen into our country manzi. So kumaanisha hebu China ile population, ya unajua China wako na population ya Afrika mzima. Waseme tunachukua 100 million tuwapeleke Kenya. Wakuje wapigie president mchina akiwa Kenya. Simza nyinyi mshakuwa maslaves. So manze pia court imetufail. Court pia imetufail kila. So kitu tutafanya, Ruto ataenda hii kitu ipatiwe jeshi manze, na parliament ikuwe dissolved. Juu wametutesa for long. Walitesa our ancestors, wakawachain manze, wakawapiga, wakawafanyisha kazi ngumu, then hizo kazi zikareplacewa na machines. Now that waliamua tuende shule to learn their languages, wameamua kuturudisha huko tena sasa tuoshe watoto wao, turani economy, yani tupeleke economy yao juu, tuache watu wetu wakiteseka. Unajua
Sina ni kama umepotea, lakini asante. I hope next time wakitengeneza Citizen Assembly kwa watu wenye wako hapa wenye wako kwa jana. Citizen Assembly ilikuwa na karibu 4,000. Ulipotea. So nilikuwa nasema the next time wametengeneza Citizen Assembly, kama hukuenda next time join, kwa sababu hapo ndio tuna discuss important issues. Mimi niliona jana watu wanafaa waongelee important issues na watu wengine wana gain followers. Hapa kama ulikuja hapa ku gain followers, unafaa unasimamisha, kwa sababu sasa hii tunateseka wote. So kama uko hapa na kuwa 10 Citizen Assembly, jaribu next time ukue hapo usikie information ziko hapo. Unaweza kuwa umelala na shamba yenye umeishi imeshaenda kitambo. Asante.
Manzini
So
kurun
Senu,
for the bag.
so wacha ni invite Kunta, Senu uta proceed baadaye. Wacha ni invite Kunta pia ongee.
Wazi.
Okay, thank you. This is Kunta Kinte. Thank you, KOT and Paul Otieno. This is a very great discussion. Bana, tunafaa tujue ya kwamba Ruto must go. That is the main agenda. We have lamented for too long. It is now time we take action. The system is not working. Education system is dead. Health sector is dead. And now you are seeing the guy is trying to sell each and every public asset. JKA ndio hiyo imeenda. Unasikia mambo ya pipeline, mambo ya railways. So we need to be much serious and we stop this kulament. Let us take action. Ruto should not be allowed to finish this first term. We should go on street because we have known and we have tumegundua the only language these people can understand is the street language. The other day we went to parliament and at least we saw some changes. Maybe, although they were not the changes we desired for, but at least we saw something happened. So we need to go back to the street because right now we don't have parliament. The parliament is an extended arm of the executive. So we need to dissolve parliament by going back to the street and demanding that all MPs waende home. And again, we need also to stress on this matter ya IEBC. Right now, we don't have IEBC, and we have got a lot of constituencies and wards where the members of parliament are not there. So we need to take up our game up and at least do something. We have talked too much. Then number two, Ruto thought that when he bought mzee Raila Odinga, he thought that sasa amemaliza kila kitu. Now, what we need to understand that Raila has reached his political climax. The graph ya Raila saizi inarudi chini. Hata if you go by the last election, even Nyanza, the way they voted, almost 50% did not vote. Almost 50% of the registered voters from the Nyanza region did not vote. Why? Because they lacked someone at the top who could give them at least some hope. Because Raila has been there in the game, and this time round, we thought that he could take up this opportunity and side with the Gen Zs and Gen Zote to help liberate Kenya. But we thought we thought differently. Raila failed us. So I don't think at this time we should be discussing mambo ya Raila. Sijui if you are supporting Raila, this person is doing to you this. No. Raila is a failure. Even AU is not going to get. Even if he managed to secure number 2, that one will be a big achievement. So let us focus. The main agenda is William Ruto. William Ruto to go home. With the entire system, the cabinet and all of them to go home. We start afresh. And in line to that, my point number 3 is about leadership. We as the youths of Kenya, we need to warm up to take up these political positions, because if we don't take up these positions, the same old senile politicians will come back again and occupy those positions. So we need to at least, kama we ni youth, you are a young person and you have the leadership qualities. We are not saying that all youths are good, no. There are some who are sellouts, people like Osama. So we need to at least identify those of us who can lead us in leadership positions. Then we start warming up, because the earlier we prepare, the better we will be. So I just want to encourage all of us who are here and in the other spaces that as youths, we need to take up space and occupy the positions. Otherwise, just remember, if you wake up, remember that Ruto must go. If you sleep, Ruto must go. If you walk, let us do this civic education to the people in the village, mashinani. Tell them, tell your neighbors, tell your people back at home that Ruto is the worst president which we have had. So, Paul, you are doing a good job. KOT, please continue with the education and let us focus and take action. Thank you.
Asante Kunta, before uende mimi nataka Kunta, asante, wacha to invite Patrick contribute. Patrick ni kama yuko, wacha tupe mude.
Haya. Mimi nashangaa na nyinyi wa Kenya. You voted for Ruto, alafu nalalamika hapa. Tena nasema ati Ruto must go in maneno, ati atoke maneno. We want action. Nena blah blah is ID. Ruto must go blah blah is ID. Tunataka action. We want an action, to take action. Hata kama ni kulipa wa jeshi 200 million hivi, that's enough. We want action. Si blah blah Ruto aende vinya. Hiyo is ID. Hapana. Ruto aulize kaenda. You voted for Ruto. Wacha wafinye basi. That's enough. So mambo kuja hapa space kila siku Ruto aende hapa isaidie hiyo. Mimi I don't agree. Sorry. Mimi I don't agree hapo. Ruto haitaenda mpaka 2027 he will be there to stay. Because akona kila western countries. Akona German support yake, akona Biden kila mahali. Akona watu wake, ameshaweka watu bahali. So let us do just civic education kama Morara na Akioye. Tungeni na watu wengine hapa. Kuna demu mwingine sio anaita nani? Kuna mwingine sio anaita nani jina yake hapa? Hani ama nani? Hanifa. Hawa watu ni betrayal kama Rao. Take care of those guys, please. They are betrayers. Huyo Hani, Wanyama sijui nani? I don't know. I'm sorry, Wanyama, I don't know. Lakini kuna watu wengine ni betrayers kama Rao. Tujenge na watu. Na Otieno, nataka samaki wingi kutoka kwako. Nakuja sikaribu. I want some fish from your side, please, tafadhali. Asante.
You want me to confirm what, Mude?
I want some fish. Nataka samaki wingi kutoka kwako.
Oh, you want some fish? Umesema Ruto tupee majeshi, uko ready ku contribute hiyo pesa tuchange, uko ready? Niko
ready kabisa. na pia tu include Wanjigi na Uhuru pia watoe 500 million watu pamoja.
Wacha nikwambie Mude, hao watu wako pamoja, ikuwe Kalonzo, ikuwe hao wote wenye unaona hapo wameshakuwa kwa political, hizo seats zote wako pamoja, so hakuna mwenye atatusaidia, ni sisi tujisaidie wenyewe. Huwezi niambia hata kama ikuwe Kalonzo sahihi ati anatetea opposition leader, hakuna Kenya atatusaidia yenye itakuwa maana kwa wananchi, hakuna hata moja.
Hapana.
So wacha
Uhuru ako ready na Wanjigi wako ready. So
Sasa umejua Uhuru pia alitugonga last hiyo tenu yake, so ye pia tuko naye pending, isikue yeye Ruto tumeangalia tu Ruto pekee, hata yeye alitugonga hatujamwachia.
Uhuru aliiba, lakini Uhuru hawajapeleka Wakenya majuu. Hapana,
sasa tunaangalia mwenye ametuibia kwanza, wachana hata hiyo majuu, wenye watu wametuibia hao ni adui yetu, kwa sababu hizo pesa inafaa itusaidie hapa Kenya.
By the way ni kweli Ruto aliiba sana more than Uhuru na jamaliza 5 years. Hiyo hapana. Na kuna Patrick ambaye anataka kuongea. Let's give Patrick a chance.
Wacha aongee basi. Patrick, endelea.
Asante KH na Paul kuorganize hii space. Unajua wenye wajaelewa hii message ya Ruto must go. Hii ni ile inaitwanga mobilization message ya kumobilize watu, ya kudrive watu, na tumeitumia all along kwa hii movement vile tukiendelea. Na leo nimesikia mmesema tufinye mtu.
Ruto amekuwa Germany, amefinywa huko na Wakenya, amefinywa na Magermans, amerudi hapa leo, hata alishindwa ambia nini Wakenya because ile uongo yake ya 250,000 ati jobs ilikuwa busted huko. Sasa amefinywa kona hiyo, anakuja Mount Kenya Rigathi huko anafinya yeye, watu wanafinya yeye. He's so disturbed. This guy is disturbed and sick. You know, you can't govern a country when you're not stable in your mind. All around you, things are not working well. Your deputy mnagombana, sijui nini, mnacheza. Yeye anacheza siasa. Anapanga siasa yake ya 2027. Alafu sasa hizi Kenya vile naangalia, Ruto anapanga siasa yake, ameinvite Raila, wanaanza kupanga 2027. Haya, huku sisi hapa kwa space na sisi tunajiorganize pia tunapanga siasa yetu. Sasa iko inamchanganya. Rigathi naye huko mlima anajipanga huko. So Kenya saa hizi kila mtu anajipanga. Tunajipanga. Vile Ruto anajipanga, unajua anafikirianga vile yeye ni mwakili. Tunajua ameanza kupanga nini yake ya 2027. And I can tell you this for free. Anajaribu kuform an alliance with Raila Odinga. I'm trying to tell my people from Nyanza, msikubali hiyo uongo na kutumiwa. You'll just be used. Msikubali tafadhali. Join the rest of the country, watu ambao wanataka kuona mabadiliko hii nchi. Because so far, Ruto ameonyesha his self-serving. Ni magic gani ingine atataka kufanya? Don't buy this analogy that because watu wenu wamepewa kazi. Mbadi kuwa minister is just a minister to serve himself and what? Mbadi will just implement his policies za Ruto. He'll not come with some magic. Akijaribu kufanya vitu outside the ordinary, watamkataza. Kama juzi, alisign sijui kuna pesa ya loan fulani, amesign. I was just instructed to sign. Na amebeba hiyo mzigo already ya kulipa, ya kusign deni ambayo, loan ambayo ija-approviwa na bunge. So, he's just trying to do bidding ya William Ruto. William Ruto runs this government. As a minister, you have no autonomy vile Kibaki na wakina wengine walikuwa wanaachia ministers the leeway ya kufanya kazi. In Ruto's regime, minister una follow instructions vile anakuambia. You are supposed to advise the president, lakini ina kuadvise vile unamuadvise. That is how Ruto operates. Ni jamaa anataka kufanya kila kitu kwa yeye peke yake. So, kwa hii movement, mimi nilikuwa na maneno kama hivi, messages kama hivi, vitu kama 4 hivi ama 5 we should focus on. Number 1, our message. Our message has been consistent, and let us be consistent with our message. Na to drive your narrative, your Ruto must go. Na kumulika all the evils ambazo anafanya kwa hii regime. Let our message inaendelee kuresonate all over na tumehit hard. That's number 1. Number 2, we need a media in which to pass this message. Saizi nilikuwa naangalia statistics zingine. Twitter, we are around 3 million in the country. Those people who are on Twitter ni watu wako enlightened wachache, lakini most people are on Facebook, TikTok and all that. So we should find a way, a medium in which tuna generate information hapa na tuna break down in simple bits ya communicate na kumarket hii message to others through other channels, WhatsApp, your Facebook, na pia reach to watu kwa ground in different forums kwa kila kona ya hii nchi with a message, so that tuna message hapa inaendelea kwa mtandao, tuna message kwa hizi other platforms, na pia tuna find space kwa hizi other community radios za huko ushago, watu wenye wako huko, mna find time huko, mnaenda sessions, mna book sessions, mna sell the agenda, mna pass the agenda, hizo calling stations huko mnafanya hizo agenda. We push this narrative, itembee na message ifike kwa kona zote. Jambo lingine we need to do is mobilize resources. We need to mobilize resources, to mobilize pesa, because unajua Ruto ana mobilize pesa kwa kuiba. Let us set up structures in place in which we mobilize our resources. Kuna mtu amesuggest hapa tukulipa jeshi and what. We need to have a mechanism in which we mobilize resources ambayo hata without hata kulipa jeshi ama nini, we can have a way, we have empowered ourselves to carry out what we want. And to mobilize numbers, like now I'm told watu wenye wako hii generation around 18 million. Hii generation yaseme millennial na Gen Z, around 18 million. If all of us can mobilize and now we network. My friend, we can have our president. We can sponsor and have our own president. If the 18 million of us, right-thinking Kenyans, tunaamuka to mobilize na to network, we shall have our own president. And that is the reason why this political class united, when they realized that Gen Zs na millennials wameungana, wanaongea sauti moja, is the reason he'll push William Ruto na Raila Odinga unite. I'm told it's the US embassy that advised William Ruto to reach out to Raila Odinga or form a broad-based government. Otherwise, William Ruto was going to fall. Sasa mtu ameshikilia tu serikali ni Raila Odinga. It's only Raila Odinga is holding this government. Kama Raila Odinga angekataa kuform hiyo broad-based government, we will not be having Ruto in power today. But Ruto is hanging on the coattails of Raila Odinga. So I can have this prediction. If Raila Odinga is going to lose the AU seat, that will be the end of William Ruto. If Raila loses the AU seat, that will be the end of William Ruto, because you and your coattails, hang on the coattails of who? Raila Odinga. Na sisi hii pressure tunaendelea kuput. Kama juzi nimeona Morara ametembea places zingine mpaka hiyo jina yake wameanza kutoa. Kumaanisha the pressure, hiyo injection inaendelea mzuri. So tuendelee na hii campaign on all platforms. Ukikutana na watu watano unawapea message. Ukiwa wapi unapewa, kwa job wapi, mkipiga story na wase unawapea hii message. But so far nilikuwa na prefer to network from this place. Let us get the like-minded people. We have a network ambayo we can now get this message across, na tukuwe na branches na watu ambao wana believe kwa hii movement all corners of this country. Kama ni Coast tukuwe na members wetu, Western, Nyanza, huko Mount Kenya, Rift Valley, and then these are our people on the ground. Wana mobilize na ku reach out to the message na kupitisha hii message. I can tell you this guy, we have held him by the balls. Nasikia huko State House ya kukaliki, they have been held by the balls. Wamechanganyikiwa, they are totally confused. NIS intelligence iko confused, inashindwa gather information aje mpaka wanaenda kwa Jimmy Wanjigi na majamas. You know, if you want to spy on Jimmy Wanjigi, you don't go to jam his communication. You go and tap his communication. But that tells you that wamefail kutap hizo communication zake mpaka wanaenda hapo. You know, it's so foolish in the history of this country. Hajaona ati intelligence inakuja kwa mlango yako, ati na spy on you. They're spying on you na wewe umewaangalia. Is that really spying? That tells you our intelligence is dead asleep. Like now when I speak like this, the only thing they can do is now try to tap me. Wanakuja na harass, atunakuja abduct KOT vile wame host show. That's not the work of intelligence. Here we're expressing our opinion. Intelligence, they're supposed to look for those threats that zinaza hatarisha nchi. But that tells you that our intelligence is asleep. They're just doing political bidding, go abduct watu. Atuna abduct mtu muulize mfund. Intelligence should be ahead of us. They should know who has funded, if there's anybody who's planning anything. That tells you that our intelligence is dead asleep. Hata kuna siku Rigathi alisema ati our intelligence is dysfunctional, wana manufacture propaganda, kuattack watu. You know, you follow us here, we're expressing our views, you start following us. My friend, plus do your work. Which means Kenyans are more smarter than you. Kama if that's the only thing you can do is to abduct. Intelligence, you're supposed to gather information. You don't supposed to torture somebody to get the information. You're supposed just to get the information without torturing anybody. That is the work of intelligence. But hii maneno ingine yenye mnafanya, mnatumia, mna abduct watu, mnawaficha, sijui mnaenda kutorture, mnaua watu. That's total nonsense. And I can tell you this, when we are going to have regime change, and naisikia wako hapa wasikie, na mwende mwambie, all of you, we are going to clean you all out. You system yote rotten. Tunawajua pia sisi. Don't think we don't know you. We are going to clean the system. Our ma-DCI na hawa watu wote wenye wamefanya hizi madhara zote, we shall clean the system. Na to start afresh, na tukuwe na watu wanalinda inji na wanajali hii inji. Hatutaki watu turn against the people. If you're in power, you have to protect the lives and properties of the people. Not to abduct and subdue them na kuwadhulumu. No, we don't want that kind of a country. Sasa saa hizi William Ruto anatuma wa Kenya ati waende wafanye kazi huko nje, na sasa sisi Kenya anapea watoto wake nje. Mbona hajatuma watoto wake waende wafanye hizo kazi? Anataka watoto wake wafanye kazi hapa Kenya, na anatuma wa Kenya waende kufanya hizo kazi ambazo kazi haziko. Tumekuwa hapa kwa space zingine, watu wako huko nje wanaeleza some of the challenges wanapitia they go through. Mwingine ananiambia ati there are couples wanaishi pamoja lakini hawajaionana. Huyu ako shift ya usiku, huyu ako shift ya mchana. Wakati huyu anatoka, huyu anaingia ana report job, au wanaonana kwa WhatsApp. Sasa wewe imagine unaishi na bibi yako na mnaonana kwa WhatsApp lakini kwa sababu ya pressures za job. So these people are going through challenges. The best thing we can do and the first role of any government is to make sure that citizens wako na opportunities within their own country. The only time we should leave this country is to go donate our skills out there on a contract basis. Let us sikia Mkenya ameenda kufanya kazi US, kufanya contract ya 3 months, 6 years, unalipa milioni zako and just come back home. Ama mkienda kufanya outside the country, mnafanya kazi za kwa embassy na ma contract jobs for some time, unapata skills ukifanya kazi, now you come back home. Every country works to build on its own manpower and capacity. Hiyo ndio dream. William Ruto anafanya brain drain, anatuma watu wengi wanaenda kuwa trained huko, wana contribute to the well-being of those economies. Now, in this country, like currently, we have a shortage of teachers, we have a shortage of nurses, a shortage of doctors. Hatuna enough doctors. Sasa hiyo unatuma wa professionals wetu, wametumia taxpayers zetu, wanaenda kufanya jobs huko. Who are they contributing? They are contributing to the economies of other countries, while our own people here, economy yetu inaenda chini. William Ruto inamaanisha ameshindwa kufikiria jinsi ya create jobs in this country. The number one employer in this country used to be the government. We used to have the textile industries, hizi agricultural industries zote na factories zenye zimekufa. If William Ruto will revive all those industries zenye zimekufa, agriculture, tulikuwa shule ilikuwa naambia agriculture is the backbone of our economy. If we revived agriculture, we added value, my friend, we will grow economy and we'll have opportunities for all these people. And Kenya is a great country. Kenya is a very great country. Minerals zote zinaibiwa. I don't want to go that subject. Our minerals are being stolen left, right, and center. We should not go there. Let us build the riches God has given us in this country. Na tuachane na huyu mjinga. Hii story yake ya kumove out as the country, by the way, ni story ya kumove out so that apate hizo allowances. Anakata hiyo allowances. Ana quote kwamba ametumia 100 million. Ametumia 50, amesema ametumia 50, ametuquote hapa 100 million at ndio trip cost, na kama ametumia hata 10 million. Hizo zingine ana pocket. It's just a way ya kufanya nini? Ya kukula pesa za wananchi. I think trips for anything substantial, because kama hiyo labor relations, that's something hiyo minister wa labor angefanya. Kazi ya minister wa labor si ni kusign hiyo deal, angeenda kusign hiyo minister wa labor na ishi kama kuna issue something like that. So tuendelee kufinya in all ways, tuendelee kufinya na to network, and I know we are getting somewhere. Asanteni bwana.
Asante Patrick, before nilete Rotich, ayo Rotich si ule mwenye alikula pesa ya Kemware. Rotich unaweza confirm si wewe?
Haiwezi kuwa mimi bwana. Mimi siwezi kula pesa Kemware. Sasa wanipata?
Tunakupata.
Hello. Mimi nasema itakuwaje kwamba wakati alikuwa anafanya campaign he was talking of tuko na kazi mingi hapa Kenya. Na sasa hizi wakati ashapata presidency, yeye ni kufikiria vile anaweza tafutia watu kazi huko nje. Kwani tofauti ya yeye, kwani ile kazi yako anaona siku hiyo kazi kama haiko Kenya. Sasa hizi anaona kazi haiko. Point ya pili ni kwamba vijana hata sasa hizi vile tunasema tuko pamoja, itafika wakati ya campaign hao wazee watakuja na pesa. Unaweza angalia hata wakati ya Gen Z, kuna wale walikuwa wanakaa saa tuko pamoja na hao, lakini towards the end majamaa walijisort kando na wakaongwa pesa. Sasa tutakuwaje strong when tunatumia tu mdomo but actions behind the curtain, actions in action different kabisa. Hiyo iweze tusaidia. Saizi hata Morara alikuwa anatuonyesha, anatufungua macho. Wengine wanampinga siasa, wanampiga, wanasema oh maybe alikuwa na deal na Ruto, then afterwards kama walikosana is like anajaribu kufanya nini, kulipisha kisasi. You see, na ni vijana tu sisi wenyewe. Unajua vijana hatujui na tunaanzia. Unajua sasa wengine vijana wanasema sasa hawa vijana wa Gen Z, kuna wale bado wanajiona ni kama wanaenda na minds ya baba zao. Ati mimi sasa pengine baba yangu sasa asipoteze kazi, mimi nisikuwe sasa mtu wa kuadvocate baba yangu apoteze kazi. So kama mimi baba yangu anasema hivi, I'll go by what my father is saying. That is so being so primitive. Kwa nyingine ni kwamba tutangoja mpaka siku gani? Kwa sababu this guy is signing new deals. Wakati saizi hakuna pressure, saizi anapeana deals, anapewa ana sign deals na watu tofauti tofauti, vile mali zote za Kenya zitaenda kwa jina yake. So when this guy hata anguke 2027 atajua kwamba hajatoka bure. Hata hizi housing affordable houses, I'm very sure this guy is going to privatize these houses. Atakuwa anauzia watu ya ukoo yake, ambapo mali yenyewe itakurudi baada kwake, so that hawezi kuwa trust, lakini akienda nje ataenda kama anafurahi. So tufunguke macho, vitu zingine zia tutangoja mpaka 2027. Sasa hizi hata kama kuna vile tunaweza hold a slight demonstration ile at least tusionekane kwamba tumezima sana. Tukiongea kwa platform sana, wanaona sasa sisi tuko na uoga. So tutakuwa tunawachia kazi wanafanya, wanaiba pesa. Ikifika 2027 pesa zimeisha hata kwa treasury. Tutatoa hata pesa ya kuendelesha nchi. Si kutakuwa tena na maloni zingine zinaombwa tena. It's about time to do something that hatuwezi allow pesa zetu zile ziko kwa treasury ziishe, tukijaribu sasa kuomba tena mapesa zingine. This guy anaomba pesa yaingie mfuko yake na fund wale wa jamaa msupport. Judiciary haina kwanza, judiciary hapo ndio inanibamba sana. Yani judiciary haina nguvu kabisa. Yani sasa this guy anaweza peana kitu ile inaweza fanya, yani ile anything anaongea, akisema sasa kama kuna jamaa yake ameingia kotini, anapiga tu simu judiciary na mambo yanakuwa.
Rotich, umepotea ama ni network? Rotich. Ni kama Rotich ameanguka. Wacha tupe Morning, tusikie Morning anasemaje. Morning, unaweza endelea kama Rotich amepotea. Morning, unanisikia?
Hapa naona tu watu wako connecting, sijui wamefanyiwa ile kitu.
Ni
Kila
kama
mtu ako tu
wameangushwa
connecting.
wote.
Wameangushwa na yes.
Wacha waangushe, itabidi watafute space yao peke yao, wakuwe wako nayo kando, ili wasidisrupt hii ingine. Wachague tu, watengeneze tu space yao hapo kando. Hakuna haja wakuja hapa waanze kudisrupt watu. Nimeona new speaker, so Riek, wacha nipe akina Bernard waendelee, then utaproceed baadaye. Bernard, unanisikia?
Sidhani kama nakusikia, si tupatie Tom.
Tom, endelea.
Hello, thank you. I've just joined. I think I'll be able to listen a bit before I'll be able to contribute. Kindly.
Okay. Thank you. Can I have General Brayo mtu wa Udidako.
Halo, sijui kama mnanisikia. Nikaa network nasumbua. Or sawa, naona ma 100 which means mnanisikia. If you look at my bio, thanks KOT for the space. Thanks everyone for being here, and I love the consistency that we put here. This is very good, and we need to support each other. Yangu sina mengi ya kusema, but tuko na kazi ya kufanya, tuko nayo ni hii ya civic education. Civic education right now in Kenya is very difficult. If you look at my bio, you'll see that I want to vie for an MCA huko home. But the biggest challenge napitia huko home ni people will not come and listen to you when they are hungry, you know. People want something that motivates them to come and listen to you. Ni siasa yenye imewekwa kwa minds of Kenyans for a very, very long time. So it will be very, very difficult for us at this time kutoa kitu kwa mind. To be honest, Kenyans wanaumia. Yeah, people are hungry, people are jobless, and we need something. Like, these politicians, the money they stole from us is what they use to entice people to listen to them, people to come to those rallies. But we as young leaders, when we try to do something, we need something also. We need finance, and we need every support that we need. Where are we going to get the support if we don't support each other? The biggest problem also we have is that unaona mtu kama Morara, Kebaso is really doing a good job. But mimi, I always have this fear of people like Morara or people that come up with the same style, the same nature. Why? Every politician when they come up with that style of rise from somewhere and is talking about things boldly, who are, I don't know, I think system, before hata sisi tuseme we want to get into this government, we want to Ruto to go and everything. How are we going to clean up this whole system so that mtu akiingia uko corrupt? I have a very big fear. Morara ataingia pale. Let's say for example, Morara ameingia pale amekuwa preso and the system is too corrupt for him to clean up or anything ama to do anything about it. Do you know Morara atageuka atakuwa mbaya hata kushinda akina wenye amekuwa? Not in a bad way. We've seen it happening and it's most probably may happen again. There are a lot of examples outside here. A lot of them. A lot. Akina Salasia, akina Jalango, akina Mohaji Chopevu, people they get inside there, they become something else. People that we never believe. Watu wenye nilikuwa nafikiri they are young, they are educated, and they have people at heart. But once wanaingia tu pale, I think, me personally, the reason why I want to join politics is I want to see what is it, what makes people change once they are inside there. I really want to see with my eyes, for example, right now, mtu anataka kuingia kwa politics. Right now, the biggest challenge I have is that nobody wants to listen to me unless I have something. Nikikuja pale na maleso, nikuja pale na maunga, nikuja pale na food na pesa kwa magunia, people will come in very big, large numbers just to listen to me if I want to vote as a MCA. But nikikuja huko niwaambie mimi niko na civic education, mimi nataka kuambia what's really happening huko juu, nobody will come. In fact, wanasema wewe kwani unatusumbua wewe. You're just here to disrupt the government. Na government imepea mtu wetu kazi. You get it? So as it is right now, as we go there on the ground to do the civic education, just hii ni kitu inatoka kwa ground, hii ni kitu yenye iko. Hakuna mtu atakusikia if you have nothing to give them. Mtu anataka kwenda kutafuta, mtu ako njaa, and then unataka kumwambia excuse me, I want to tell you about 1, 2, 3 things. It will be very, very difficult for you to talk to someone who is hungry, who is jobless, and who doesn't have anything. mtu ako hopeless, amesha lose hope. Yeye kitu imebaki kwake tu ni kifo. Alafu tuko na civic education at hand. Tunataka kuambia the good news that we have as Gen Zs. So it's a big challenge. It's a challenge. This is a reality kwa ground. So I'm really, I just want to see. I just want to watch from a distance. What is like I don't know. I have a very big fear. A lot has been happening in this country. Like I don't know. Let me just niachie hapo kwanza. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, asante Wurdako. Me, before nipe the other new speakers like Nimrod, nilikuwa nataka kuambia tukitaka kumaliza hii mambo za handout wakati wa kucampaign, ukisimama kama we ni MP, ambia wenye wako hapo, hiyo pesa yenye una receive ni ya sacrifice. Hakuna mtu ataguza hiyo pesa tena. Na nimekuambia hiyo, kama unataka kutumia strategy ya kumaliza handout, kama ni wewe unataka kuwa MP, kama ni KOT ama mwingine, waambie wananchi hao pesa yenye wanapata kwa hao watu ya bure, hiyo ni sacrifice. Sasa kama mtu anataka kuchukua achukue tu, lakini hiyo ni pesa ya sacrifice. Wacha tu invite Nimrod aendelea, then tupe Jose.
Sorry, Otieno, can I just answer you something? Sorry for
Okay.
this. Do you remember huko Nyanza kula kitu ilikuwa inaitwa ilikuwa inaitwa aje? This thing ilikuwa inaitwa something direct. Pesa NGO fulani
Give
ilikuwa
direct. Give direct.
Do you remember? Do you know that even
I
my own
remember
mother,
it.
yeah, do you know that even my mother took that money? Hakuna kitu iliwafanyikia. Na ilikuwa inasemekana ni ya Illuminati, si ndio? People took that money. People are hungry, my friend. Hata ukiwaambia hii pesa wanapewa ni sacrifice, they will take it. They rather eat this sacrifice money na waende washughulike nao, wakuwe na chakula kwa nyumba, lakini wasikae njaa. Mtu wangu, it is not what we think it is. It's not that easy. Mwambie mtu hii pesa unaenda kuchukua ni sacrifice. Atachukua, akule na aende akufe kama ni kukufa. Thank you.
Wacha nikwambie, for example, kama ni wewe Wurda, kwa saa zingine hujaona, kuna wengine mama yao amejengea mama yake nyumba na hajawahi ingia kwa hiyo nyumba kwa sababu hajui the source of hiyo pesa ya mtoto wake mpaka wa leo, kwa sababu majirani wamwambia huyu mtoto wake kwa Illuminati. Huyo mama hajawahi ingia kwa hiyo nyumba. Kama umeshaona hizo villages kama hizo, kuna mahali hapa Kisumu, kuna mtoto amenunulia mama yake shamba, amemjengea nyumba, mama amekataa kuingia kwa sababu yeye ana suspect huyu mtoto wake kwa Illuminati, na saa zingine ni pesa umefanyia kazi so hii kitu inawaka, usidhani haiwaka. Kama inaweza kuseparate between you na mama yako, sasa mbona isikuseparate? Wacha Nimrod aendelee, alafu Tom ataendelea.
Thanks KOT, thanks OT. Wacha nijibu before ni point zangu, wacha nijibu huyu chali anaitwa Waud, amekuja hapa. Waud, you see, huwezi kuwa una believe change yet wewe mwenyewe you want change yet wewe mwenyewe you don't believe in that change. So how you going to convince those you want to change if you yourself you don't believe in that change? Let's start from there. You understand? So vile Otia nakwambia, that is the reality. Pesa ya damu imemwagika, haiwezi kusaidia, na hata ikikusaidia itakuja kudhuru kama sio wewe, watoto wako ama vizazi vyako. That is the reality. Pesa ya damu ya Mwafrika ambayo imemwagika na ni innocent person, my friend, ukikula itakuja kukula kama sio wewe, ni kizazi chako. That is the reality, and that's why they call it karma. So Waud, when you start, if you wanna go for the MCA seat, go speak the truth out there and tell the people the reality. Waambie me, I got nothing to give you. I was born here, raised here. What I want is change for this place. I know there's a possibility for change of this place, but because we cannot get changes because of this and this and this and this. Na hii pesa mnakuja tunapewa hapa. Why can they, kama hiyo pesa wanakuja ndo tupatia wakati wa kampeni, mbona usikuje kila siku ukitupatia? Auliza hao wananchi huko chini. Hiyo pesa wanakuja kipoa wakati wa kampeni ama wakati rais amekuja ama wakati governor amekuja.
mbona wasikuje kila mwezi wanapatia pesa? Mbona wanakuwa aulizea wananchi au villagers ama wenyeji wanakaa nao, why are these people not coming every day or every other week to give them that money? Wanakuja tu wakati wa occasion. You see, it's about psychological, it's about understanding, and it's about telling people the truth. It's still politics, but we are on the side of politics of development, good governance, and the future of the country. And that's what we have to separate ourselves from this. So kwa hivyo kusema tunataka kujua ni nini, sio, hakuna kitu. It's not rocket science. It's about between the politics of greed, selfishness, and politics of patriotism, and the future of a country. Okay, moving on. Hii Ruto must go, my friend. Mimi niko nataka kuuliza hivi, how can a president say he wants to develop the country into the next future, yet the people who are supposed to build that country, he's the one who is flogging them out there like slaves? Mtu lazima mjiulize. Unajua vitu zingine it doesn't, ndio kitu nashangaga na Wakenya ni kuwa vitu zingine ni very simple to decipher, because wewe ukitaka kujenga kitu huwezi kwenda ukachukua loan ukaja ukajenga kitu na yet you don't know where that money is going to come from, because eventually the bank will come and repossess, take whatever you build plus the land, and you'll be left with nothing. That is what politics of Ruto is playing right now. Kwa hivyo reality is huyu jamaa alikuwa hana mpango, na vile wakati Uhuru akituambia huyu jamaa ni muongo. I'm not saying Uhuru ni mzuri, no, Uhuru was a thief too, but at least he was honest. At least he had a level of honesty in amongst himself and say, leading a country is not easy, but you cannot come and lie to the population that you're gonna do this and this and this and this, yeah, and then you come in, you do totally 360, even worse. Because what Ruto is doing right now is actually flogging everything which is under his path. Jaman it's like he wants to be the ruler of Kenya. Yani atakuwa na pesa kushinda Uhuru, Moi na kinao the previous ninio. It is so shocking to the level of corruption in his government. And then somebody can mention, where's judiciary? If you want to know Ruto is a dictator, where's judiciary? Let's be honest here. Where's judiciary? Toka watoto wauliwe, toka 25th watoto wauliwe. Has Martha Koome come out and said, listen, we need an answer for these people abducted and these kids watoto waliuliwa? And also to wazima ani watoto. This is what the funny thing which surprises me with Kenyans, that mnaweza kubali tukae to ignore hizo vifo za watoto. That is a ground enough to charge the whole regime, from Kindiki, huyo ninio NIS, huyo wa polisi, for treason, and they should be hanged. I don't care. These people, they need to be hanged, because you cannot say you unataka lead country and then you go out there shooting kids who are not literally asking for good governance. They're asking like, listen, our future is being stolen here. We don't want to go work out like slaves in the West or in the Middle East. We want to work. We're Kenyans. Why are you sending us out there? Kwa nini unatupeleka huko nje kama watumwa? And then you turn guns on them. Alafu anakuja na wadanganya hapa ati ametoka Ujerumani na vibarua. Yet there's people out there, kabla ya jamaa hata land Kenya, people had the information already. So, I mean, we don't have a leader. And earlier on kuna jamaa alisema, State House, yeah, the government is in disarray. Na ni kweli. Come November, is it February, when this hiyo election, huyu jamaa atakana anguke. Waanguke wote. So God to bless tu. To bless tu, atuchukulia hao wawili. We start afresh. Kama hawezi. Because the reality is, these guys are not for the country. This country, they're not for the country, they're not for the future of the country. They are all based on their selfishness and how to accumulate so much wealth that they have the control of who sits in the next government from here henceforth. And that is a problem. Now, the reality is Uhuru, Raila, Kalonzo, Ruto, our water, my friend, they ganged up together. Let me tell you, hata nasikia tu, I went online and I hear people floating about Matiang'i. What is the difference between Matiang'i and Uhuru? They're the same caliber. You know, let's be honest here. Yeah. And this is the problem of Kenyans. Yeah. Munatoka from one shit to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. You keep on going round. Right now, the only person who's supposed to be supported around the country is this Morora Kibaso. And I said it earlier on, unity of purpose is key. People say at your tukianza chama sijui nini. Let me tell you one thing. We cannot sit here and lament at kuanzisha chama ama to form an organization, it be dangerous and all that. We have to, if you are willing to rule the country, yeah, we have to have a robust structure that we can prove to the rest of the country that it will stand the test of times. And this is the time. This is the opportune time to create that structure. So you can weed out the hangers, you can weed out the loafers, you can weed out, yeah, the turncoats. That's the only way you can deal with this. But the longer we prolong it, these guys, as Ruto Sibada amerudi kusafiri, alivyorudisha Raila after the Gen Z, so before Gen Z, after the Gen Z, jamaa alikuwa hata hizi kutoka State House. Alivyoingiza Raila akaganya ninio seats. What happened? Si jamaa amerudi kufanya zile anafanya. Hii deal it was there before. People mentioned about it, but no one was taking on board on it. The KPLC, you don't know the scandals in there. And let me tell you one thing. If you want to know the real scandals, research the National Conservancy of the East and Central Africa. In fact, Kenya. Go research that. Kwa nini maconservancy yamejaa Kenya? Go research that, my friend, and you'll know. Alafu jiulize, kwa nini Waingereza wana kambi kwa hizo conservancy? Hamjajiuliza hizo? And there's so much details you guys need to start digging to realize poverty, the politics of poverty, they are critically generated to keep the masses in poverty so that you actually don't realize what actually is happening in the country and what you're losing. And that's why unakuta every year mtakuja mpewe 500 ujuzi tu unaona baada hiyo 25th June you saw people wakipewa jamaa ndugu zake kwa 500 wanatembea kwa street na marungu kupiga Wakenya wenzao. That is the level of depravity of mental disability and understanding of the reality and what our potential is as a country. Tumefika kiasi kwa you can be bribed by 500 or 2000 Kenya shillings na utachukua pikipiki marungu ndo katanike Mkenya mwenzako ambaye anauza good governance. It is the same thing to the security services, the NSAS. Wewe unalipwa 30, 40,000, 60,000 Kenya shillings, yeah? Watoto wako bado utalipa rent, bado utalipa school fees, you still got needs. Hiyo pesa yote, you're there to protect somebody who's stealing probably 10, 30 million every day or every hour. And you're protecting that person thinking that you're working for the country. So for me, I believe that the biggest problem, we are our own downfalls. Because Ruto cannot run the government. It's the people. The people are Kenyans like me and you, who because uko na kibarua kidogo. Kuna Roticha amesema vizuri sana hapa. Amesema because babangu kwa kazi ama ndugu yangu kwa kazi ndatetea hii serikali. And that's the sad part of it. That is the sadness of what our mental depravity of understanding of what nationalism and patriotism and the meaning or the value of being a Kenyan or the potential of our country. But we've accepted the very few people to control us because we have monitored, we have put value of monetary value pesa kuliko inchi na maisha ya Wakenya. That is the level we are. we are valued, tumevalue karatasi pesa kushinda mchanga na maisha ya Mkenya. And that's why you see the country, it is where it is. So we as Kenyans, we need to start sending this message out that if you're not for Kenya, if it's not for Kenya, you don't deserve to stand in front of people now who say anything to do pertaining politics or development or future of Kenya. If you're not for the country. And that's why you see these Western countries like America, it is all this German and in everywhere, hata wazungu akikuja huko, unaona mtu atakuja amebeba bendera ya nchi ya kwao because he's proud of the country, because the country values him. Whereas about huku kwetu mnaambia mnapelekwa nje kwenda kuuzwa kufanya kazi, yet Saudi Arabia, Middle East, Kenyans are dying and nobody, the government hasn't done anything about it. Nobody's talking about it. You know, there's so much to go out there and spread the word to educate the civic masses to turn this thing around, but because hiyo Rotich na huyo Wood amesema pesa kidogo, and that's the politics of poverty. I call it politics of poverty and classism. That's what got the country where we are today. So we need to start changing our mentality, each and every one. And if you can change one person, that's good, because you change one person, the next person, and that's a cascading effect. And eventually, but unity of purpose and structure, we need that. We need that, because saizi tungekuwa nayo, we could even be organizing demonstrations. With that said, thank you for the sorry for taking a lot of time, but much appreciated. KOT, thanks. Still on the ground.
Asante ni bro, wacha tupe Tom then tutaenda kwa Ayo. Asante for that contribution.
Hello, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Asante sana. Finya, Ruto must go. I want to address that. And I want to try to be comprehensive. Also, I want to put someone on the spotlight with a request that he should be given the mic to probably help me explain what I will be saying in a better way. KOT, I'll be requesting that you give Western an opportunity to speak, especially on some of the issues that I will raise. The majority of Kenyans, and largely those who are here, we are in agreement that indeed Ruto must go, to a level that if someone can just pick a mic and start saying that Ruto should not go anywhere, Ruto is the best president, then probably everyone will be of the idea that that person should be dropped, and this is not the right place for such people. But why are we here? We are saying Ruto must go, and the majority are assuming or only concluding that Ruto must go because Ruto is bad. I will put it in a different way. Some of us, me being one of them, since the year 2007, we had seen that things are not being run well in this country as far as politics and governance is concerned. And for the longest period, we've always been voicing our opinion, just the same way we are doing it right now, that the president of the day, the government of the day, is taking the country in the wrong direction and they must go. While this was happening, majority of Kenyans had not seen the light and had not been able to know that indeed things are not going on well. Majority still believed that as long as our person is in power, then for us we are good. And those who are complaining are the people who probably believed in witchcraft, largely the people who are not circumcised, then they are not able to offer good governance. And also that such people are just making noise. Raila has been on our side whereby he has been anti-government and he carries the plights of majority Kenyans who are always feeling that things are not going on well. It did not necessarily mean that Raila meant good for those people. That is after we've observed how he has been behaving. But for a fact, things are not good. As we are saying Ruto must go, what is the main problem? Ruto is not the problem. This thing started by a particular group of people created in this earth, realize that there are some part of this world that there is real life. There is arable land. There is good climatic conditions for survival. There are good minerals and resources. Therefore, we need to occupy that land and get that land to be ours for us to survive and also to service our grid. It happened by what we call the intent to colonize such part of the world that was offering the real life. It happened, and later on, there was an uprising against them, and they decided, okay, you want this thing, we are going to give you, and we will call it, you are now independent. After that, they were just on a half time, re-strategizing on how they are coming back to win the match in the second half. They came in different ways, putting people as their puppets in government and still controlling those countries through the back door. This is what we call foreign interference. I'm giving an example. Kwa nini watu wengi sana sana who currently, and I believe largely, were always feeling comfortable that the government was doing well? Kwa nini sahi watu wengi kama hao wanapiga kelele? Ruto spoke the voice of the people and he put it clearly that for the first time in history, masikini atatajirika na maskini atakuwa na maisha tofauti na ile amekuwa nayo kwa miaka na mikaka. So Ruto was coming in as Tomboya who has never been in power, who has never been corrupt, lying to people, and people trying to believe that that is the real situation. When he got into power, and for me, if you ask me, there is natural greed that is in Ruto, but in his mind, just as many other people, he meant well and probably he wanted to do good. Little did he know that there is always how things must just be done. You get to power, we come for you and we tell you this is how we want you to do this. The people who did this are the foreign elites who are controlling African governments. They told him, this is exactly what you have to do. If you are not going to do this, first you are going to do, and we will pay you. We will make sure that your stomach is full, that your bank account is full. But if you are not going to do it, remember, by the way, it is us who allowed you to be here. So we will do to you what we want. That includes, and has been evident in these African countries, it includes giving you the room to continue doing what you are doing while we prepare betrayers who will betray you and can also kill you at our will. So because Ruto is someone who also has a lot of shortcomings, he chose to serve his greed and to protect his power. then starting to serve the interest of the West as has always been. Do we want to say that now that we are complaining, there is something that Ruto is doing that is unique to this country that has never been done by any other past regime? The answer is no. Extrajudicial killings, it has always been here for years. It has been happening. Corruption, it has always been here. Selling, leasing, or selling or leasing of public institutions has always been here. It is true that in Uhuru's government, the Kenya Airports Authority was partly leased to some Mediterranean shipping company. The Kenya Pipeline Company has been linked to some partnership with Chinese firms and Lebanese firms. Kenya Airways, during his tenure as well, was linked to Air France. So if we can say that Adani is one of the things that is making us to uprise so much against Ruto's government, these things has always been there. Right now, I heard someone talk about Morara. If at all someone like Morara or any other person who is currently speaking the language of the majority oppressed can get to power, then the question is just one. Is this person greedy enough? Is this person compromised enough? Do they have any court cases? And is this person fearful or fearless enough? Then if that is confirmed, then it doesn't matter whoever becomes the president. You will be put into a box and you will be told this is what has to be done. What am I speaking to? Foreign policies have always been intentionally implemented in our parliaments to make sure that the foreign countries or the elites from the West come in to our governance system to make sure that they strategically and slowly regain their full power over our country and our resources. Inaenda tu polepole, na saa hii pia mtagundua most of people from the West, they own large tracts of land in this country. Slave trade is alive and well. Right now, you are being told in your millions, in your thousands, and then mfanye kazi nchi za nje. What happens when you go to work in to a foreign country? Number one, you do not have direct control of your land. And most of the youth that are going out there, wengi hawana shamba. You are being disconnected with potential people who understand your culture, who you can get married to for continuity of your generation. Your mind is fixed on a job and looking for money. While you are there, probably your land back in the country is being sold to other foreign people. So as I conclude, our main problem is not necessarily individual Kenyan that you can point out. Our main problem is foreign interference. How can we deal with it? Largely the problem that I blame our people, and it's also orchestrated still by the foreign countries, is a culture of bad behavior. To an extent that we've always normalized bad behavior. But what will get us out of this is being intentionally moral, being intentionally a person of integrity and a disciplined person. But how can I describe the best candidate for Kenya as a president that will liberate, that will give us full liberation. It is true that everybody is always fearful. One can be courageous, but we need someone who is fearless. Fearless means you understand that there is danger, but either way, you are facing that danger head on. We need someone who is disciplined and moral. Only those three definitions: fearless, disciplined, and of high moral standards. Then, when you get there, you decide that even if it is going to cost your life, you are going to do it. Kick out all foreign powers from our country and give sovereignty to your people. Be a person of service to the people and not your own interest. Getting this person is not easy, but it is true that it is happening in other countries. I will still give one example of one, Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso. What do we aim at the end of the day? Kicking out these foreign people does not mean that we do not embrace them and live with them, but it means that we only demand for fair trade. We have our rules. If you want to purchase anything from us, it is based on common understanding, and it is us deciding the terms of engagement based on a willing buyer versus a willing seller. Finally, we must be intentional and not be ready to just fight everyone. Let us embrace people who we initially perceive to be our enemy, as long as they are speaking the same voice with us. And even as we do that, I believe that we must focus to drain the swamp. When Ruto is going home, let him go home with everybody that has ever got the breath of bad governance. If you've ever been in any government before, we need to intentionally make sure that you don't see the light of the day past 2027. Na iacha tu hapo kwa sababu I could put it in very many different ways, but I request that if Western can get a chance, maybe he will help me to speak about the issue of integrity and the need for moral standards in our leadership. Asanteni sana.
Tom, asante. Before nikaribisha hiyo, kuna kitu Nimrod ni kama nataka kukuambia, so usiende mbali, usidrop. Maybe ni a question anataka kupose, so you will help us on that. So wacha tupea hiyo, then uta proceed Nimrod. Ayo, continue.
Hello, kidogo tu. Paul, let me say this.
Yes, Tom.
Let me say this. If at all there is someone who wanted to ask a question or respond to whatever I had said, I suggest you give them the opportunity first, because I know Ayo always speaks a lot of sense and he will also go for a long time like me. I also suggest that you give Archangel also an opportunity to speak in the line of what I was speaking to, just in relation to foreign power and the root cause of the problems that we are facing, so that we don't continue being delusional as we blame our leaders, but we be intentional to vet them and make sure we vote in people of integrity, people who are incorruptible. Thank you.
Okay, asante Tom. Mi space itaenda hata 24 hours, so usikuwe na wasiwasi. So wacha ni Ayo aendelee, then Nimrod atakupea hiyo, kama kuna swali atakupea. Tuko na time hapa, wote wataongea. Ayo, proceed. Ayo, unanipata?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, we
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Tomboy umenifurahisha. Tomboy umesema tena I always speak sense.
Very much.
Mnanipiganga debe ya ziko kwa hizi spaces, hata sifai. Anyway, I hope bado mnanisikiza, eh?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the space. And my submission, though, I've heard what each and every one of you has said, but I have a few points to put across. And before I even put up my points, I have a feeling, and please, I even tweeted this. I have a feeling, a huge feeling, that we might be headed towards a contested poll in 2027. With Ruto being who he is, we know him, and right now we know the mood of the country. Probably 75%, if not 80%, of Kenyans are dissatisfied. Probably 90% are dissatisfied with his regime, his, you know,
Ayo, umepotea?
tena.
Okay.
You guys can't still hear me?
You can proceed. We can hear you. Yeah.
So you guys have heard everything that I've said. If not, niambie tu ni restart hii simu, nirudi tena. Si mind.
We restart turudi hapa juu. Sisi tunataka watu wamejam kufika juu. Hiyo morali isianguke.
Sawa, acha ni restart simu nirudi basi.
Okay, wacha
Muendelee.
we tutakuleta hapa juu bado. Uko na nafasi. Wacha tupe Nimrod aendelee, then tutapea Farah.
Thanks Oti. This is to Tomboya. Tomboya, I heard your submission, and you're very right, and you're very correct. I totally agree with you, 110%. But I will tell you this: the problem with us Kenyans, in particular, and the majority of African people, we've always find an excuse to blame somebody else or some other entity or something else, instead of taking our own responsibility. You understand? And this is the same thing. So when we say wewe ukikuja hapa kusema ati tusikasgete ati Ruto nini? No. In fact, he's the problem, because he's the one who has put us in this predicament because of him listening to the foreign entities. And the problem is here. Wazungu, they're the most corrupt race of human beings in this planet, but they're corrupt to their best own interest. Now come to the Kenyan people. So when you keep on telling us about not blaming some people or individuals, no, because and then you went back and regurgitated your own submission into mentioning Traore. And I wanted to bring you to even closer to home, Magufuli. You know, Magufuli was taken out. Magufuli didn't die on natural causes over the corona period. And you go back to Gaddafi, Sankara, and this Lumumba. You understand? So we have to protect the people who come up. And that is the problem we have as a people. We always shift blame instead of us taking our own responsibility, like what we're doing right now here. KOT has done, Americs, what people have started taking responsibility. They've realized, no, if we don't take responsibility, this is what is going to happen. So the foreign powers, they're playing their part. We can I've stopped blaming these fuckers. Excuse my French. I'm not going to sit here and lament about these people. They're good at it. But what we have failed is to master the art of circumventing their logic and the way they operate. And that's the perfect example is look at the Chinese. They mastered that art after the Second World War and went to a drawing board. Look at where they are today. Look at where they are today. And this is the problem. It's a perfect example. Everything is out there for us to actually see, learn, and incorporate with our own values to better our own society. We fail so badly because we always find excuse to blame somebody else or some entity or some excuse. No, we have to start pointing fingers at ourselves, and we starting with our leaders, because we elected those leaders to represent the Kenyan people and the interests of the Kenyan people. That is my submission. Thanks a lot for the time.
Tom.
Yes, thank you. Let me say this. The person who've just spoken, I also agree with him 100%. There are different approaches you can give this thing. For a fact, we blame both the foreign power and we blame ourselves. The worst of it is that even if we will succeed to get a person of integrity, a person who is not greedy, and the foreign powers decide to fight back, they normally use media to tarnish the name of the existing head of state that they are against, so that the same people who elected that person turns against such a person in street protests. So at the end of the day, I believe, as he has said, we also have the huge role to play. We have the huge role to play. As I say that we drain the swamp, I believe that we need to continue. I'm sorry.
Tom.
Hello, let me just finish. I got some call. So I am saying, at the end of the day, the citizens, the Kenyan people has had a huge role to play, but that does not take away the fact that there is foreign interference and it's the root cause. So it is possible we can reclaim our sovereignty just as Russia has done it, just as China has done it. It is possible. Let me just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, let us give Farah to proceed.
Thank you, Paul. Unanisikia?
Kusikia?
Shukran. Inachosha kuongea ukweli, but yesterday I spoke on the Americ space, and one thing I realized from the kind of conversations I had with people afterwards is we have a lot of scarcity mindset in this country, whereby tunaona kama hatuwezi tukajitosheleza, where we feel as though our resources are not enough for us as individuals. That's why I think it's even very easy for the political class to manipulate us and make us feel as though we need foreign investment. Haingia akili kabisa, because making people understand that you can make money through farming, ukifuga mbuzi, ngamia, ulime, and you can actually make good money from it and be independent and have freedom, is something that a lot of us have been alienated from. Na kwangu sijui kwa nini a lot of us are not doing it, because we really need to take charge of our food production. Anyways, I have a very simple submission. Unajua tunaweza tukalalamika hapo wote. Everybody who gets the mic complains, says, oh, we can do hii shida iko hapa kwa wewe. But what is for instance, what is Adani offering? They're offering 30% of 2 billion to manage, renovate, and expand the airport. 30%. That is around 78 billion Kenya shillings. We are 50 million Kenyans. Kwa ule, if we do simple math, kwa ule, the simplest mind amongst us, hii 78 billion, kila Mkenya akigawiwa, tunafaa kulipa shilingi 1560 as a populace for us to take charge of our airports. But kwa sababu hii haiwezekani, sisi wote we are not the same. Mungu ametuumba vile vidole yako tu iko ndo, we are all different. So let's say we cannot come to a consensus of all of us getting 1560 shillings. We can form a consortium whereby everybody buys shares into the airport or whatever the development might be. Because if we take charge of the airport, Adani they are projected to make 1.2 billion in 10 years. And we get 76 I think out of it. Mbona sisi wenyewe, why don't we put our money there? If kama pesa yetu inaweza, kama pesa ya Adani inaweza kazaana hivyo, yetu pia inaweza kazaana. Because I don't mind kuacha kufanya vitu zingine niweke pesa hapo. And the moment we realize that our country is enough for us and we are responsible for its development and we actually have the capacity. The national anthem says tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Kila mmoja wetu anapambana hali yake kivyake. But tukiungana mikono, I can guarantee you that airport is the least of our worries. Because anytime they try to privatize anything else, we will invest in it ourselves. We don't need people. Kibaki alituuliza swali rahisi. Mnatarajia nani akuja wajengee nchi yenu? Nani atoke wapi? You know, there's a Somali poem by a doctor. He's called Yahya Yebash. He says, Dulka degal ke haiga. My land, my home, and that is which is mine. Walau kashin that sanbuho. Hata ikiwa imejaa takataka. Hoganku into dalchirai. Kabiyalad walau dir Saudi. Where the leadership have forgotten their responsibilities and are meddling in tribal politics. It is my responsibility to clean and take ownership of my motherland. I don't need a Dani. Hiyo shilingi 100 uko nayo. Hile 10,000 yule mwingine ako nayo. Let us pool our resources together. Why do you need to go on holiday when you cannot even fly out of your own airport? Where is the 1% that the passengers have been charged since 2012? I'm not sure about the numbers, but from what Senator Onyonka said, it's around 42 billion Kenya shillings. From 42, Adani wameongeza, I think it's 36 billion. That is 78. If we already have a head start of 42, let's even forget about the 42. The 30% of 2 billion inatushinda aje? Because we will still leverage the airport as they want to leverage it. But now it will be ours. And nobody else. Let me tell you one thing. Once you understand and know that you can own the institutions in your motherland and that they work for you, hakuna yule mama mboga akijua ile ndege ikitoka pale kuna sumuni 2 inaingia kwa akaunti yangu mwisho ya mwaka, she will never go back to the politics ya mtu wetu, politics ya sijui ya nitafanya nitatenga, because you know that we know as a people now this motherland ni yetu and we have the capability to not only resource pull but to develop it and see it flourish into kwani look at the people in Dubai. 40 years ago Dubai was a desolate desert. Mnaelewa? It's the people of Dubai who built Dubai. Then who are the people of Kenya? Who is supposed to build Kenya? Unajua, we can all complain, but the reality is the tire must meet the road. We need to put our money and our actions where our mouths are. Haruitishi mbinguni. Invest wherever you can. Unaona vile we are supporting Morara, vile sometimes we support kina Marvin Mabonga. That is all is needed from us. Penda nchi yako kidogo tu. Just love it more than you love that sausage ama smoky pasua for a day. And let's see what we can achieve. Thank you.
Asante Farah, wacha tupe Akenyo, then tutakuja kwa Ayo, wacha tupe Jenda YY wa contribute, then we pia ukuje.
Okay, thanks wale ambao wameongea before me, starting with Tom, Farah. I have a few things that I'd like to share. Kwanza nataka kuagree na kile ambacho Farah amesema. KRA, kuna time ambayo Kenyans used to hate kulipa ushuru. Lakini wakati ambao Mwai Kibaki aliingia, Kibaki akaanza kuambia watu, kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. So, Kenyans wakaanza kujivunia kujitegemea. Ati we will be self-sufficient. Taxes zetu, ile pesa ambayo unataxiwa, Kenyans walikuwa wanajua. And this, my mom alikuwa ananiexplainia. Because I was in primary school wakati ambapo Kibaki aliingia. So she was explaining to me the mindset shift ambayo ili happen. Akaniambia at that time, because walikuwa wamezoea complain because ya time ya Moi, pesa inapotea nini. But when Kibaki started making sure that that money is actually working for Kenyans, watu wakaanza kujivunia kulipa ushuru. And so something that we need to understand, Farah hapa anasema we don't love our nation enough. But I think Kenyans, we love our nation. Sisi watu wa kawaida tunapenda nchi yetu, and that's why we're feeling pain tukiona what is happening right now. But our political class wamezoea kukula. As a tax money ukilipa, it is supposed to circulate within the country. Ile shilingi yako umetoa 60 cents ilipe polisi pale, 20 cents ilipe nurse pale, senti zingine zilipe engineer ajenge barabara. But right now tunatoa hiyo taxes yote inabebwa, wanapeleka nje. Wanaenda kustash kwa accounts sijui Switzerland, sijui UK, sijui wapi. So we don't even have money circulating in our country. Wanatoa yote wanapeleka nje. So it's not that we don't love our country, it's that hata ile ushuru tukitoa, it's not doing what it is supposed to do. Tunaendelea kudhoofika kabisa. Eti yani mwalimu saa hizi pension yake hana. Mwalimu saa hizi, walimu wengine, my mom being one of them, savings, they saved money. Sako ikabeba pesa. Sasa they don't have anything. And you've worked for 30 years, you've worked for 20 something years, you don't have anything right now. And yet you've worked for this country. So the first thing that tunafaa kujua ni hivi. Our tax money, ikienda hivo, no wonder tunadhoofika hapa. It's not working for us as Kenyans. Na sasa kurudi uambie Mkenya atoe 35 shillings. Hiyo 35 shillings alikuwa ameipangia. Sukuma ya 10 bob, nyanya moja, kitunguu moja, hana. Most Kenyans saizi wamedhoofika kabisa. So it's not that we don't love our motherland, Farah. It's that hata ile pesa mtu angetenga, angeweka kando, waseme okay, hiyo project I'll fund with this money. Watu hawana. Because we have been deliberately impoverished by this government. And they are doing that deliberately. It is not by accident. Wanafanya hivyo kwa kusudi, wanajua kile ambacho wanafanya. Now, but I agree with what Farah amesema. We need to love our country and we need to start funding our own. Shida ni kule ambako hiyo pesa tutaitoa wapi? That's the first thing. But for those who can, saizi kama you have, please think of his idea. It's a very good idea because we need to re-own our sovereignty as a nation. Hiyo ni point yangu ya kwanza. Point yangu ya pili, jana kulikuwa na space hapa. This guy called 6000s. Akasema, we need to demonize Ruto. Yani tufanye Ruto akae mtu mbaya kabisa. Eti akienda mahali Kenya aongee watu wanampiga tu. And akaanza kusema we need to say he's a devil worshipper. Yani alitoa point kama hiyo. But here is something that I have been trying to talk about. Kuna space kadhaa mention. I have mentioned something. And I think Kenyans, wale ambao wamenisikia nikiongea, they think mimi ni mwenda wazimu. They think I'm nuts. I am not crazy. I've been saying this. William Ruto alienda America and he made a deal with freaking demons. Na watu wanaona kama mimi ni mwenda wazimu. And this is what I mean. There is kuna hapa X, kuna mtu anaitwa Dom Lucre, DOMLUCRE. Kuna post aliweka on May 28th this year at 9:57 p.m. na nitawasomea. Ameandika hivi: breaking. Alexander Soros, okay? His girlfriend Huma Abedin, Hillary and Bill Clinton are at the White House for a US-Kenyan celebration. It is a packed house with even Joe Biden and Kamala Harris present. These figures haven't been in the same room together in years. Yani, Alex Soros, huyo ni mtu, okay? Girlfriend yake, mwanamke anaitwa Huma Abedin. Uongeze Hillary Clinton na uongeze Bill Clinton, wako White House for a celebration ambayo inashikanisha Kenya and the United States. Na anasema, yani kumejaa mpaka Joe Biden na Kamala Harris wako huko. Anasema these people hawajakuwa in the same room together in years. Okay? If you go kwa hiyo post yake na KOT, I have shared it with you. Nimekumention kwa hiyo post, nimeipost na nimekumention. Unaweza share hapa. Mkienda muangalia hizo comments. Just go and look at the comments. Please, I beg you, Kenyans. Go and look at the comments. Muone what Americans are saying about these people. Okay? Muangalie kile ambacho wa America wanasema kuhusu these people who are celebrating. And by the way, hii post ilifanywa wakati ambao William Ruto alikuwa ameenda America, na kwanza akapelekwa mpaka hiyo White House ambayo wanasema ni White House, akakalishwa kwa kiti cha so-called President of America, and I can assure you it is not the real White House. It is a fake White House, okay? I have been telling this to Kenyans and people think I'm crazy. William Ruto ameenda akashikana na criminals. Literally. And if you look at those comments, hata wale watoto wa Endarasha ambao hatujui wako wapi, it will make sense, okay? And the reason I keep sharing this is that everything that Ruto is doing in this country, yale mambo yote maovu ambao wanafanya, including kutuletea hizo bills, wanaleta sijui livestock, sijui fertilizer, sijui seeds, sijui mung beans, sijui hizo vitu zote, those things are not isolated. All those things lead to what William Ruto made deals with. Mkifanya research yenu, it all comes down to one thing. We are going to lose our sovereignty to these criminals of America. Na ndio maana hata finance bill, the IMF, na sijui World Bank, walikuwa wanaambia William Ruto, just ignore Kenyans. Hata wakienda protests, just ignore them. Why? Because the more tunapatiwa hizo loan, government inakula pesa, hiyo pesa hata haitusaidii. Tunaendelea tu kudhoofika, hamwezi lipa loan. They find an excuse to take your sovereignty. And by that means, wataingia Kenya yetu, they will own our country. And how do they do that? Vita, by war. Ulisikia juzi Meg Hitman, mimi namwitanga Hitman. Meg Hitman akisema ati they are issuing a terrorist sijui alert. Wao ndo wanafanyanga hivyo. It is the CIA that is sent to do such things. Mliona William Ruto ameenda akatuingiza NATO. NATO, the only things those people do is kill human beings. Ndivyo kwanza wakiingia nchi yenu, kwanza wanaingia kule ambako kuna minerals. Walifanya hivyo Iraq. Okay? They fabricated 911, 9/11. Okay? September 11 attacks were fabricated. Yes, the people died, yes, lakini hakukuwa na ndege hapo. Those were bombs that were implanted by the American government in their own country. Kisha wakaekelea Iraq so that the American people wangekubali military ya America ingie Iraq. Walikuwa wameenda kufanya nini? They went to steal gold and oil. Sudan, huku kwetu, okay, 7th of August 1998, bomb attack ambayo ili happen huku kwetu. It was orchestrated by the CIA. Kisha wakaekelea Sudan, wakasema Sudan had a hand in it. They did not, hata hawako wanajua nini kinaendelea. Wakasema Sudan had a hand in it. Sudan wakasema hapana, sisi hata hatujui nini kilikuwa kinaendelea huko. Do you know what America did? They started bombing Sudan until Sudan surrendered. Kwa nini? So that they can steal oil. Leo hii Sudan, South Sudan bado watu wanatoroka. 9 million people are displaced. Why? Because these people just want to come in and steal whatever they can. And let me tell you right now, saa hizi hawa watu wamesukumwa kwa kona. They know Trump akiingia 2025, he will come for them. Sasa mimi, I am very scared because mimi naona like William Ruto gave them refuge here in Kenya. Na ndio maana hata even Adani sio ati okay, yes, Adani the person ni Mhindi, yes. But who funds those people? BlackRock. BlackRock are inherently integrated with these criminals ambao nawaambia muende muangalie. They are integrated na wao kabisa. BlackRock, Vanguard, there are certain companies who work with these people and they're all criminals. And they don't care. Watawaua. Say what children are missing. Where are those kids? Government imenyamaza hapo. Kuna wazazi ambao wanasema mimi mtoto wangu alipiga simu, alikuwa ameshatoka kwa hiyo moto, lakini sijui yako wapi. Where are those children? Please, Kenyans, we are going to lose our sovereignty like this. Kama tu tumenyamaza tukifikiria ni William Ruto peke yake. The reason Ruto must go is because ameenda ametuuza kwa watu mashetani kabisa. And it's not just him, by the way. Sasa sisi, we don't even give a shit kama watamuua, hatujali. What we want is our sovereignty back. And the first thing ni ku make sure hizo odious debt wanashinda wakisema sijui debt. Those are odious. Hatulipi hata shilingi. Ni kufanywa audit. Zile pesa ambazo zilitusaidia as Kenyans, the money that went to certain projects in Kenya, isemekane ni ngapi. Tulipe hiyo. Lakini hizi pesa zingine ambazo hatujui zilienda wapi, wale ambao walikula watoe. Simple and clear. We are not paying those debts. Number one. Number two, history ya kuambiwa ati we will lose our sovereignty, hakuna, tukatae. Tuseme we are a sovereign nation. Na tusimame na nchi yetu kabisa. And by that I mean, even William Ruto right now, we should start telling the world that this person is no longer our president. This person swore to fight for our nation. He swore to defend our constitution. Kisha ameingia pale, ameanza kufanya vitu zake, things that are completely contrary to our constitution. And that means he has committed treason against the sovereign people of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, he no longer represents us. Akienda huko nje, anybody ambaye atampatia sijui deal, sijui loan, sijui pesa, ajue watakuja kumitisha yeye peke yake. Sisi Kenyans, we are not implicated in what William Ruto is doing. Na ni tukue serious. Na ni tusimame hata hapa online. Tuwaandikie. Akisema sijui anaenda China, sijui anaenda wapi, mnaandika barua. Mara that. Inaingia social media. Kuna mtu, I think ni Wanyama, jana alisema, on Twitter we have what we call power of amplification. Ku-amplify kitu. Tushikane sisi wote. We be united. The same way we were, hiyo time ya finance bill protests, Kenyans walikuwa very united. Tukue united tena. Huyo mtu tumkashifu locally and internationally. Watu wajue Kenyans wamemkataa. Na Kenyans wamesimama kidete na wamesema this person does not represent us and everything he's doing is contrary to what we as the Kenyan people want. And therefore, if you enter into a deal with him, mnaingia in a deal with yeye peke yake, yeye na familia yake na watoto wake na grandchildren wake. The rest of us Kenyans are not responsible for what this madman does. One more thing I'm going to add. Ni hii story ya watu kusimama kusema tunaenda maandamano. That is very, very good. But the problem ambayo I think watu wengi hawaelewi ni that most Kenyans don't even really understand kwa nini mnapiga William Ruto hivyo. Na kuna mtu amesema hapa na amesema vizuri sana, amesema we are not fighting Ruto just because Ruto ni mbaya, and that is true. We are fighting Ruto because Ruto has refused to defend our nation. And this is the reason that nashinda nikilialia na stories za sijui Sudan, sijui Iraq, sijui wapi. Because the problems that Ruto anatuletea ni vitu ambavyo ameendea nje. So this guy called, sijui ni nani, kuna mtu ameongea hapa, akasema ati we should blame our, tunafaa to blame leaders wetu. That is true. That is very, very true. And pia sisi we have a responsibility to look at ourselves and ask ourselves, how are we contributing to the problem? Lakini ili wa Kenya why is Ruto so dangerous that we have to get him out before 2027? Why is he so dangerous? Yani hata hamwezi ngoja elections. I think when we make Kenyans understand what kind of people William Ruto ameenda anatry kuleta Kenya, when we help Kenyans understand that, tukiwa very serious, then I think Kenyans watasimama wote. And therefore I think hata mkienda huko nje mfanye civil education, please make sure you are also educating Kenyans on the kind of problems that Ruto analeta because of the kind of people alienda ku make deals na wao. Because Kenyans need to understand that. Otherwise, tutashinda tukirukaruka tuseme corruption. Yes, kuna corruption within the country. But the reason the problems are escalating, because I'm very, very sure you people have noticed the problems are escalating, ni kwa sababu ameenda kuleta, yani the worst criminals on the planet ndo analeta huku. And they have an agenda, and the agenda is not good for us. Ni hayo tu.
Asante Akenjol, wacha Ayo aendelee basi.
Unaweza nisikia vizuri sasa? Kindly just
Uko
confirm.
sawa kabisa. Uko sawa.
Thank you very much. Earlier nilikuwa nasema according to how things are going and Ruto being Ruto, the Ruto we know, I think us trying to eject him from office in 2027 is gonna create a few tough ashes here and there, na tutaface a few nini inaitwaje, mvutano hapa na pale, and I'm sure we might end up going towards the PV way that we once went through. That said, I believe corruption has been a long critical issue in our Kenyan politics, and Ruto's administration has not been immune to these challenges. And allegations of corruptions have emerged in various forms, from mismanagement of public funds to fraudulent procurement practices. And one notable scandal is the alleged misuse of funds allocated for the Big Four agenda projects that nobody even talked about and ever talks about, which includes housing, manufacturing, universal healthcare, and unajua hata hiyo story yake affordable housing. And I feel that substantial amounts of money were, marked for these projects, and they have been, misappropriated or diverted, and raising serious concerns about, the integrity of the administration. For instance, ukiangalia investigations into the procurement processes for these projects, they may reveal irregularities and lack of transparency, and fueling accusations of corruption and mismanagement. So, on the other hand, the recent finance bill that we all know about, it may exaggerate public discontent, and it may lead to widespread protest across the country, and we experienced that, and some of us were killed, our brothers and sisters died on the streets. We see we managed to see other the Githurai killings amidst these protests and so on and so forth. Na hiyo bill when ili propose significant tax hikes and other financial reforms, it has been met with, you know, intense resistance from, you know, various segments of the Kenyan society. Na Kenyans wali argue that, you know, the bill may place an undue burden on ordinary citizens, while, you know, also failing to address the systematic issues of corruption and inefficiency within the government. Na hiyo violence that ili ensue from hizo protest ili lead to clashes between, you know, the law and the law enforcers na sisi kama wananchi, and most of the deaths have not been, you know, accounted for, and even this family that ended up facing casualties na wengine wao kukufa, hawajashughulikiwa venye wanafaa kushughulikiwa. Nobody talks about it, not even the media talks about it anymore. Nobody is following up, and hatujui, for example, akina Bisley Kogi, akina Rex Masai, nobody ever speaks to the parents anymore. Nobody ever even bothers to even follow up how are the families doing and so on and so forth. Na hii administration, hii administration ya Ruto, response yake to this protest has been, you know, criticized to its heavy handedness and, you know, lack of sensitivity to the public grievances. And, you know, we've also seen reports of excessive use of force by security personnel and police, and how they targeted the protesters and protest leaders. Wali manage to raise concerns about human rights. Those inaitwangaje hizo human rights activists wali manage to raise hizo concern, but who listens to them anymore? Nobody. So the government's handling of these protests has further eroded trust in, you know, in this regime and leadership, and he may raise questions mingi sana about his commitment to addressing the underlying issues of corruption and economic inequality. When alisema tulimuita kwa space, you even our host KOT alimquestion, he had no answers. Alienda tu about up and about akipiga makona kona, no answers. Akina the government spokesperson alisema nini? Aid wake mwenye mtu wake wa PR alikuja kwa space. All he could do is just to argue with people, not even give solutions. So that tells you how this system is so messed up. This system should be abolished. It just shows you how crooks, the amount of crooks we have in the system. And in addition to these specific scandals and issues, you know, the broader context of Ruto's presidency has been, you know, marked by a series of controversies that undermine his credibility to some extent. And the alleged involvement of his close associates in various corruption scandals, it may contribute to a perception of systematic corruption within his administration. For example, the allegations of kickbacks and bribery involving key government contacts, you know, zimekuwa zikisurface na implicate several high-ranking officials in his government, right? Now, the call for his resignation is not merely a reaction to individual scandals, but also reflects a broader demand for accountability and reforms. Na tunataka government reforms, tunataka policy reforms in the country, and that combination of corruption, mishandling of public protest, and, you know, and a lack of effective governance, it may erode public confidence in his ability to lead, and that doesn't negate the fact that the ongoing crisis, it may highlight the need for a more transparent and accountable administration that can effectively address the pressing issues facing Kenyans. Because Kenyans, we really have big issues. We have big issues that needs to be addressed. Niki conclude, na kusema the reason behind the reason why we don't need to vote this guy, or not even think about, we need to fight his voting in for the second term vibaya sana, is because hizo allegations zote of corruption, mishandling of protest, and hizo government failures na hizo scandals. Unajua ile time ya Uhunye tulikuwa tunapata the NYS scandal nini, saizi kuna scandals but they are not being unearthed. Ni Wakenya ile time whistleblowers nini, media ndio ilikuwa inafanya kazi. Saizi ni whistleblowers ndio wanafanya kazi. Because tell me why we are, people like Akina Morara and the rest, right now they're the ones who are coming up with these issues and, blowing them up because they're the only whistleblowers we have. All the human rights activists says wako silenced. Where is Boniface Mwangi? Who's talking about Boniface Mwangi anymore? The guys who used to whistleblow about the corruption scandals and so on and so forth, where are they right now? So does that mean that this is the future of our country? So I just want to challenge you guys, even as we go towards 2027, and I'll keep on talking about 2027 because we keep on speaking about the constitution, and the constitution is not being followed by the leaders themselves. Nani Sisi, as the citizens, now the common mwananchi, that we have to ensure that we be accountable to the constitution and we make sure that the constitution is followed, because those leaders won't follow the constitution. They've butchered it to totality since day one that they stepped into office. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that right now it is us and and God, and the only thing we can do is to register as mass registration of voters, mass civic education to mashinani and even upper kwa streets and upper in urban centers, so that guys know that it's the time is ripe and enough is enough. And this is also a call to young leaders. My youth, if you want to be a leader, come up. We already know our challenges. Nobody else can come from nowhere to tell us our challenges. We already understand our challenges. So let's step up and come up and go grab those seats and be accountable to whatever we need to be accountable to, if that makes sense. I hope I make sense anyway. So thanks for giving me the time.
Asante Ayo, wacha tupe Gloria. Gloria amekuwa hapa for long, wacha aseme yake leo. Gloria. Gloria, kama Gloria yuko, wacha mzalenda aendelee.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay,
crafty. Largely, the people who are not circumcised, then they are not able to offer good governance. And also that such people are just making noise. Raila has been on a side whereby he has been anti-government, and he carries the plights of majority Kenyans who are always feeling that things are not going on well. It did not necessarily mean that Raila meant good for those people. That is after we've observed how he has been behaving. But for a fact, things are not good. As we are saying, Ruto must go. What is the main problem? Ruto is not the problem. This thing started by a particular group of people created in this earth, realized that there are some part of this world that there is real life. There is arable land. There is good climatic conditions for survival. There are good minerals and resources. Therefore, we need to occupy that land and get that land to be ours for us to survive, and also to service our grid. It happened by what we call the intent to colonize such part of the world that was offering the real life. It happened, and later on, there was an uprising against them, and they decided, okay, you want this thing, we are going to give you, and we will call it, you are now independent. After that, they were just on a halftime re-strategizing on how they are coming back to win the match in the second half. They came in different ways, putting people as their puppets in government and still controlling those countries through the back door. This is what we call foreign interference. I'm giving an example. Kwa nini watu wengi sana sana who currently, and I believe largely, were always feeling comfortable that the government was doing well? Kwa nini sahi watu wengi kama hao wanapiga kelele? Ruto spoke the voice of the people and he put it clearly that for the first time in history, masikini atatajirika na maskini atakuwa na maisha tofauti na ile amekuwa nayo kwa miaka na mikaka. So Ruto was coming in as tomboya who has never been in power, who has never been corrupt, lying to people, and people trying to believe that that is the real situation. When he got into power, and for me, if you ask me, there is natural greed that is in Ruto, but in his mind, just as many other people, he meant well and probably he wanted to do good. Little did he know that there is always how things must just be done. You get to power, we come for you and we tell you this is how we want you to do this. The people who did this are the foreign elites who are controlling African governments. They told him, this is exactly what you have to do. If you are not going to do this, first you are going to do, and we will pay you. We will make sure that your stomach is full, that your bank account is full. But if you are not going to do it, remember, by the way, it is us who allowed you to be here. So we will do to you what we want. That includes, and has been evident in these African countries, it includes giving you the room to continue doing what you are doing while we prepare betrayers who will betray you and can also kill you at our will. So because Ruto is someone who also has a lot of shortcomings, he chose to serve his greed and to protect his power. Then starting to serve the interest of the West as has always been. Do we want to say that now that we are complaining, there is something that Ruto is doing that is unique to this country that has never been done by any other past regime? The answer is no. Extrajudicial killings, it has always been here for years. It has been happening. Corruption, it has always been here. Selling, leasing, or selling or leasing of public institutions has always been here. It is true that in Uhuru's government, the Kenya Airports Authority was partly leased to some Mediterranean shipping company. The Kenya Pipeline Company has been linked to some partnership with Chinese firms and Lebanese firms. Kenya Airways, during his tenure as well, was linked to Air France. So if we can say that Adani is one of the things that is making us to uprise so much against Ruto's government, these things has always been there. Right now, I heard someone talk about Morara. If at all someone like Morara or any other person who is currently speaking the language of the majority oppressed can get to power, then the question is just one. Is this person greedy enough? Is this person compromised enough? Do they have any court cases? And is this person fearful or fearless enough? Then if that is confirmed, then it doesn't matter whoever becomes the president. You will be put into a box and you will be told this is what has to be done. What am I speaking to? Foreign policies have always been intentionally implemented in our parliaments to make sure that the foreign countries or the elites from the West come in to our governance system to make sure that they strategically and slowly regain their full power over our country and our resources. Inaenda tu polepole, na saa hii pia mtagundua most of people from the West, they own large tracts of land in this country. Slave trade is alive and well. Right now, you are being told in your millions, in your thousands, and then mfanye kazi nchi za nje. What happens when you go to work in to a foreign country? Number one, you do not have direct control of your land. And most of the youth that are going out there, wengi hawana shamba. You are being disconnected with potential people who understand your culture, who you can get married to for continuity of your generation. Your mind is fixed on a job and looking for money. While you are there, probably your land back in the country is being sold to other foreign people. So as I conclude, our main problem is not necessarily individual Kenyan that you can point out. Our main problem is foreign interference. How can we deal with it? Largely the problem that I blame our people, and it's also orchestrated still by the foreign countries, is a culture of bad behavior. To an extent that we've always normalized bad behavior. But what will get us out of this is being intentionally moral, being intentionally a person of integrity and a disciplined person. But how can I describe the best candidate for Kenya as a president that will liberate, that will give us full liberation? It is true that everybody is always fearful. One can be courageous, but we need someone who is fearless. Fearless means you understand that there is danger, but either way, you are facing that danger head on. We need someone who is disciplined and moral. Only those three definitions: fearless, disciplined, and of high moral standards. Then, when you get there, you decide that even if it is going to cost your life, you are going to do it. Kick out all foreign powers from our country and give sovereignty to your people. Be a person of service to the people and not your own interest. Getting this person is not easy, but it is true that it is happening in other countries. I will still give one example of one, Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso. What do we aim at the end of the day? Kicking out these foreign people does not mean that we do not embrace them and live with them, but it means that we only demand for fair trade. We have our rules. If you want to purchase anything from us, it is based on common understanding, and it is us deciding the terms of engagement based on a willing buyer versus a willing seller. Finally, we must be intentional and not be ready to just fight everyone let us embrace people who we initially perceived to be our enemy, as long as they are speaking the same voice with us. And even as we do that, I believe that we must focus to drain the swamp. When Ruto is going home, let him go home with everybody that has ever got the breath of bad governance. If you've ever been in any government before, we need to intentionally make sure that you don't see the light of the day past 2027. Na iacha tu hapo kwa sababu I could put it in very many different ways, but I request that if Western can get a chance, maybe he will help me to speak about the issue of integrity and the need for moral standards in our leadership. Asanteni sana.
Tom, asante. Before nikaribisha hiyo, kuna kitu Nimrod ni kama nataka kukuambia, so usiende mbali, usidrop. Maybe ni a question anataka kupose, so you will help us on that. So wacha tupea hiyo, then uta proceed Nimrod. Ayo, continue.
Hello, kidogo tu. Paul, let me say this.
Yes, Tom.
Let me say this. If at all there is someone who wanted to ask a question or respond to whatever I had said, I suggest you give them the opportunity first, because I know Ayo always speaks a lot of sense and he will also go for a long time like me. I also suggest that you give Archangel also an opportunity to speak in the line of what I was speaking to, just in relation to foreign power and the root cause of the problems that we are facing, so that we don't continue being delusional as we blame our leaders, but we be intentional to vet them and make sure we vote in people of integrity, people who are incorruptible. Thank you.
Okay, asante Tom. Mi space itaenda hata 24 hours, so usikuwe na wasiwasi. So wacha ni Ayo aendelee, then Nimrod atakupea hiyo, kama kuna swali atakupea. Tuko na time hapa, wote wataongea. Ayo, proceed. Ayo, unanipata?
Can you guys hear me?
Okay, we
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Tomboy umenifurahisha. Tomboy umesema tena I always speak sense.
Very much.
Mnanipiganga debe ya ziko kwa hizi spaces, hata sifai. Anyway, I hope bado mnanisikiza, yeah?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the space. And my submission, though, I've heard what each and every one of you has said. But I have a few points to put across. And before I even put up my points, I have a feeling, and please, I even tweeted this, I have a feeling, a huge feeling, that we might be headed towards a contested poll in 2027. With Ruto being who he is, we know him, and right now we know the mood of the country. Probably 75%, if not 80%, of Kenyans are dissatisfied. Probably 90% are dissatisfied with his regime, his, you know,
Ayo, umepotea?
tena.
Okay.
You guys can't still hear me?
You can proceed. We can hear you. Yeah.
So you guys have heard everything that I've said. If not, niambie tu ni restart hii simu, nirudi tena. Si mind.
We restart turudi hapa juu. Sisi tunataka watu wamejam kufika juu. Hiyo morali isianguke.
Sawa, acha ni restart simu nirudi basi.
Okay, wacha
muendelee.
tupe. Okay, we tutakuleta hapa juu bado. Uko na nafasi. Wacha tupe Nimrod aendelee, then tutapea Farah.
Thanks Oti. This is to Tomboya. Tomboya, I heard your submission, and you're very right, and you're very correct. I totally agree with you, 110%. But I will tell you this: the problem with us Kenyans, in particular, and the majority of African people, we've always find an excuse to blame somebody else or some other entity or something else, instead of taking our own responsibility. You understand? And this is the same thing. So when we say wewe ukikuja hapa kusema ati tusikasgete ati Ruto nini, no. In fact, he's the problem, because he's the one who has put us in this predicament because of him listening to the foreign entities. And the problem is here. Wazungu, they're the most corrupt race of human beings in this planet, but they are corrupt to their best own interest. Now come to the African, come to the Kenyan people. So when you keep on telling us about not blaming some people or individuals, no, because and then you went back and regurgitated your own submission into mentioning Traore. And I wanted to bring you to even closer to home, Magufuli. You know, Magufuli was taken out. Magufuli didn't die of natural causes over the corona period. And you go back to Gaddafi, Sankara, and this Lumumba. You understand? So we have to protect the people who come up. And that is the problem we have as a people. We always shift blame instead of us taking our own responsibility, like what we're doing right now here. KOT has done, Americs, water. People have started taking responsibility. They've realized, no, if you don't take responsibility, yeah, this is what is going to happen. So the foreign powers, they're playing their part. We can I've stopped blaming these fuckers. Excuse my French. I'm not gonna sit here and lament about these people. They're good at it. But what we have failed is to master the art of circumventing their logic and the way they operate. And that's the perfect example is look at the Chinese. They mastered that art after the Second World War and went to a drawing board. Look at where they are today. Look at where they are today. And this is the problem. It's a perfect example. Everything is out there for us to actually see, learn, and incorporate with our own values to better our own society. We fail so badly because we always find an excuse to blame somebody else or some entity or some excuse. No, we have to start pointing fingers at ourselves, and we starting with our leaders because we elected those leaders to represent the Kenyan people and the interests of the Kenyan people. That is my submission. Thanks a lot for the time.
Tom.
Yes, thank you. Let me say this. The person who's just spoken, I also agree with him 100%. There are different approaches you can give this thing. For a fact, we blame both the foreign power and we blame ourselves. The worst of it is that even if we will succeed to get a person of integrity, a person who is not greedy, and the foreign powers decide to fight back, they normally use media to tarnish the name of the existing head of state that they are against, so that the same people who elected that person turns against such a person in street protests. So at the end of the day, I believe, as he has said, we also have the huge role to play. We have the huge role to play. As I say that we drain the swamp, as I say we drain the swamp, I believe that we need to continue. I'm sorry, Paul.
Tom,
Hello, let me just finish. Let me just finish. I got some call. So I am saying at the end of the day, the citizens, the Kenyan people has a huge role to play, but that does not take away the fact that there is foreign interference and it's the root cause. So it is possible we can reclaim our sovereignty just as Russia has done it, just as China has done it. It is possible. Let me just leave it at that. Thank you.
okay, let us give Farah to proceed.
Thank you, Paul. Unanisikia?
Kusikia?
Shukran. Inachosha kuongea ukweli, but yesterday I spoke at on the Americ space, and one thing I realized from the kind of conversations I had with people afterwards is we have a lot of scarcity mindset in this country, whereby tunaona kama hatuwezi tukajitosheleza, where we feel as though we cannot, our resources are not enough for us as individuals. That's why I think it's even very easy for the political class to manipulate us and make us feel as though we need foreign investment. Haingia akili kabisa, because making people understand that you can make money through farming, ukifuga mbuzi, ngamia, ulime, and you can actually make good money from it and be independent and have freedom, is something that a lot of us have been alienated from. Na kwangu sijui kwa nini a lot of us are not doing it, because we really need to take charge of our food production. Anyways, I have a very simple submission. Unajua tunaweza tukalalamika hapo wote. Everybody who gets the mic complains, says oh we can do, hii shida iko hapa kwa wewe. But what is for instance, what is Adani offering? They're offering 30% of 2 billion to manage, renovate and expand the airport. 30%, that is around 78 billion Kenya shillings. We are 50 million Kenyans. Kwa ule, if we do simple math, kwa ule, the simplest mind amongst us, hii 78 billion, kila Mkenya akigawiwa, tunafaa kulipa shilingi 1560 as a populace for us to take charge of our airports. But kwa sababu hii haiwezekani, sisi wote we are not the same. Mungu ametumba vile vidole yako tu iko ndo, we are all different. So let's say we cannot come to a consensus of all of us getting 1560 shillings. We can form a consortium whereby everybody buys shares into the airport or whatever the development might be. Because if we take charge of the airport, Adani they are projected to make 1.2 billion in 10 years. And we get 76 I think out of it. Mbona sisi wenyewe, why don't we put our money there? If kama pesa yetu inaweza, kama pesa ya Adani inaweza kazaana hivyo, yetu pia inaweza kazaana. Because I don't mind kuacha kufanya vitu zingine niweke pesa hapo. And the moment we realize that our country is enough for us and we are responsible for its development and we actually have the capacity. The national anthem says tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Kila mmoja wetu anapambana hali yake kivyake, but tukiungana mikono, I can guarantee you that airport is the least of our worries. Because anytime they try to privatize anything else, we will invest in it ourselves. We don't need people. Kibaki alituuliza swali rahisi, mnatarajia nani akuja wajengee nchi yenu? Nani atoke wapi? You know, there's a Somali poem by a doctor. He's called Yahya Yebash. He says, Dulka degal ke yowa haiga. My land, my home, and that is which is mine. Walau qashin that sanbuho. Hata ikiwa imejaa takataka. Hoganku into dalchirai. Kabiyalad walau dirsoodai. Where the leadership have forgotten their responsibilities and are meddling in tribal politics. It is my responsibility to clean and take ownership of my motherland. I don't need a Dani. Hiyo shilingi 100 uko nayo. Hile 10,000 yule mwingine ako nayo. Let us pool our resources together. Why do you need to go on holiday when you cannot even fly out of your own airport? Where is the 1% that the passengers have been charged since 2012? I'm not sure about the numbers, but from what Senator Onyonka said, it's around 42 billion Kenya shillings. From 42, Adani wameongeza, I think it's 36 billion. That is 78. If we already have a head start of 42, let's even forget about the 42. The 30% of 2 billion inatushinda aje? Because we will still leverage the airport as they want to leverage it. But now it will be ours. And nobody else. Let me tell you one thing. Once you understand and know that you can own the institutions in your motherland and that they work for you, hakuna yule mama mboga akijua ile ndege ikitoka pale kuna sumuni 2 inaingia kwa akaunti yangu mwisho ya mwaka, she will never go back to the politics ya mtu wetu, politics ya sijui ya nitafanya nitatenga, because you know that we know as a people now this motherland ni yetu and we have the capability to not only resource pull but to develop it and see it flourish into kwani look at the people in Dubai. 40 years ago Dubai was a desolate desert. Mnaelewa? It's the people of Dubai who built Dubai. Then who are the people of Kenya? Who is supposed to build Kenya? Unajua, we can all complain, but the reality is the tire must meet the road. We need to put our money and our actions where our mouths are. Hatuitishi mbinguni. Invest wherever you can. Unaona vile we are supporting Morara, vile sometimes we support kina Marvin Mabonga. That is all is needed from us. Penda nchi yako kidogo tu. Just love it more than you love that sausage ama smoky pasua for a day. And let's see what we can achieve. Thank you.
Asante Fara, wacha tupee Akenyo, then tutakuja kwa Ayo, wacha tupee Jenda YY wa contribute, then we pia ukuje.
Okay, thanks wale ambao wameongea before me, starting with Tom, Farah. I have a few things that I'd like to share. Kwanza nataka kuagree na kile ambacho Farah amesema. KRA, kuna time ambayo Kenyans used to hate kulipa ushuru. Lakini wakati ambao Mwai Kibaki aliingia, Kibaki akaanza kuambia watu, kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. So, Kenyans wakaanza kujivunia kujitegemea. We will be self-sufficient. Taxes zetu, ile pesa ambayo unataxiwa, Kenyans walikuwa wanajua. And this, my mom alikuwa ananiexplainia. Because I was in primary school wakati ambapo Kibaki aliingia. So she was explaining to me the mindset shift ambayo ili happen. Akaniambia at that time, because walikuwa wamezoea complain because ya time ya Moi pesa inapotea nini. But when Kibaki said making sure that that money is actually working for Kenyans. Watu wakaanza kujivunia kulipa ushuru. And so something that we need to understand, Farah hapa anasema we don't love our nation enough. But I think Kenyans, we love our nation. Sisi watu wa kawaida tunapenda nchi yetu, and that's why we're feeling pain tukiona what is happening right now. But our political class wamezoea kukula. As a tax money ukilipa, it is supposed to circulate within the country. Ile shilingi yako umetoa 60 cents ilipe polisi pale, 20 cents ilipe nurse pale, senti zingine zilipe engineer ajenge barabara. But right now tunatoa hiyo taxes yote inabebwa, wanapeleka nje. Wanaenda kustash kwa accounts sijui Switzerland, sijui UK, sijui wapi. So we don't even have money circulating in our country. Wanatoa yote wanapeleka nje. So it's not that we don't love our country, it's that hata ile ushuru tukitoa, it's not doing what it is supposed to do. Tunaendelea kudhoofika kabisa kabisa kabisa. Eti yani mwalimu saa hizi pension yake hana. Mwalimu saa hizi, walimu wengine, my mom being one of them, savings, they saved money. Sako ikabeba pesa. Sasa they don't have anything. And you've worked for 30 years, you've worked for 20 something years, you don't have anything right now. And yet you've worked for this country. So the first thing that tunafaa kujua ni hivi. Our tax money, ikienda hivo, no wonder tunadhoofika hapa. It's not working for us as Kenyans. Na sasa kurudi uambie Mkenya atoe 35 shillings. Hiyo 35 shillings alikuwa ameipangia. Sukuma ya 10 bob, nyanya moja, kitunguu moja, hana. Most Kenyans saizi wamedhoofika kabisa. So it's not that we don't love our motherland, Farah. It's that hata ile pesa mtu angetenga, angeweka kando, waseme okay, hiyo project I'll fund with this money. Watu hawana. Because we have been deliberately impoverished by this government. And they are doing that deliberately. It is not by accident. Wanafanya hivyo kwa kusudi, wanajua kile ambacho wanafanya. Now, but I agree with what Farah amesema. We need to love our country and we need to start funding our own. Shida ni kule ambako hiyo pesa tutaitoa wapi? That's the first thing. But for those who can, saizi kama you have, please think of his idea. It's a very good idea because we need to re-own our sovereignty as a nation. Hiyo ni point yangu ya kwanza. Point yangu ya pili, jana kulikuwa na space hapa. This guy called 6,000. Akasema, we need to demonize Ruto. Yani, tufanye Ruto akae mtu mbaya kabisa. Eti akienda mahali Kenya aongee, watu wanampiga tu. And akaanza kusema we need to say he's a devil worshipper. Yani alitoa point kama hiyo. But here is something that I have been trying to talk about. Kuna space kadhaa I have mentioned something. And I think Kenyans, wale ambao wamenisikia nikiongea, they think mimi ni mwenda wazimu. They think I'm nuts. I am not crazy. I've been saying this. William Ruto alienda America and he made a deal with freaking demons. Na watu wanaona kama mimi ni mwenda wazimu. And this is what I mean. There is kuna hapa X, kuna mtu anaitwa Dom Lucre, DOMLUCRE. Kuna post aliweka on May 28th this year at 9:57 p.m. na nitawasomea. Ameandika hivi, breaking. Alexander Soros, okay? His girlfriend Huma Abedin, Hillary and Bill Clinton are at the White House for a US-Kenyan celebration. It is a packed house with even Joe Biden and Kamala Harris present. These figures haven't been in the same room together in years. Yani, Alex Soros, huyo ni mtu, okay? Girlfriend yake, mwanamke anaitwa Huma Abedin. Uongeze Hillary Clinton na uongeze Bill Clinton, wako White House for a celebration ambayo inashikanisha Kenya and the United States. Na anasema, yani kumejaa mpaka Joe Biden na Kamala Harris wako huko. Anasema, these people hawajakuwa in the same room together in years. Okay? If you go kwa hiyo post yake na KOT, I have shared it with you. Nimekumention kwa hiyo post, nimeipost na nimekumention, unaweza share hapa. Mkienda muangalia hizo comments, just go and look at the comments. Please, I beg you, Kenyans, go and look at the comments. Muone what Americans are saying about these people. Okay? Muangalie kile ambacho wa America wanasema kuhusu these people who are celebrating. And by the way, hii post ilifanywa wakati ambao William Ruto alikuwa ameenda America, na kwanza akapelekwa mpaka hiyo White House ambayo wanasema ni White House, akakalishwa kwa kiti cha so-called President of America, and I can assure you it is not the real White House, it is a fake White House, okay? I have been telling this to Kenyans and people think I'm crazy. William Ruto ameenda akashikana na criminals, literally. And if you look at those comments, hata wale watoto wa Endarasha ambao hatujui wako wapi, it will make sense, okay? And the reason I keep sharing this is that everything that Ruto is doing in this country, yale mambo yote maovu ambao wanafanya, including kutuletea hizo bills wanaleta, sijui livestock, sijui fertilizer, sijui seeds, sijui mung beans, sijui hizo vitu zote, those things are not isolated. All those things lead to what William Ruto made deals with. Mkifanya research yenu, it all comes down to one thing. We are going to lose our sovereignty to these criminals of America. Na ndio maana hata finance bill, the IMF na sijui World Bank walikuwa wanaambia William Ruto, just ignore Kenyans. Hata wakienda protests, just ignore them. Why? Because the more tunapatiwa hizo loan, government inakula pesa, hiyo pesa hata haitusaidii. Tunaendelea tu kudhoofika, hamwezi lipa loan. They find an excuse to take your sovereignty. And by that means, wataingia Kenya yetu, they will own our country. And how do they do that? Vita, by war. Ulisikia juzi Meg Hitman, mimi namwitanga Hitman, Meg Hitman akisema ati they are issuing a terrorist sijui alert. Wao ndo wanafanyanga hivyo. It is the CIA that is sent to do such things. Mliona William Ruto ameenda akatuingiza NATO. NATO, the only things those people do is kill human beings. Ndivyo kwanza wakiingia nchi yenu, kwanza wanaingia kule ambako kuna minerals. Walifanya hivyo Iraq. Okay, they fabricated 911, 9/11. Okay, September 11 attacks were fabricated. Yes, the people died, yes, lakini hakukuwa na ndege hapo. Those were bombs that were implanted by the American government in their own country. Kisha wakaekelea Iraq so that the American people wangekubali military ya America ingie Iraq. Walikuwa wameenda kufanya nini? They went to steal gold and oil. Sudan, huku kwetu, okay, 7th of August 1998, bomb attack ambayo ili happen huku kwetu. It was orchestrated by the CIA. Kisha wakaekelea Sudan, wakasema Sudan had a hand in it. They did not, hata wako wanajua nini kinaendelea. Wakasema Sudan had a hand in it. Sudan wakasema hapana, sisi hata hatujui nini kilikuwa kinaendelea huko. Do you know what America did? They started bombing Sudan until Sudan surrendered. Kwa nini? So that they can steal oil. Leo hii Sudan, South Sudan bado watu wanatoroka. 9 million people are displaced. Why? Because these people just want to come in and steal whatever they can. And let me tell you right now, saa hizi hawa watu wamesukumwa kwa kona. They know Trump akiingia 2025, he will come for them. Sasa mimi, I am very scared because mimi naona like William Ruto gave them refuge here in Kenya. Na ndio maana hata Adani, even Adani sio ati okay, yes, Adani the person ni Mhindi, yes. But who funds those people? BlackRock. BlackRock are inherently integrated with these criminals ambao nawaambia muende muangalie. They are integrated na wao kabisa. BlackRock, Vanguard, there are certain companies who work with these people and they're all criminals. And they don't care. Watawaua. Say what children are missing. Where are those kids? Government imenyamaza hapo. Kuna wazazi ambao wanasema mimi mtoto wangu alipiga simu, alikuwa ameshatoka kwa hiyo moto, lakini sijui yako wapi. Where are those children? Please, Kenyans, we are going to lose our sovereignty like this. Kama tu tumenyamaza tukifikiria ni William Ruto peke yake. The reason Ruto must go is because ameenda ametuuza kwa watu mashetani kabisa. And it's not just him, by the way. Sasa sisi, we don't even give a shit kama watamuua, hatujali. What we want is our sovereignty back. And the first thing ni ku make sure hizo odious debt wanashinda wakisema sijui debt. Those are odious. Hatulipi hata shilingi. Ni kufanywa audit. Zile pesa ambazo zilitusaidia as Kenyans, the money that went to certain projects in Kenya, isemekane ni ngapi. Tulipe hiyo. Lakini hizi pesa zingine ambazo hatujui zilienda wapi, wale ambao walikula watoe. Simple and clear. We are not paying those debts. Number one. Number two, hii story ya kuambiwa ati we will lose our sovereignty, hakuna, tukatae. Tuseme we are a sovereign nation. Na tusimame na nchi yetu kabisa. And by that I mean, even William Ruto right now, we should start telling the world that this person is no longer our president. This person swore to fight for our nation. He swore to defend our constitution. Kisha ameingia pale ameanza kufanya vitu zake, things that are completely contrary to our constitution. And that means he has committed treason against the sovereign people of the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, he no longer represents us. Akienda huko nje, anybody ambaye atampatia sijui deal, sijui loan, sijui pesa, ajue watakuja kumitisha yeye peke yake. Sisi Kenyans, we are not implicated in what William Ruto is doing. Na ni tukue serious. Na ni tusimame hata hapa online. Tuwaandikie, akisema sijui anaenda China, sijui anaenda wapi, mnaandika barua. Mara that. Inaingia social media. Kuna mtu, I think ni Wanyama, jana alisema, on Twitter we have what we call power of amplification. Ku-amplify kitu. Tushikane sisi wote. We be united. The same way we were, hiyo time ya finance bill protests, Kenyans walikuwa very united. Tukue united tena. Huyu mtu tumkashifu locally and internationally. Watu wajue Kenyans wamemkataa. Na Kenyans wamesimama kidete na wamesema this person does not represent us and everything he's doing is contrary to what we as the Kenyan people want. And therefore, if you enter into a deal with him, mnaingia in a deal with yeye peke yake, yeye na familia yake na watoto wake na grandchildren wake. The rest of us Kenyans are not responsible for what this madman does. One more thing I'm going to add. Ni hii story ya watu kusimama kusema tunaenda maandamano. That is very, very good. But the problem ambayo I think watu wengi hawaelewi ni that most Kenyans don't even really understand. Kwa nini mnapiga William Ruto hivyo? Na kuna mtu amesema hapa, na amesema vizuri sana, amesema we are not fighting Ruto just because Ruto ni mbaya. And that is true. We are fighting Ruto because Ruto has refused to defend our nation. And this is the reason that nashinda nikilialia na stories za sijui Sudan, sijui Iraq, sijui wapi. Because the problems that Ruto anatuletea ni vitu ambavyo ameendea nje. So this guy called, sijui ni nani, kuna mtu ameongea hapa, akasema ati we should blame our, tunafaa to blame leaders wetu. That is true. That is very, very true. And pia sisi, we have a responsibility to look at ourselves and ask ourselves, how are we contributing to the problem? Lakini ili wa Kenya why is Ruto so dangerous that we have to get him out before 2027? Why is he so dangerous? Yani hata hamwezi ngoja elections. I think when we make Kenyans understand what kind of people William Ruto ameenda anatry kuleta Kenya, when we help Kenyans understand that, tukiwa very serious, then I think Kenyans watasimama wote. And therefore I think hata mkienda huko nje mfanye civil education, please make sure you are also educating Kenyans on the kind of problems that Ruto analeta because of the kind of people alienda ku make deals na wao. Because Kenyans need to understand that. Otherwise, tutashinda tukirukaruka tuseme corruption. Yes, kuna corruption within the country. But the reason the problems are escalating, because I'm very, very sure you people have noticed the problems are escalating, ni kwa sababu ameenda kuleta, yani the worst criminals on the planet ndo analeta huku. And they have an agenda, and the agenda is not good for us. Ni hayo tu.
Asante Akenjol, wacha Ayo aendelee basi.
Unaweza nisikia vizuri sasa? Kindly just
Uko
confirm.
sawa kabisa. Uko sawa.
Thank you very much. Earlier nilikuwa nasema according to how things are going and Ruto being Ruto, the Ruto we know, I think us trying to eject him from office in 2027 is gonna create a few tough ashes here and there, na tutaface a few nini inaitwaje, mvutano hapa na pale, and I'm sure we might end up going towards the PV way that we once went through. That said, I believe corruption has been a long critical issue in our Kenyan politics, and Ruto's administration has not been immune to these challenges. And allegations of corruptions have emerged in various forms, from mismanagement of public funds to fraudulent procurement practices. And one notable scandal is the alleged misuse of funds allocated for the Big Four agenda projects that nobody even talked about and ever talks about, which includes housing, manufacturing, universal healthcare, and unajua hata hiyo story yake affordable housing. And I feel that substantial amounts of money were, marked for these projects, and they have been, misappropriated or diverted, and raising serious concerns about, the integrity of the administration. For instance, ukiangalia investigations into the procurement processes for these projects, they may reveal irregularities and lack of transparency, and fueling accusations of corruption and mismanagement. So, on the other hand, the recent finance bill that we all know about, it may exaggerate public discontent, and it may lead to widespread protest along across the country, and we experienced that, and some of us were killed, our brothers and sisters died on the streets. We see we managed to see other the Githurai killings amidst these protests and so on and so forth. Na hiyo bill yenye ili propose significant tax hikes and other financial reforms, it has been met with intense resistance from various segments of the Kenyan society. Na Kenyans wali argue that the bill may place an undue burden on ordinary citizens, while also failing to address the systematic issues of corruption and inefficiency within the government. Na hiyo violence that ili ensue from hizo protest ili lead to clashes between the law and the law enforcers na sisi kama wananchi, and most of the deaths have not been accounted for, and even this family that ended up facing casualties na wengine wao kukufa hawajashughulikiwa venye wanafaa kushughulikiwa. Nobody talks about it, not even the media talks about it anymore. Nobody is following up, and hatujui, for example, akina Bisley Kogi, akina Rex Masai, nobody ever speaks to the parents anymore. Nobody ever even bothers to even follow up how are the families doing, and so on and so forth. Na hii administration administration ya Ruto, response yake to these protests has been criticized to its heavy handedness and lack of sensitivity to the public grievances. And we've also seen reports of excessive use of force by security personnel and police, and how they targeted the protesters and protest leaders. Wali managed to raise concerns about human rights. Those inaitwangaje hizo human rights activists wali manage to raise hizo concern, but who listens to them anymore? Nobody. So the government's handling of these protests has further eroded trust in this regime. and leadership, and he may raise questions mingi sana about his commitment to addressing the underlying issues of corruption and economic inequality. When alisema tulimuita kwa space, you even our host KOT alimquestion, he had no answers. Alienda tu about up and about akipiga makona kona, no answers. Akina the government spokesperson alisema nini, aid wake mwenye mtu wake wa PR alikuja kwa space, all he could do is just to argue with people, not even give solutions. So that tells you how this system is so messed up. This system should be abolished. It just shows you how crooks, the amount of crooks we have in the system. And in addition to these specific scandals and issues, the broader context of Ruto's presidency has been, marked by a series of controversies that undermine his credibility to some extent. And the alleged involvement of his close associates in various corruption scandals, it may contribute to a perception of systematic corruption within his administration. For example, the allegations of kickbacks and bribery involving key government contacts, zimekuwa zikisurface na ina implicate several high-ranking officials in his government, right? Now, the call for his resignation is not merely a reaction to individual scandals, but also reflects a broader demand for accountability and reforms. Na tunataka government reforms, tunataka policy reforms in the country, and that combination of corruption, mishandling of public protest, and and a lack of effective governance, it may erode public confidence in his ability to lead, and that doesn't negate the fact that the ongoing crisis, it may highlight the need for a more transparent and accountable administration that can effectively address the pressing issues facing Kenyans. Because Kenyans, we really have big issues. We have big issues that needs to be addressed. Niki conclude, the reason behind the reason why we don't need to vote this guy, or not even think about, we need to fight his voting in for the second term vibaya sana, is because hizo allegations zote of corruption, mishandling of protest, and hizo government failures na hizo scandals. Unajua ile time ya hunye tulikuwa tunapata the NYS scandal nini, saizi kuna scandals but they are not being unearthed. Ni Wakenya ile time ma whistleblowers nini, media ndio ilikuwa inafanya kazi, saizi ni whistleblowers ndio wanafanya kazi. Because tell me why we are people like Akina Morara and the rest, right now they are the ones who are coming up with these issues and blowing them up, because they're the only whistleblowers we have. All the human rights activists says wako silenced. Where is Boniface Mwangi? Who's talking about Boniface Mwangi anymore? The guys who used to whistleblow about the corruption scandals and so on and so forth, where are they right now? So does that mean that this is the future of our country? So I just want to challenge you guys, even as we go towards 2027, and I'll keep on talking about 2027 because we keep on speaking about the constitution, and the constitution is not being followed by the leaders themselves. Nani sisi as the citizens, now the common mwananchi, that we have to ensure that we be accountable to the constitution and we make sure that the constitution is followed, because those leaders won't follow the constitution. They've butchered it to totality since day one that they stepped into office. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that right now it is us and and God, and the only thing we can do is to register as mass registration of voters, mass civic education to mashinani and even upper kwa streets and upper in urban centers, so that guys know that it's the time is ripe and enough is enough. And this is also a call to young leaders. My youth, if you want to be a leader, come up. We already know our challenges. Nobody else can come from nowhere to tell us our challenges. We already understand our challenges. So let's step up and come up and go grab those seats and be accountable to whatever we need to be accountable to. If that makes sense. I hope I make sense anyway. So thanks for giving me the time.
Asante Ayo, wacha tupe Gloria. Gloria amekuwa hapa for long, wacha aseme yake leo. Gloria. Gloria, kama Gloria yuko, acha mzalendo aendelee.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Paul.
Okay, first
I
of all,
want to
to
start by
begin with,
saying this is
yes,
Mzalendo.
Mzalendo.
Watu wawili wanaongea tago bana.
I thought ulisema Gloria.
Gloria, endelea. Hatukuwa tumekupata, ndio maana tukapea mzalendo. So endelea, then mzalendo atakufuata.
Oh, okay. So nikianza, just as a response to Tom Mboya, of course, nobody in this age that we are living in can refute the fact that external interference, foreign external interference is a big problem in Africa. Nobody refutes that. That one is a given. It's been a problem since time immemorial. But at the same time, we cannot take away the agency of Africans. Africa had an opportunity, all colonized countries had an opportunity to take a different path at independence. Other countries did, but most African countries did not. So where we are at is, the biggest blame or responsibility should be taken by we Africans. Because remember, your oppressor has no feelings for you, has no love for you. They don't care less what you do. But at the end of the day, it is how much you allow the other person to do to you. In the same way, people ask, oh, Uhuru alifanya hivi, Kibaki did that, I don't know who did the other, Moi. How come people didn't rise against Uhuru? Let me just go to the nearest one. How come people didn't rise? There's always a boiling point. It doesn't mean that Uhuru was good or whatever, because Kenyans were very forgetful. We keep praising Kibaki. We forget 2007 and other corruption scandals that happened during Kibaki's time. But people get to a boiling point. So this is the point where we are saying no. That's why we are here saying no. Some of you were even maybe much younger or probably didn't vote during Kibaki's time. So we can't say, why didn't you say anything then? So in short, I'm just emphasizing the fact that we have to take responsibility for our actions. African leaders have agencies. African leaders can say no, but they deliberately do not want to say no to the foreign powers because they are gaining from it. They are stealing, and the foreign powers, if you are their puppet, they look the other way. You kill Kenyans, they will look the other way because at the end of the day, you are there taking care of their interest. So they will pretend, they'll give some lip service, calling out, oh, people should, I don't know what, discuss this and the other, oh, human rights should be upheld. But deep down, they don't really care. They won't do anything about it because for them, it's their interest first. So it's high time we took responsibility and we held our leaders accountable because they're the ones who swear. It is Ruto who was standing there holding the sword, holding the constitution, swearing to protect it. It wasn't any other person. So having said that, I would also want to comment on this issue of leadership. Yeah, we are talking here, of course we know what we want. I don't believe up to this point that we have come that there's somebody who doesn't know what they want. We know what we want. We know the kind of leadership that we want. I'm talking about leadership and not leaders. Individuals are just individuals. If you look at whatever psychology, you look at sociology, social behavior studies, it tells you human beings are inherent selfish beings. We are inherently selfish. And that's why at certain stages, when you see young kids, when they start to learn things, it's always individualistic. It will be mama yangu, akiona mamake amebeba mtoto mwingine, feeling jealous, wants to, beat up that other child. Ukimpatia kitu That is who a human being is. So let's not, yes, we are seeing the work that are doing, because of course leaders emerge. We are seeing what they are doing. Like people now are on Tumorara and so on. Yes, fine, but we don't know that when he gets that power, will he behave in the same way? Because we are told by Lord Acton that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So let's not put our faith. Even the Bible says, ategemeaye mwanadamu amelaaniwa. You can't put your and say if so and so comes into power, if so and so comes, no. That one won't work for us. We are seeing them, yes, they have potential, yes, they are Kenyans, yes, they have every right to vie for those positions. We have every right to vote for them. But that is not what will make Kenya have good leaders, like replacing one with another. If that was the case, Kibaki has been fighting for this presidency. When he came in, he was very reluctant to give us a new constitution, yet he was with the opposition all along. He wanted to retain the constitution that Moi used to oppress us. He refused to get out of power and he lost the election. Yet these were people, I remember when he came into power, I wasn't eligible to vote then. I was in high school. But the happiness that spread, you know, the hope that people had with that new NAC government, it all went down the drain. It's not about individuals. It's about checks and balances. That is what we must put there. So that I might go there, I am greedy, yes, but the checks and balances, the institutions in place will put a full stop to my greed. It will ensure that even if I wanted to, I can't. That is what we should ensure. And that is why for me, I'm on the side of radical surgery. When I say Ruto should have been gone, you know, long ago. And I'm talking about Ruto metaphorically with the system, with the parliament, because that is where laws are made. So that once we sweep, you know, the place clean, we want a total overhaul, radical surgery, because that is where laws are made. That is where we can say we are passing this law that a politician should not give handouts. It's criminal for you to give handouts. But right now, with the kind of political cadre that we have, they cannot pass such a law because they're in the position of power, they have money. The KOT who wants to come in don't have money. So that is a leverage that they have over you. So of course, you cannot push them to make such laws. If you say referendum, they are going to put in things there that will favor. So at the end of the day, that's why I'm saying this Ruto must go. We should just clean up. We start afresh, put checks and balances. It is checks and balances that holds people accountable, that puts a stop to excesses of the state. Without that, anybody is corruptible. Hata mimi mwenyewe, you can't even trust your own shadow. Hujui ile siku ukipata hiyo pesa, ile siku you won't even know what happened to you. You don't even know how you're going to behave. There are so many people we keep saying, oh, they were humble, we grew up, oh, they were so nice and so on. Saizi, mtu amebadilika kitu kingine. Does that mean, you know, what happened? Yeah, so it is checks and balances to hold people accountable, to stop excesses of the state, and to have institutions that are truly independent. Tuache hizi zenye tunaita independent. Institutions that are truly independent, and they can only be independent when there are laws, again, checks and balances in place to ensure that there is no interference. Because otherwise, with the way things are, we can't even talk of, okay, we can have 5 KOTs in there. Fine, that would be a good step. Yeah, but at the end of the day, 5 out of how many? Over 300 wakinunuliwa. Yes, of course, they will be, their voice will be heard. They'll be saying no to excesses, but those bills still will be passing. So look at the kind of laws that are even passing right now. There are too many oppressive laws. So what are they there for? They're just there to oppress the common wananchi. Nothing good. Tumekuwa tukiongelea about bills. Karibu kila siku ukiamka sijui there's this bill, there's that bill. And all those bills, 95%, 99% even, they're just oppressive. So what laws are these so-called lawmakers making? Ni kukugandamiza, to make sure you remain poor. So there is only two languages right now and two tribes, that of the rich and that of the poor. Nothing else in between. And the other thing I want us to be careful about, yes, we are talking about embracing, even people we previously considered enemies or certain politicians who are, no, you have to be wary of, these politicians. For me, in Kenya, the only politician right now that I can talk about, but of course I wouldn't put my head, like, siwezi jitolea tu mzima nisema okay 100%, but someone I can say to a large extent I can vouch for me would only be Okiya Omtata, tried and tested, because the man has been fighting for justice before he got into power, because now he's into power, he's a senator, so he can't be like us. So before he got into power, even when he is in power, he could have gotten to a point like we are seeing the Railas of this world, the Orengos and what, the Matakaruas who are fighting before, and said, no, now I've fought enough, now it's my turn to eat. You could have done that. But so far, he has not done it. That is the only person I could say, okay, maybe this one power has not corrupted. But otherwise, you can't vouch for anyone. And therefore, let us just know that these people are playing games of cards with us. They already know, because that is what the Gen Zs said when they came in. I know now we are Gen Z, but when the movement began, they already know. People said that politicians, if you've ever been in power, sit aside. We don't need you. We are going to, so they already know. And they're not playing games. They're just, ukiona ati, oh, sijui Kalonzo now is not with Raila. No. Ati Uhuru now is not, my friend. Forget it. Just pija tu darubini. 10 years or 20 years of politics, how it has been. The same people who are in ODM, kwanza ilikuwa sijui Ford Kenya, wakajigawa sijui Ford Asili, Ford people, Ford animal, you name it. Same, wanazunguka tu hapo hapo. Wakitoka hapa wanatengeneza ODM. ODM ikajigawa ODM sijui ODM Kenya. Same people. So if these people really, there is something that they differ on ideologically, if there was, we would never see an Odinga Martha Karua ticket. Remember what Martha Karua did in 2007. If these people have ideological differences, we would never have seen such a ticket. We would never have seen it. That's for sure. So hao watu wamnajua. So wamejigawa, we Raila, enda hapo kana Ruto. Meanwhile, mimi Kalonzo, kina sijui who, the Martha Karuas and what, tutapigana huku. Meanwhile, Wanjigi, wewe shika kule. Meanwhile, this mtu wa Mulima, I don't know, I'm forgetting his name, deputy, pretend there's a tiff between the deputy, kuwagawa, so that at the end of the day, they make sure one of them atapita katikati, and then they coalesce and come back again together. Because that is what parliament is. If these people are not agreeing, their masters are not agreeing, how come parliament is one? We have no opposition in parliament. How come parliament is one? So don't be duped. I see some people in the movement working with some of these people, and my heart just, bleeds. And I'm wondering, can't we see? Can't we open our eyes? Political elites are just that. They will always come together. In terms of uncertainties, like now when people have stood up and shaken the status quo, You know, it's no longer business as usual. In terms of uncertainty, they will always, as a matter of fact, 100%, they will always coalesce together because their interest is one, to remain in power, to remain in wealth. And they can only remain in wealth ni hesabu ya kutoa. If wewe, the common mwananchi, remains in oppression, because in Africa, most wealth is earned through oppression, through stealing. No innovation happens. So if you look at somebody like Wanjigi, tell me what he has innovated for him to have the kind of money that he has. Is he a Zuckerberg who has come up with Facebook? Nobody invents anything in Africa. Wealth is ill-begotten, and that is why they have to protect themselves, and that is why nyinyi mukiitana Wajaluo wa Kikuyu, wao wanasema tu for political reasons. They'll talk about their circumcised, but this same uncircumcised person is the one they keep shaking hands with every time inchi ikitetemeka. So at that time, hiyo ngozi wao wamemtoa ama ni nini? That tells you those people are one. It is you who is listening to nonsense. It is you who is being divided by nonsense. It's you who is being told kuna mtu wa Murima, kuna mtu wa sijui the lake, sijui kuna mtu wa... It's you being told sijui Tugege, sijui Mkalemeno. It is you being duped by such things. But they are one family. For them, they are one family. They do all that just for, you know, to keep duping you, to keep keeping you in that state of being lulled, in that state of thinking that your neighbor, your whatever is the enemy, or this person and this one, when they are your enemy. So let's remain focused. Let's remain focused. Let's remain convinced that it's only when we have, you know, strong institutions where we can practice checks and balances, accountability, that is when we can have a new Kenya. Otherwise, but that does not mean that I'm discouraging us from getting into parliament or political power. In a way, that also contributes. If we have your voice there, it also contributes. But I'm saying a total overhaul would be the ideal. Thank you.
Asante Gloria, wacha tusikie kwa mzalendo. Mzalendo.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. I want to start by stating 10 reasons why Ruto must go. For the love of the 52 innocent souls that were killed during our peaceful protests, Ruto must go. To realize social justice in our lovely motherland, Ruto must go. To end corruption in Kenya, Ruto must go. For good governance in Kenya, Ruto must go. To protect the 2010 Constitution, Ruto must go. To enjoy our hard-earned taxes, Ruto must go. To protect judges from intimidation, Ruto must go. To end punitive taxes in Kenya, Ruto must go. To regain the dignity of our motherland, Ruto must go. To end satanism, devil worship, and Illuminati in Kenya, Ruto must go. To end scandals in Kenya, Ruto must go. The hashtag is Ruto must go, and Ruto must go. Nothing else. How is Ruto going to go? We have to ensure as a people we have our own vehicle to take Ruto out of power. I said somewhere ya kwamba the time for us to do it the political way is now. I will encourage us that we have for long shied away from being associated with a political party. But now, because we are in a political war, We have to engage it politically. I urge all of us, please, let us go under an umbrella, and that umbrella is the one that will shake Ruto from power. Tufinye kabisa, tufinye kabisa, tufinye, tushike mahali akitembea, anatembea akiwa ameweka miguu pana. Na njia ya kufinya, kuna siku moja nani alikuja hapa, anaitwa this singer, alituambia kwamba the process of forming a political party is more than 12 months. So I will encourage us, if we want to take this rogue regime out, we don't need to join ODM, we don't need to join Wiper, we don't need to join UDA, we need our own political vehicle, and the time to form it is now. I want to end by saying this. Me, I do a lot of inaitwa kufundisha watu kupitia mbinu inayoitwa ushairi. Ninaomba munipatie muda wenu niwakaririe shairi kama wazalendo wenzangu. Shairi langu nimelipa kichwa, linaitwa tukomeshe utawala mbaya. Linaenda hivi: wazalendo na waiteni, njooni tusemezane. Nina jambo la nivunja moyo, vizazi vyetu na vililia. Kwa makini munisikize, msije mkajutia. Taifa letu limekosa maono, taifa letu laangamia. Shida tele nchini, ajira imeadimika. Viongozi hayawani, wengi wakatili. Wizi serikalini, ilichobaki hewa ya Maulana. Wajinga ndio waliwao, tukomeshe utawala mbaya. Ukabila nchini, wajibikaji haupo. Ufisadi serikalini, udhalimu kila kuchao. Vijana vioni, mfumo mpya wakandamiza. Wajinga ndio waliwao, tukomeshe ukabila. Watoto shuleni, wanachomwa kama makaa. Wasio hatia korokoroni, wakiandamana ati wanahaini. Mapolisi ni wanyama, makachinja kuliko Kaini. Wajinga ndio waliwao, tukomeshe utawala mbaya. Wazazi vilioni, wanao wanatekwa nyara. Jinamizi ya ndani, watupora uwanja wetu. Ufisadi makanisani, makasisi ni mafisi. Wajinga ndio waliwao, tukomeshe utawala mbaya. Tukomeshe utawala mbaya, wadhalimu si wachague. Tukomeshe ufisadi, raia kwa elimisha. Tukomeshe uhayawani, kufichua uovu wao. Hadhi yetu turejeshe, umoja ndio msingi. Uwajibikaji na usawa, kwa kura yako utaupata. Mwenye sikio na sikie, kura yako silaha yako. Msiba wa kujitakia, hauambiwi pole. Asanteni.
Mzalendo, mzalendo. Wewe ndio umeniamsha kwa usingizi jamani. Ai, umeweza kuwa malenga jamani.
Da, huyo ni Wala bin Wala. Mabonga, how are you? I'm back, man.
I'm
Sorry
good,
about
I'm
the
good, I'm
previous
good bro. Space yako bana, space yako tulikuwa tumeanza kukufinya ika drop bana.
maneno ya maisha, maneno hayo hutendeka kaka, hayo hutendeka. But thanks for coming in, thanks for stepping in and holding the space for the people, and the people shall. Thanks mzalendo. Kwanza sauti yako ni ya poetry bana. Unajua hakuna vile unaweza chukulia sauti ya mzalendo and serious, lazima tu uisikize. Kuna vile tu lazima you give it importance. So kaka, asante kwa shairi, naendelea vivyo hivyo. Na pia wazalendo wenzetu, imefika wakati lazima tujiite kwenye mkutano kila siku, kwa sababu nchi yetu imechoka. Nchi imechoka, punda imechoka. Huku tunaamka tunafanya kazi, hatupati hela. Tunaenda tunaambiwa lazima tupate watoto, tutawalinda vipi? Millennials sijui wenye mko na watoto mna survive aje. Na anyway, hizi generations zinafuata, tukiendelea hivi tukubali tu tumepata laana ya Ruto. Na hii laana ni kubwa kwa sababu kuna wengine vile mimi husema huku kwetu huku online. Sababu majority of us have met online, majority have also met on the ground, and I will still preach the same message. Some of us will never see millions. Some of us will never even know the effect of owning something or being in generations where people have made something for themselves. All you're proud in your generations is a name you got from your father, like a surname. Umepewa hiyo jina na unabaki nayo. As to whether your father was good or you're inheriting poverty, no one knows. So tutakesha tuku tukisema sijui Ruto what, Ruto this, Ruto that. But if it doesn't sink to us as a people that some of these things affect us quite deeply and individually, then I don't know. Us sons and daughters of peasants have something that is called, you have to break a generational curse. Now generational curse starts with me and you. There were days we were being told, work hard, go to school, you'll get a job, and that you've made it in life. Na tulienda shule. Lakini saizi tuko wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hata mwalimu wa maths ako better off bwana. Tuache kutusi mwalimu wa maths tukimwambia hapa ni wapi. So wherever we are today, tufikirie in the sense of tuko mahali pabaya. Unajua hiyo statement ya Sauti Sol huwa inasema tuko pabaya leo kuliko jana. It's
Uko
very
pabaya
factual.
umejibizana.
Yeah. So tufike place yenye tunaangalia hizi vitu from a very personal basis. Nini inatuchapa na wangapi wenzetu chenye inatuchapa wao pia inawachapa jamani, because can you afford your own education to further your own squeezy bana, for you to even make something surmountable you have to go for masters, like degree likufa na kwenda masters lazima ufanye nini, upitie undergraduate, ndio undergraduate inauliwa. In fact, one of the best degrees ilikuwa one of the first things zenye Ruto alisema atadua away, Bachelor of Arts. That thing prepares you for a lot of things in life. A lot. But wakakaa chini wakaona hiyo, they do away with it. Secondly, university education will become something for the elite. Like, wenye wanaweza peke yake. So the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep getting poor. Some of us are a product of black tax. Tupende tusipende, kama wenzetu wengine wangetoboa kidogo through education, wengine wetu hatutungewahi kuwa na limelight. Now we would like to continue with the process of enriching others, etc. But as it stands today, hakuna me I can't support anyone. My friends can't call me and say, but nionkolea hapa, do this. But the political elite can do that with each other. That's why they protect each other. Saizi, we might be here speaking of clear things are very simple. Some of us, we are very sure, tukifika mahali, kubebwa na karao ni something guaranteed. It will happen one day or another. Because the man himself is very vengeful and petty. And if he's not, the people behind him are very petty. Times are gone when we could easily just call out corruption. Times are gone when we could easily sit in these spaces and say this and that. Times are gone when we could say, leo tumeweka vita kando, we are going to celebrate. Times are gone when we can easily say, I can spend because sina cha kuspend. Sina. Imefika place yenye I'm even doubting my hard work. And I know I'm not alone. Tuko wengi. We are doubting our hard work. Does hard work pay in a country like Kenya? Does it? Does even being smart pay? It's at that point. Does even continuing the family unit make sense? Because how are you going to support your family? How are you going to support someone's daughter? How are you going to be a good mom to your child? Because you can't entirely say it falls on the man. Are you there was a point where a lady could say, I'll focus on my career in the next 4 years, I'll make it. Saizi sasa utafocus mpaka lini? Will you focus on getting a family, or will you focus on building your career? And unfortunately, this African society is just tough on ladies, and it's tougher and tougher as we continue going, because someone is joking with a generation's future. It's not only one person or several thousands, it's a whole generation's future. Au walitufail sisi millennials, young millennials. They failed us. They also failed who? Gen Z. Sisi tutaambia Gen Alpha nini? What will we tell them? As much as I keep joking about, watu nichekelea hapo kila wakati, wanyama mbona hujaoa sijui nini. Niliwaambia factors of production, land, labor and capital. Sina, na siko peke yangu, tuko wengi. So I'm ranting because watu, let's think about these things are affecting a whole generation. We are breeding a generation of poor, poverty-stricken youth who might even get to the level of being less intellectual because of resources zimeadimia. You today, you are very intellectual. Tunasema hapa Gen Z are 3 characters. Sijui educated, very idle, and hizo zote, the 3 characters of a Gen Z. Happy for you, and thanks to Kibaki for that. Watoto wenu watafanya nini? Na hata tukijiita wajinga ni sawa, tukishajiita wajinga. So whatever you can do, stand up and do. These governance talks might look like boring to you. Na nituambia sipendi siasa, sawa. Acha tupiganie nchi, wote utapaka rangi. Mimi sijui Marvin anafanya nini, amenyamaza. Mabonga.
Wanyama wananitafuta.
Nataka uongee.
Sasa niseme nini jamani? Mimi nimechoka kufinyana kwa hizi
Kama
spaces.
huwezi ongea, lia basi. Lia tu, kwa sababu sasa tumefika hapa, tutafanya nini?
Acha nitaongea baadaye. Nitaongea baadaye. Nani anti amekuwa hapa. Sijui ameenda wapi.
Actually yes, anti redemptor. Wacha nimtafute. Sorry, nilitake long kiasi.
Anti amekuwa hapa na nilikuwa nimempea kazi ya kunitafutia msichana. Ameshindwa sijui.
Acha nimtafute. Anyway, wacha to continue with the queue that has been here. Naona Gloria had spoken already. And by the way, guys, this is your space. Sorry, Wanyama was a bit ranting. A bit. Manze mpaka English imekuwa shida. I was ranting a bit, and that's because economy imekuwa mbaya bana. Kama wewe mimi sijui bana, tutafanyaje? Maisha ni ngumu bana, lakini tupeane hope. So let's speak empathy, let's encourage each other. Tujue hii story inaendaje, and irrespective of your number of followers bana, request your mic. Na mwenye anakunyima mic juu sijui ati hauna followers bana, mwambie huku hatufanyi hivyo. In fact, such people we should block them. So now followers wenye uko nao bana, request, come inject. Na hapa hata ukiona wewe mwenye ako na numbers hiyo bigi, kama ni mabonga, inject him. Kama anafanya ujinga, inject him. Msiogopane, kwa sababu we have to have an honest conversation about Kenya as well. So Western, ngoja kidogo. Mute. Mna hasira. Shida ni hiyo hasira hampandishi mpaka ifike level 100. Mko hapo 60%. Lakini tuendelee hivyo. Esquire,
Wanyama,
unataka kuongea ama unataka kusalimiana? Chagua moja.
nataka kufanya zote, lakini nitaanza na kuongea. Nikikasirika zaidi sitasalimiana. Okay.
Haya, endelea hivyo.
Mimi nataka kukuwa as brief as possible so that I can allow other people so wapate chance ya mic. And I want to insist on one point. Already tulishajua our solution, we need a political solution. That's tulishajua. Now, there's another thing someone has mentioned here. I can't recall. I don't know if it was Gloria or someone. He asked, wale watu wenye walikuwa wanajifanya wanapigania wako hapa mbele wako wapi? And to be specifically, he mentioned the name activist. Now, personally, I've been an activist. Nimekuwa chairman wa a social justice center in one of the informal settlements inaitwa Kiambu. And I pulled out. The reason why nilitoka kwa hiyo system is because I tend to believe they are also part and parcels of our problem. Why am I saying this? Now, a lot of people were killed, and it's very sad. Very innocent people waliuliwa. Very innocent mothers are crying. Very innocent fathers are crying because their children are no longer there. Then someone else there, for them, walikuwa tu hapo kuchukua picha so that they can send to their sponsor, whoever, to send them money. Okay. The reason why I'm saying this is because I tend to believe that mali tumefika saizi, we are an established move. And the only way that we can remain sustainable throughout, paka Ruto aende, kuna some people we should really stop associating ourselves with them. Kama wanipigania nchi, no one, hatutajali mambo yao, but let us not absorb them. Yeuti vile ulianza vile tumeanza hivi, let us continue vile tuko hivi. Because what we are fighting here is more than hiyo pesa watu wanapatia or whatever things people are doing out here. A lot of things have really happened. And we are totally ignorant. Like, mimi sijui ni kama tulirogwa, ama mimi sijui, ama ni kama mtu alituroga, pia alikuwa amerogwa na mtu mwingine mwenye ajui, alikuwa amemroga. I don't know the thing. Because imagine for the past 2 weeks, we've been ranting here and there about the Adani deal. Imesimamishwa? No, imeendelea. And shockingly, today umeona tu amepatiwa another 165 billion deal ya Ketraco. You can imagine, just through our eyes. Like, we are having leaders wenye ni kama, I don't know whether they use brains, I don't know what's happening. Or I don't know, yani corruption imefika level yenye imekuwa too problematic for them to stop it. Now, kwa wale watu wenye ni wazee kiasi, the wale watu tumezolewa 1997, 95 huko hivyo. Unajua kitambo ulikuwa unasikia someone has stolen 10 million, ulikuwa unashtuka. Then tukakaa ikakuja wakaanza kuiba in form of 100 millions. Unakumbuka ile NYS scandal ilikuwa billions, it was that 800 million. Tunashtuka all that money. But as we speak right now, tumefika time tunaongelea people stealing billions. You know what a billion shilling can do? Mimi saizi nikipatia 1 billion it can really sustain mimi na generation yangu kama yote. But people are now stealing in terms of billions. Na tukikakaa hivi, that means in the next 4 or 3 years, tutaanza kuongelea about trillions. And these guys, they are unmoved. Saizi washaanza those political games. And if you're keen about the American politics, whatever is happening in the American politics, your story at Trump, shooting every now and then, trust you me, it will happen in our Kenyan politics. Because hawa wase wamekuwa lafi zaidi, hadi wameanza kupigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. They're not fighting because of our interest. At Gachagua sio anaambiwa ako impeach. They don't want to impeach Gachagua because they think Gachagua is not delivering. No, it's because they are fighting for their own interest. And I'm not here to protect any individual. You guys, if you are very keen, easy reports office of the auditor. Anytime zinatoka, there is one particular office imekuwa painted so negative that we forget other offices. And I'll be very specific. Hiyo ni office ya Gachagua. These people, they have been yearning to do whatever they're doing for their own selfish interest. Wakati tunasikia pesa imeibia, unasikia office of the deputy president. They are not talking about State House. They are not talking about Ruto himself. Ruto mwenyewe ndio huyu. Kila siku ako Dubai. Juzi amekuwa Germany. Akapitia Dubai, akakuja Kenya. Na nikasema in the other space, we should start asking ourselves, what is it that is so attractive in Dubai that each and every politician must go there? Days before, following up on this Adani deal, you guys, you had one of those companies yenye inakuja ku open up subsidiary in Kenya, it was formed in Dubai. That means maybe hata tunaweza kuwa tuna fight Wahindi, and the real Adani is this Ruto himself. And I told people, we should be very careful with whatever we are dealing with, because this is a man on a mission. This is a man anataka kukuwa tajiri kushinda sijui kina Dangote ama kina nani. at our own expense, at the expense of our lives, at the expense of something that we should really be benefiting from. There's another this thing imetokea, the son of Ruto. This is in public. Ameanza kununua mawatatu hakika kila mahali. And I'm trying to tell you, hawa watu wa matatu sector, you guys mkitaka kuandaa maandamano, you guys tokeeni. Because kijana yuko hapa tukununua matatu mbili za kwenda Ronga zikae hapo. Saizi ndio huyo ashanunua matatu za Kangundo Road. These people, they want to take over all our critical infrastructures, and we are here silent. We are here ranting. Unapata mwingine, people seem like they don't care. People seem like they don't care. Let's come to our education system. Another system yenye imekuwa corrupted. You know, for information, I think nilikuwa naangalia through our budget. Actually, education nachukua much of our Kenyan budget. 27% of our Kenyan budget inaenda kwa education. Where is this money going? Angalia wale watu wana lead this Ministry of Education. Look at them. Where is this money going? Na saa hizi, it's expected even to go higher. Every year we spend trillions of money on education. But are we seeing the value of that education system? Yes. The previous education system exceeded. Ndio maana hata sisi tuko hapa hivi, we can know our right, we can know this not right, this wrong, because of the education. But I really feel sad for the guys when you're come after us. Like the system imekuwa in totality brought down. Ndio hadi naona kuna siku itafika utapata tu education, yani kwenda shuleni kitu kingine hata ujui. It will be one of the most expensive things, and it's going to happen. And here people are talking about Ruto and Taku in 2027. If we don't take an action now, it will happen. If we don't separate ourselves from the so-called human rights activists, and I'm very specific, the so-called human rights activists who do activism for pay, who do activism to pay their rent, trust you me people, watazidi kutuderail. Right now, when we started as a movement, we started very strong. Some people are compromised. Na si ati hiyo pesa wanapatiwa itawasaidia for long. No, it won't help them for long. Because still watoto wao watateseka. We need to bring what you call a total shutdown of this government. Hata ni afadhali vile mtu alikuwa anasema, we start kuanzia point 1. We have a new country. We can start from there. Where would they, every time wanatuambia, oh, you guys, you don't know the benefit, you have peace, 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 peace. You know something about our society is that it has trained us for peace, never training us for war. And right now, we are in war. We are not here to make peace. We are in war. We are in war with the very few individuals, with less than 2% people in this country. Wenye wana feel, hao ndio Wakenya kutushinda. Wenye wana feel, sijui nini. Look at this case ya watu wa Machakos, ndani wa Vinyandeti. The son
Question land.
in UK. Why? Pesa zetu, more than 600 million. Someone is just walking scot-free. And we are here. So my people, the only solution we have is that political solution. Na mimi nimesikia tukiongea for the past week we need a political solution. Sijasikia tunasema next na form political party ama nini. If you go through our elections laws, if we indeed want to remove this people by year 27 or whatever anytime, we should have started right now. We should have formed the party right now. We should have identified our leaders right now. We should kukua leader mtu ajitokeleze. We shall support. Let's support each and every person. Kiutini nilisikia unasema unataka kwenda kukua MP huko. Go there. Come to us. Kama tuko na pesa tutakuboost. Kama tuko whatever kind of resources we shall have, we shall support you. Kama ni political advice, we shall give you. That's the only way we can end this thing. Kwa sababu hata history ya dani, you guys have been very vocal on the Public-Private Partnership Act because that is where our problem is. Na nikasema, hata to shout size ya dani deal stop. There are more tens of Adani deals coming bado under that act. An act that does not even recognize we people. An act that does not even recognize public participation. It is there. It is a law in this country. And we are here saying, tunalipa tax. Mtu anakuja anakuambia, lipa hii, lipa hii. Hiyo pesa huoni faida. Na vile Wanyama amesema, manzi, people with families, we are facing personally, I have a very young family. But it's very difficult to survive. Very difficult. If I compare the economy ya saizi na kitambo, trust me, the life has become even more difficult. And someone here is insisting, mwende mfanye kazi nje. Na kama una follow the international politics, in USA kila mahali, there are against people going into their country. They want people warudi country zao. Juzi Sweden imelipa people just to go, mtoke country yao mrudi country yenu. Then someone is coming here to tell you that I've signed a bilateral what with I don't know Germany or whatever. Tuende huko tufanye kazi, tuteseke huko. Skilled workers. Saizi hakuna kama cha skilled worker or whatever. And I don't know what's happening in this country. And may feel like unless all of us are mad and Ruto ndio yako sawa ama Ruto ni mwenda wazimu, it's either of the two. Because you can't run a government like this. You can't feel to this extent. Because saizi ukishaiba JKA, uanze kusikia utamu yake, next utakuja kuiba nini? Utasikia all of us have been auctioned. Utakuja tu unasikia unashikwa tu. Wanyama sababu uko hapo tu unatembea unashikwa unapelekwa ndani. Your body organs they are going to be sold because someone somewhere made a deal with someone. And it's happening right now.
Ngoja. Mimi hakuna mtu ananitraffic. Hebu meza mate kwanza kidogo nipe heshima.
Haya. I was just giving it as an example Wanyama.
Hebu bana vitu siku hizi bana. Unajua pale mimi natoka Western tunaweza ongea hivi na ikwame bana. Tuna believe in words sana bana. Unajua usijaribu kidogo. Hiyo ni ngumu kidogo. Anyway,
an example that watu
ni
Wanyama
sawa naelewa.
watu kama wameshachukua JKA. JKA is the biggest asset we literally have as a country. That's the biggest asset
Ni
we
sawa.
literally have.
I will bring you back. Shikilia hapo. I want to push this conversation to Western.
Okay.
Usitoke.
Sitoki Wanyama, niko hapa.
Kunywa maji.
Wacha nikunywe maji.
Usikunywe maji. Meza mate. Ukikunywa maji utapoa. Western Shilaho.
Hello Wanyama, how are you?
Tusianze na salamu Western. Wewe ongea tu maneno.
Hello Wanyama, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Wewe ongea tu. Maneno ni mbaya. Abonga hebu ongelesha Western. Ni kama nisikiangi.
Wanyama, I can't hear you. I think there's a problem with my
Western unasikia Wanyama kweli? Western? Western, if you can hear my beautiful voice, kindly proceed.
Amedrop. Western, please request again. Urudi. Watu wasifikirie tumekufukuza. Sasa afanyeni hivi bana. Wase mwenye mko kwa hii space, please request for the mic. Come and speak. Kuna watu hapa hivi maneno yao tumesikia mara mingi. Mimi pia nataka kusikia watu wageni, watu ambao we've not been listening to over and over. Hii ni sauti ya mwananchi. Ni sauti ya crowd. Western, can you hear me now?
Just proceed,
yes,
Western.
I can hear you now. I think the reception is much better.
Haya, usianze na salamu Western, wewe ongea tu.
Sitaanza na salamu. First, I wanted to respond to what Archangel said earlier, that 9/11 was fabricated, to use her own words, which I think she meant was make-believe. There were no aircraft and stuff like that. Well, Archangel, I'm not so sure where that came from, because in as much as it's factually correct that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and that it was only a ploy by George Bush and his minions, Tony Blair and the like, to attack Iraq and effect regime change. It's not factually correct that there was no terror attack in the US on that date. So it's important that we stick to facts. It's not true. Archangel, you took me into international politics.
I will share a link hapa alafu mtaangalia.
You took me into international politics currently, and you can condemn atrocities taking place in Gaza, by the Israelis, which is a blatant violation of international law, a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. You can also condemn the atrocities that are taking place in Ukraine. You can do that, which is also a blatant violation of Ukrainian sovereignty, territorial integrity, also a violation of international law, international humanitarian law. So it's not an either or. You can take it even at a personal level. If you dislike an individual for one reason or the other, decency dictates that you concede when the person, displays some redeeming qualities. It doesn't come naturally, but as human beings, we're expected to do that so that we don't just, condemn and condemn. Which why, if you listen to court proceedings in a very impartial court of law, a competent court of law, there's something they call exculpatory evidence. In as much as you want to prosecute this person, the accused, could you bring to the awareness of the court evidence that could be used to acquit this person? It looks contradictory, it's not. Having said that, I go back to Kenya, my country. One, there's something I wish to debunk, and this is this notion that the West has got this, outsized influence in Kenyan politics or African politics. That notion has been around for long. What it simply does, it gives African politicians who are hell-bent on auctioning their people room to evade accountability. This person is corrupt because they can't help it. They're under siege by the West, by the French, by the British, by the Americans. And therefore, we can't hold people who are under siege accountable because they're victims. Well, in actual sense, that's not the case. Museveni, a very controversial figure, is on record as having said something very pertinent. And I think it was a Kenyan journalist who asked him that question, whether he thought that external actors, and specifically the Americans and such kind of people, had influence in Kenya's 2022 elections. His response was very telling. He said, it's up to you, the people of Kenya or whoever it is, you can make these people invincible. And he drew from his own example, and he said, when they decided to fight against Idi Amin, they were discouraged because Idi Amin was backed by the West at that time. And they said, no, this is a formidable person. You don't stand a chance. But they said, no, that's nonsense. We will rise up against this guy and we are sure we will prevail. And indeed they prevailed. And the very West that had been, presented as siding with Idi Amin immediately shifted and they sided with Yoweri Museveni. And that has been the case to date. So these people work with whoever you give them. Because the mind is a very powerful thing. If you think that the West are invincible and they interfere with the Kenya's elections, they decide who become the president in Kenya, then that is the case in reality, because it's a mental thing. And unless you disabuse the mind of that, you can't visualize it in any other way that Kenyan people have got agency and they can choose whomever they want to lead them. So my exhortation is that we do not exaggerate the importance, the significance of these people in our politics and our internal affairs. We do not.
Weston,
Yes?
I want to engage you.
Go ahead,
On the
Wanyama, please. Go ahead.
So, do you actually believe
Please,
that...
Ebu,
Archangel, just a second. Weston,
Can
Do
hear
you
you,
believe
Wanyama. Clear.
that you believe that Museveni has a better grasp of Kenyan politics than us Kenyans ourselves? Do you believe that? First of all,
Well, he does. He does. He
and
does.
doesn't that merit as a reason for us to be more pissed off than any other thing? Because he might say some things and he actually means it.
Mm, does that make us to be more pissed off with him or with who?
With ourselves, because again, if he knows more about it, it's because he understands the political actors, right?
He does.
Yeah. So we have to probably get to, at least this is what I'm asking. Is it okay for Museveni to know more of how Kenya functions? And by the way, what I'm leading towards is something similar to this. We've
Mm.
always had issues with Migingo Island, yeah?
Yes.
Haven't we asked ourselves up to today why we've never recovered it? Yeah. Why? Museveni understands how it works in Kenya. And if this pisses you off, there's nothing much you can do. He knows the political actors. He knows what they want, you know. So what I'm asking is that what does it get to us to the right level that Museveni, and Museveni is just the vocal one. I have to like start believing other guys also understand how Kenya functions better than us Kenyans ourselves. Is it reason enough for us to get pissed, or should we just accept it as a way things function?
Well, I think the problem, Wanyama, is with the Kenyan political elite in the sense that even the person who asked him the question was a Kenyan journalist. You don't remember the other day, the American ambassador to Kenya was invited to, I think, Citizen TV to comment about protests, state of affairs in Kenya. Whenever I can put it to you that in no country would somebody like that be entertained and be asked questions about what would be like questions about the sovereignty of a particular country. They would not. You are an ambassador, you're a high commissioner, you know your job. Your job is not to comment about the internal affairs of your host country. But in Kenya, actually, they are invited by the media, by the political elite. You know, when they are protesting, they will say, we hope Americans are watching what's going on. We hope our friends in Britain are watching what's going on. You look at and you wonder, like, in which country would people speak like that? In which country? So you want the British to watch what's going on about corruption so that they do what? You are inviting the American ambassador to Kenya to a TV studio, asking them about Kenya's internal affairs so that what happens? You see? So a Kenyan journalist goes to Uganda, asks Museveni about Kenya's internal affairs. Like, who does that? Who does it? So he looks at and said, okay, these people don't even understand what they are doing. No one would ask a president of a different country to comment about internal affairs of a different country, and more so, a media house from that very, very country that is the subject of discussion. Can you see how problematic it is? And that's why when in Kenya they invoke sovereignty, Wanyama, you wonder really what do they understand by sovereignty? When you hear a politician or the media or anybody, like, what do they mean by sovereignty? What do they mean? So he does. He does understand Kenyan politics. He can say anything about Kenyan politics. Remember the other day, he spoke, whenever he comes to Nairobi, he's completely unhinged. He says anything and anything. And then he even tells the Kenyan elite, and they laugh, that you're the ones who invited me. If you did not want me to come here and speak, you shouldn't have invited me. He has no room for diplomatic niceties. Why? Because he knows our politics is small. Our politicians are small. They are not big. He knows. Uganda economically is smaller than Kenya. In terms of population, smaller than Kenya. In terms of prominence, should be diplomatically, smaller than Kenya. But in reality, Kenya is being dwarfed. Why? Because our politicians hiyo vitu siasa wanacheza hizo. Sijui nani anapanga nani, like, and they look at them, hao watu mimi naweza wapanga tu. I can even decide for them who will be their president. Hakuna mahali watanipeleka. Yeah, because we're not united for a bigger cause. This is Kenya. Migingo, I will tell you, Wanyama, Migingo problem started with the Moi Kibaki era and it's still lingering as we speak now. Why? Because the Kenyan establishments in that time, they looked at Migingo as a Luo affair. I'll put it crudely. It's a Luo affair. It's not a Kenyan affair. You know, Museveni can have that. We don't care. He can have it. Who cares? Yes. The same time we're talking about Museveni having taken over Migingo, harassing Kenyan fishermen, you know, Ugandan police officers arresting Kenyan fishermen. Museveni will come to Kenya and the red carpet is rolled out for him. In which country would it happen like that? Tell me, which one? You take only just even an inch of any country's territory. That's a declaration of war. But what do we do? Yeah, because of this small-mindedness as far as our politics is concerned, you know, you can have those people. They are disturbing us in any case. So we must transcend that. And they are taking advantage of that.
Listen, I hear you. So, shikilia hapo pia. We are continuing this conversation very
Absolutely.
nicely. And
Yes.
shikilia hapo vile pia Esquire ameshikilia hapo. Naelewa vile kitu ina flow.
Yes.
So, acha tusikize Joe. Joe, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, brother?
Very,
Wanyama,
very well. Before Joe goes, yes, Audrey.
I to respond to huyo ambaye hata sijaona ni nani, lakini the 911 issue, I am not exaggerating anything. Mimi, I'll be the first one to say that I voted for William Ruto because I thought he was going to do what he said he was going to do. But after huyo mtu answered, I started questioning what the hell is he doing? Now, after aingize NATO huku, after aende aseme that we will be made an ally, that is when I started questioning this person. So, I have not exaggerated anything, and I will reiterate and say this. 911 hakukuwa na ndege. That was a hoax. Yes, it was a terror attack, yes. But what they used were bombs and incendiaries on those buildings when there were people inside, and they killed people. That is what in America they call a false flag event. You do something horrible lakini mnaekelea mtu mwingine, and you falsify evidence. Now, there are two links nimeweka hapa chini. Ya kwanza, it is to a profile on X, International Center for 911 Justice. Hiyo ni page moja, na kwa blab yao wameandika research, education and action aimed at fostering a global 9/11 awakening. Okay, they have information that 911 was about no place. Walia tweet ambayo wameweka hapo, wameandika 23 years later, you owe it to yourself to finally trust your eyes. There were no planes. Now, the other profile ambayo nimeweka hapo ni ya mtu anaitwa Richard Gage _911. Richard Gage, AIA architect, international speaker, 30-year architect, member of the American Institute of Architects, and the founder and former CEO, Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. He has started releasing episodes about 911. Na ukiangalia kwa tweet yake ya kwanza, ile pinned tweet hapo juu, ameandika RG 9/11 team, episode 1 of 9/11. Crime scene to courtroom is now available. Na mtaendelea hapo. So, the information is out there. I am not exaggerating anything. Everything I have told you is something that you can find out if you do your research. Stop believing the media, because the media has been compromised for a very long time, especially international media. Mimi hakuna kitu ambacho nimewaambia, that's a lie. I am not a mad person. I know what I am saying. Kwa hivyo, nimeshawekea hapo links and then nimfanye research. What I have told you is the truth.
Sawa Audrey, tumesikia. Manze unatugombanisha bana. Tuko na shida mingi ya Ruto. Acha kutugombanisha pia sana bana. Tuko hapa wacha tugombane na Ruto. Usitoroke Audrey, kuja hapa, request Mike urudi hapa. Nataka kusikia hizo stories. Mi kwanza kuna story nataka kuongelea about 1998 bomb blast victims. Mpaka leo nasikia kuna pesa ilitokezea, sijui ikapotelea wapi. Those are also things we want to hear as well. Joe.
Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you for deliberating. And I'm a neighbor. I'm from Uganda, so you'll excuse my very poor grasp of Kiswahili. I'm not. I don't know what Finya means, but I'm talking. I think from basing on the debate or the discussion and the Ruto, the hashtag Ruto must go. I think that is where I'll try to engage. I think let me first respond to our sister. Yeah, um, there are credible reports about the 9/11 attacks, and even there are witnesses. Actually, there are people. I mean, people who witnessed the attacks. So out on the internet, there are lots of conspiracy theories. Just because somebody has given us just because somebody has given a commentary, I think we need to critique our sources. So there are very credible reports, and there have been even court proceedings about this. So we know for sure um, that the attacks took place in real space and time. That is on the 9/11. But I think I'll leave that aside. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I think let me commend the Gen Z, comrades, um, for what you've achieved in Kenya. I think that your protests, your demonstrations have really inspired us in the regions, and not just the region, but they've inspired the whole continent. And I think even beyond, the inspiration is even beyond Africa. So I really, really commend you for that good job. What you're trying to address are governance issues, which are not really peculiar to Kenya. Uganda, I think our situation is even a lot worse, but I think you've taken a lead, and we are very, very grateful for that. So it is really down to holding people accountable, and I think that is a good thing. The kleptocrats must be held accountable. We must energize. We must make the institutions strong, because that is
Aya, tena ukaangalia akasema hawa watu hii
hello.
group
Yeah, that is
hii
the only.
age ya parent zao
Someone
na
else is speaking. Is that right? Yeah, I think that is what will. Those are the safeguards that we need. Um, I know Kenya is you have lots of challenges, and I think you've spoken about this graduates, attending school, paying very expensive fees, and then coming out and they're frustrated because there are no jobs and there are no prospects of any jobs. And I know recently Kenya was trying to make some deals in Germany for jobs, which is a good thing. But I think Kenya could do much more. I mean, Kenya it has a lot of resources. Compare it to a country like Singapore. At the time of independence, I think Kenya was ahead of Singapore. But if you compare today, I think Kenya is some hundreds of years behind Singapore, just like Uganda is. Yet, if we had chosen the right development trajectory, I think Kenya would be in a very different position. I mean, for example, if our African politicians invest in human capital, instead of just sending these people off to the Middle East or Germany or wherever, I think there would be bigger and better returns. So I really think that we should seek homegrown solutions. And the same, of course, applies to Uganda. But the bottom line is holding the politicians accountable. And I really think Kenya had a real chance when you people protested. You came very close. You brought Ruto to his knees. We just wish you had taken it a notch higher and removed this gentleman, because he's just causing many problems. And here's the thing: Kenya, of course, is a student. He's he's a student of Museveni. And I think Western gave a very good analysis of Museveni and how problematic he is in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, we as Kenya, we need, I think, to look at these governance problems regionally. Let's take a regional kind of solution. There is what I will call the axis of evil, and it comprises Ruto, it comprises Museveni, it comprises Kagame. Museveni is the actually he is the leader of these two, and then and unless and until we really I think address these three gentlemen, the problems will just continue. So going forward, I think whilst Kenya seeks its domestic solutions, I think let's build an alliance as a region, as East Africa, because it's no point, honestly, to have an able that is an outlier like Uganda by all parameters. Uganda is the odd man out. We have a man who has been in power for 38 years. So how do you even talk of East African integration? I think, yes, there should be institutional accountability. And I really think if the president, if the leaders are not talking, maybe let the people of Kenya speak for that. But moving forward, let's move together, as a region, leaving no country behind. We stand with the people, shoulder to shoulder with the people of Kenya. And I think let's have a way of coordinating. Back home, we're also fighting despite lots of constraints. Uh, we are fighting a dictatorship that has been there for close to 40 years. So it is a tall order. But we are not cowed. We are going to fight until we remove Museveni. So we stand with the people of Kenya, move forward. I think we see that success is within sight. Thank you. I yield the mic, comrade. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Joe, and welcome from Uganda. By the way, we are so proud that Sauti ya Mwananchi, we attract people from all over Africa. We've had speakers from South Africa, blah, 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 all over the region. Now, the beauty about Sauti ya Mwananchi is we accommodate all types of ideas, but you'll be held accountable to whatever you say. And that's the beauty of it, because it's fact and fiction kind of lifestyle. Personally, I've said time and time again, spendi mabonga, but inabidi tufanye hii kazi pamoja. And the feeling is vice versa from his end. And on my end, I want to say this. I stand for good governance. For me, politics is very clear. It's not about allegiance, I don't know what. For me, I stand on the side on the hill of there are only two types of governance: good governance and bad governance. Good governance stands on the hill of it does not matter who is at the helm. It matters that services are delivered. It matters that people have schools, people have healthcare. People are not just one disease away from poverty. That's what matters, because in Africa, usifikirie umeenda sana, you have a good job and all that. One disease, moja tu hivi smart, inakupiga nje, utaumia. You are one disease away from poverty. And as we work hard and buy cars and buy buildings and all that, are we investing in our healthcare? Are we even able to do it? Haki wewe Ruto, umetufanya maneno. Kipruto, I want to try new speakers. Kipruto,
Oh yes,
ongea baba.
there is something I'm trying to figure out about. I am trying to link the relationship between President William Ruto and the Adani. I'm trying to figure out that how if it comes that Adani was behind Ruto's success in 2022 general election. Adani deal must not be taken right from JKIA. It must be taken back. It may be that Adani was behind the success of William Ruto during 2022 general election. What makes me think of this? They were saying about software, something like those things of general elections, those tools and those materials, what if somebody may research about the companies that contributed, because I know they were not Kenyan companies, they were foreign companies, that contributed to the election materials. What if it comes that one of the companies or one of the owner of the companies is Adani? I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if I'm overthinking or just trying to figure out. In the meanwhile, thank you.
Tomboya, please take it up. I think Kipruto is done. Guys, can Mabonga, can you hear anyone? Me sisiki anyone. I don't know. I lost some connection at some point. Tomboya, we can't hear you at all. So please drop and then come back. Kipruto, if I've missed something, please let me know. Kipruto, did you
Okay.
Hello,
ask
can you
something?
hear me now?
Okay.
Just a second, Tomboya. Just a second, Tomboya. Kipruto, did I miss
Yeah.
something? Did you ask a question?
Yeah, I asked a question
Uh-huh.
that what if, because I'm trying to figure out Adani.
Mm-hmm.
I'm,
Please figure
I'm
it
not.
out. Mm-hmm.
Uh, Adani, I'm just figuring out what if Adani was behind Ruto's success in 2027, 2022 general election by providing election materials on those through those companies. Is there any person who can do further research to confirm or dismiss that Adani company started relationship with President William Ruto in while Ruto is in office as serving president and when and not far at the back. I'm just trying to figure out that Adani must be behind Ruto's success in his state house because that's a critical thing that Ruto is doing to give out JKI. Thank you. I was asking that.
Okay, very good question, by the way. Because me, Pia, there is a very big controversy on where Ruto got his money for the campaigns. The man had a lot of cash. A lot, and he drove the campaign based on that. But these are just allegations. If anyone has proof, that will be nice because again, nchi ni yetu. Tutapaka rangi tu nchi yenye imejengwa na matope. We need solid stones. So if you have proof for that, please share it. We'll be happy to look at it the same way we pass through the Adani documents. But yes, there is a lot of people wanashuku that the way this executive to system government, the way this executive loves Adani group, there has to be something because most of these things as Janza Leo, the way they know the system, they know what ails us, etc., etc. It's a basis of a PPP agreement. And by the way, most of the countries that we speak about in terms of growth, kina Singapore, kina nani, they were built through PPP arrangements. Hazikuundwa through ati sijui unaamka unaenda unajenga nchi tu hivyo, the Sankara way. It might work in some places about that, but most of the progressive nations have been built by PPP. The problem is who is being given the PPP? Hawana ethics. Hao ni watu wanaiba. Wako na corruption cases all over the world. So such kind of things. PPPs are not bad, but the ethics and the morality around it is the problem. So angalieni hizo vitu zote. Maybe Adani supported the guy, maybe not, I don't know. But if you have evidence, please share it. Our DMs are always open. Tomboya.
Yes, yes. Thank you. I actually just wanted to ask a question, and I'll speak to the latest comment. If at all we do not know, and we are just thinking, and in our thoughts, we are now asking other people who had not thought the same way to try to provide a possible evidence or knowledge whether what we are thinking is true, then in my opinion, it's just like we are drowning in an ocean and we are trying to pick up on a leaf or a branch on a leaf so that we can rescue ourselves. So to my opinion, I believe that we first speak to what we can try to relate. The question I wanted to ask was to Weston, because I really believe in learning and I'm always open-minded. In his early comments, he was of the general opinion that when we continue spreading the belief is an invincible group of people or foreign powers that are largely propagating the fact that bad governance bad governance continues and people keep feeling oppressed, then that direction is wrong. He suggested that we must just believe that we can solve our problems without necessarily blaming any foreign powers, while knowing that these foreign powers only work with the leader we give them. So my question is, for a fact, I believe they may not necessarily do much through sweat and blood to make sure they bring their own person, but they can be relaxed after you give them the person, then they come to try and compromise that person. But my question is that, Mr. Weston, when some of the people who are saying that foreign powers greatly has the influence, and they probably know they can provide some of the evidence, for what benefit is the kind of engagement that they come to work with the president of the day? Why do they work with the president of the day? And to what extent do they benefit to the detriment of the population that the government of the day represents? So that's the question I really want you to answer. Is it really a good relationship? Is it really serving us as Kenyans? Is there any need that we consider bad-mouthing them so that they get off their hands from our country? Weston.
Maneno yamechemuka hapa. Weston, just you answer that in a minute.
Okay. I have to go, Wanyama, to go for it?
Yeah, in 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, what I'm saying is that, well, if you shift blame to the US or whoever it is, what can you do about it? What can you do about it? But if you blame your government, if you hold Ruto accountable, you can do something about that, because he's the one who canvasses for support, who will ask for your vote probably next time if he makes it to that place. Because what blaming foreign powers does is that it makes people, feel helpless. You don't vote for the IMF, you don't vote for the World Bank, you never see those people, you don't vote for Adani. So it's like you're helpless. There are these external powers and forces which you don't see, but they have got such immense influence on your life. I mean, I think it has got a destabilizing effect on one's mind, frankly speaking. It does. Because what would you do to the president of the US if you think it's the US president who has got this omnipresent kind of impact as far as your economy, your politics, your culture, is concerned, what can you do to the US president? But if you believe it's William Ruto who is responsible for your problems, you can do something about him. And not only that, because there are consequences for not listening to you, for not championing your interests, he will have to resist the influence and the machinations of those powers. But if you think he can't, then why would you hold him accountable? There will be no need to, because you think he's helpless. He's a victim. So I think that is the direction I'm coming from. I'm not saying that the international community does not have a role as far as not only Kenya, but post-colonial problems are concerned. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying in other places, I'll give you the example of Burkina Faso. When the junta said that the French will have to pack and go, that the French High Commissioner to Niger will have to pack and go, or Burkina Faso. Well, some people were doubtful whether that was possible. Didn't they pack and go? When they say the Americans will close their bases in Niger, and the French will close their military bases, well, people listening would say, no, but this is not possible. These guys are very powerful. They've been in this region for a donkey years. Didn't they pack and go? They left. Have the clouds collapsed? Has that president been toppled? Yeah, you don't disturb the person who's doing it if you believe that it's not doable, because it can be done. That's basically my response, Tom.
Aya,
Well,
sawa
Wanyama,
sawa. Ngoja
Wanyama,
ngoja kidogo Tom, ngoja kidogo Tom. Najua moto ni mingi. Tulia kidogo tu nakupatia. So, Mabonga,
Wanyama.
sasa mbele yako mheshimiwa ni kikosi cha wananchi ambao wanakutegemea kukusikiza. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been my hour, my very honorable hour. I'm lucky that you guys engaged me very well. Now, by the way, I'll still be listening ni vile kuna kitu tunataka kudeliver on, and then I'll be back. But keep the conversation going. This is Sauti ya Mwananchi, and the only place where you're going to get very valuable and factual confirmation of information on governance in Kenya and the rest of Africa. Mabonga, this has
Na
been your favorite host Wanyama Wafula, and whoever argues with that, shauri yake. Mabonga, back to you.
lakini sijui Wanyama mbona unatorokanga space Ayo akikuja. I don't understand. I don't understand. Immediately Ayo comes on the space, you want to drop
Huyo
off.
kijana Mabonga, ngoja nimalizie hata kabla niende. Huyo kijana ana ndoto kubwa, lakini utamuona kwa listeners. Huyo kijana, I am actually daring him. Kama ndoto ni kubwa, shida ni si mimi nilisema, ni Willy Oeba alisema. Ambieni Ayo akuje huku kwa co-host.
Ati shida ni analala sana. Lakini the truth is Ayo alichukua videos zenye tulienda huko kwa streets tukapigwa marisasi. Hata mimi nilipigwa risasi, ni venye tu haikunifikia. And then akachukua wimbo ya anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Nonini. Inaitwa Offended. Akaunda clip na akavalisha kwa hiyo song. Alafu mimi na Wanyama tukakuja tuka launch hiyo song. Ayo the biggest problem ako nayo ni hatakangi tuseme sisi tu launch hiyo song ikasikika huku hivi kwa X platforms. That's why Wanyama na Ayo wakikuja kwa hii spaces, Wanyama akiona Ayo anakuja anatoroka because they don't want to argue. Lakini mimi I'll tell you the truth. Wanyama hatujaipendana sana because anatoka huko kwetu na vitu alitufanyia kwetu mimi sitakangi kuongelea hapa. Sasa yeye huogopa Ayo. Ayo akikuja hapa kwa mic ama kwa space, Wanyama ana drop. Si ati amechoka. I know him very well. But anyway guys, we are still doing that kufinya because Ruto must go is the topic of today, and of course the guy needs to go because he's doing more harm to us as Kenyans more than he's doing good to us. And so mimi naweza sema tu tuendelee kufinya huyo jamaa until he goes. Personally, I told you guys I'm going to vie for MP Kimilili I'm still young. I'm only 24, but I know if I'm given that chance, I'm going to do much more than any other person has done because I want good governance. And so any person ako hapa, me honestly, I want your support emotionally, physically, hata kama wewe ushaivai and you know the tricks za kuclinch for a political seat, kindly advise me. What do I do? Because I want to clinch that seat. Honestly, I've been a leader all the way from campus, all the way from not even campus, in high school, yeah. And the biggest change nilifanya nikiwa high school ni badilisha uniform ya shule yetu. So nataka kuwapatia vitu ni change, yeah. I went to campus, I stood with my fellow students because there are some things that were so oppressive to them, the vice chancellors and the administration walikuwa sharp pass, and I said no. I almost got suspended from Technical University of Mombasa. That was in 2022, but I stood with the students. And so hapo Kimilili, hapo Kimilili, the only thing I think I can bring change with the state of Kimilili constituency. Hiyo constituency ya the Honorable Didymus Wekesa Barasa. And in that constituency, Didymus, of course, he has built schools, yeah? He has modernized those schools. But now, states za roads, states za watu venye wanaishi, bado tuko na nyumba za nyasi huko home, yeah? And these people need to be in the modern world, of course. We have a lot of things. Students, they don't get bursaries. Jobs pia ni ngumu, of course. People are not being employed. Of course, as a member of parliament, you need to look for jobs for your constituents, yeah? And so, personally, I feel like you guys, you need to advise me accordingly. By the time nafika 27, that's 2027, I'll be ripe enough, of course, to go for that political seat, and of course I'll be a legislature. Na hizi punitive nini bills zenye zinapitishwa pale parliament, I'll be there to say no. I'll be there to to raise bills zenye zina address the needs of us citizens of this republic. And of course najua I'm not perfect, yeah? Na si ati naomba kura hapa. Nataka tu kuambia guys, liwe liwalo 2027, kama hiyo ndio itakuwa general election, I'm going for that political seat. And I'm also want to challenge my fellow youth kwa hii platform kwamba if you want to have good governance, if you want to have change, there is no one else who will bring that change. It's you and I. Let us do this, guys. Let us do this, guys. Anyway, back to you, Tomboya. I can see your hand is up.
Thank you, KOT, and congratulations on making that decision. And indeed, we need to go for these political positions. So you have my full support in whichever way. I also encourage fellow Kenyans, young people here, go for those positions. We will support you. I just wanted to to drop a point in response to Western. Just as I said, I'm always open-minded and I'm keen to learn. I want to learn with Kenyans together. We are in agreement that indeed foreign interference is real and it's probably affecting Kenyans as well to the negative. That's an agreement we have with Western. I just want to share that as much as complaining may not necessarily give us the best result because the Western people have nothing to do about it, then I'm sharing to Kenyans the reason as to why I believe it is important to shout at our largest voice that you Western people stop whatever you are doing, get your hands off our country. It is important because our aim is to break the minds of the mwananchi wa kawaida. Why do I say so? There is what we call inferiority complex that was strategically planted into the minds of Kenyans and Africans, that when you see them with a white skin, they are better people. So that you you will always be there sitting at their mercy. Kitambo, when you hear that Raila goes to Germany, the president of the day goes to to England or any other places, you start smiling because you think they are probably going to come back with some goodies for you, while it is evident that nothing is given on a silver platter. So when we badmouth these foreign powers, we are just telling the citizens that if anybody purports to be your leader and they are relating or associating with these Western powers, they are bad people that you must not elect. Recently, we've talked so much about the Adani deal. In the minds of majority informed Kenyans, when you are now found associating with Adani, people will obviously want to disassociate with you. Then, going forward, I believe that any politician that is largely appearing to be in close deals, striking deals with these foreign powers, you are a bad person. And at the end of the day, we will not accept you and we will not vote you. So I hope you understand how this influence is coming. We must not live under inferiority complex. We must have the strongest self-esteem as possible because Africa, we have a potential. We must not live at the mercy of these foreign powers. That is the general message that I believe complaining about these people will help to pass to the voters and it will translate at the ballot. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tom. I call you Tom Boya. I don't know why you like the name, but you look like him in your, of course, in your speech. Anyway, I never saw that guy, but I believed if he was alive, this nation could have gone far more than Ruto has taken us. Anyway, Cynthia, I can see you're here.
Thank you so much, KOT, for this opportunity. First, Ruto must go. Second, I stand against bad governance as a Kenyan citizen. So when I joined and I had the person who was speaking when I joined was Joe, a guy from Uganda. I heard everything that he said, but I wanted to speak about him saying that commenting positive on Ruto finding jobs in Germany for Kenyans, and he was like, it's a good thing. First of all, you all should know that the government of Kenya, it's against young people, and the young people in Kenya are a threat to this government. Secondly, I want people to know that the government of Kenya, starting from the leaders, it's been long to hear young people standing and speaking against bad governance. For the longest time, it's been the people who've been in government for the longest time, since time immemorial, trying to, blind us with their promises, with their unfulfilling promises, telling us this will change, this will change. But today, the young people have opened up their eyes and they are willing to fight for the good governance in this country. I want to encourage, and this is what I've been telling people in groups, I've been telling people that you people should not be happy about President Ruto finding jobs for you people. Kenya is our home and we are part of this government, and we youths are the majority in this country. A nation's strength ultimately consists in what it can do for its people, not what it can borrow from other people. Kenya, we've got resources, enough resources that can help our youths to be employed or rather get jobs in this country. Today, if you go to these public offices, we still have people who've been in those offices for the past 30 years. still working in those offices when they're supposed to be home and open ways for the young people. Tell me why you should be happy to leave your degree here in Kenya to go for hand jobs in Germany, developing other people's country, when your parent worked so hard to take you to university, and it's not guaranteed, your safety is not guaranteed. It's not like you are sure everything is going to work well for you. Imagine if things are not working well here in Kenya, what about being in a foreign country because the president got you a job there? Another thing, I feel like it's high time for the people of Kenya to fight for the creation of job opportunities in this country, hata kama ni kwa counties where you come from. Like when President Uhuru was there, kulikuwa na job kazi mtaani, and a lot of youths, they used to get jobs there. But when President Ruto came in, he got away with it. Alafu today, he's trying to tell you people that he's found you people jobs in Germany. Imagine 270,000 Kenyan youths waende Germany this year. Next year, the same thing. Now, it's not like if something happens to you people, mkiwa foreign country, they will account for that. They will not account for that. Guys, if you want to go and work in a foreign country, let it be intentional, not because your country or your leader wants you out of your own country. Let it be intentional. Another thing, I've been telling people, like I've heard KOT saying that he's vying for, he'll be in the ballot coming 2027, which is a good thing. And I would encourage people, young people, that it's high time we be part of the government. Go vie for those seats. Associate with yourself with anything to do with politics, because politics has dragged us behind. Politics has dragged our country behind. Go vie for those seats, go fight for those positions. We cannot allow the same people who've been in the government for 30 years with zero improvement to rule us again, not even Ruto himself. So that's what I would like to say. No one should be happy about Ruto finding jobs for us outside there. The strongest government is the government which everyone feels part of it. And that's us, youths, young people, feeling part of it. Hatuwezi kaa alafu tuna turn 18 years, we are getting our IDs, our parents struggle to take us to universities, unasoma for 4 years, and then someone gets your hand job back huko Germany, unaacha your degree back at home. To me, it doesn't make sense. As much as some people might be happy about this, me hii kitu hainimekei sense hadi kidogo. I've always been against this. Thank you.
Oh, Cynthia, you are done. I was away for a minute. Let me hear from Toria, then I welcome Ayo the sixth. Atuambia it's past sijui 17 minutes past top of the hour, 5 p.m. East African time, and we are talking about Finya. Ruto must go. Toria.
Yes, I don't know if I'm audible. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, hi KOT, hi Ayo, and everyone in the speaker and listeners. Mi nimekuja hapa because of maybe two things, if I may say. One is I want you guys to see it in this way, like as far as we are blaming the globalist and what is happening in our country, our leaders are the most people who are contributing to these issues that we are experiencing, the challenges, the obstacles we are experiencing as a country, because when Uhuru was working with Ruto like a deputy president, and he knew all the plans they had. Remember, he was one of them who were contributing to make decisions and whatever for the country. Then when he became the president, all of a sudden, they want to push that blame, all of it to Uhuru. Like, it's like he's a saint. He never contributed to any difficulties or decision making in the government, and he was yet there. Ni kama Gachagua sahi akuja atuambie, oh, sijui hii deni ya China ama nini. No. So me, I think, like, as far as we're concerned, these black leaders, let me use that term, they see the white people as like their goddess. Like, they wanna do things which gonna impress the globalists for some petty reasons which we can handle as Africans. If it's jobs, hata kazi mtaani, apart from kazi mtaani, we have a lot of ways to make industrialization in our country. Tunaweza tengeneza ma industries, like we process these things zenye tuna export ziende ziprocessiwe zirudishwe zikiwa packed already, tunakuja kuuziwa at high taxes. Una export ma engineers yet unaleta watu wa chinku wakuje kutengeneza barabara. It doesn't make sense at all. And if we relent, me, I'm so mad. I just saw like Ruto is controlling everything. Say I'm waking up only to be shocked that the judge mwenye ali sentence Masiengali amechukuliwa, like his security imechukuliwa. What does that mean? Like, this government wants you to work in their favor. You ain't going to follow the constitution. They want you to do whatever it favors them or impresses them. This is not the country that you want. We need a fair country, accountable and a transparent country. If you've done anything that is against the law, you need to be held accountable. So me, Ruto, hata sijui niseme aje. And remember, you guys, if we don't wake up, mumeona the so-called Sudan president, he has postponed the election from 2024 to 2026. And we all know what Zakayo is capable of doing. Guys, you young people, ebu muamke muchukue kura na muvai for seats. We gonna support you. Tuko hapa kwa support wenye tumezeeka, tutawasaidia kwa support to push this thing. We need change, and this change can only come from you guys. Mmesikia? Mimi sina mengi ya kusema. Acheni niende hivi nikuje na pressure.
Okay, thank you so much Toria. Ayo, hebu tuambie ni saa ngapi?
Mzee, check DM.
Ayo, you are here laughing, lakini kuongea ndio shida. Anyway, let me listen to Leaderless Kenya. Jared Ouko, jambo.
Jambo, thank you for the opportunity. The question that I'm asking myself is, after all this nice conversation that we're having, what happens post that? Where does all this information go and what do we do with it? That's a question I've been asking myself because there are many brilliant ideas that are shared here. The question is, how do we execute this plan so that something happens? But the Ruto must go is an interesting hashtag. And I like it that the Gen Zs decided to base that on three things: bad governance, corruption, and accountability. everyone was rallied to see a reason as to why this man must go. And the fire has been burning to ensure that everything falls in place in terms of having him go. The question is, how do we get this to happen? That's the $6 million question. And having listened to different people, these are my thoughts that maybe we could carry forward. I don't know to where. One is to get together and rally groups to fall into one bandwagon with one agenda: Ruto must go. Now, I've been listening to a lot of conversations, and what I hear people saying is that the Gen Zs have no plan. And I think it's high time we used people who know exactly what it is. And we can be talking about Tata, we could be talking about Kivutha Kibwana, we could be talking about different types of, or different people from different professions. People like Ndegwa, get people together and say, so where do we go from here? What is the plan? So when we want to drain the swamp and get all these people out, and that's exactly what needs to happen, we need to get this government out like a eucalyptus cyclena tree. When you cut a eucalyptus cyclena tree, it sprouts and it gets wilder. You've got to get this government out by its roots in order for us to actually drain the swamp. So how do we do that? We must make the grassroots angry, very angry. And some of the things that we are seeing happening has to get to the bottom line, to get to the people on the ground, so that when this Ruto guy comes with his team in 2027, and I know they've stolen a lot of money, they're going to give people money to get back to power. Let them eat the money, but vote the right people. And how does that happen? We must have a parallel arrangement to ensure that there are people who are standing against all these people. And I like what, as somebody was saying, that whoever is Wanyama who wants to stand. It's possible to have all these, and at the grassroots level, tell the people that this is the one to vote for. We must have that shadow cabinet, MP, governor, whatever you call it, all the way. That means we need to set up a group of professionals who are going to be skilled in working things like those. Like, for example, if you've got a specialist in good governance, how do we use that person? So do we have a group of lawyers, a group of organization development specialists? Do we have a group of teachers? Do we have a group of, people who are skilled in everything else that we need in government? So we must go to the grassroots and make people angry completely so that they change by voting the right people. Then this clamor for changing or reducing the number of counties is a brilliant thing. The US has got very few counties and they're in millions, 300 million people. We're talking about less than 50 million, I would say, having 47 counties. All the money that we have goes into these groups of people that add no value, with an overrepresentation of just one individual. I think we just need to agitate for constitutional change so that we reduce the counties. Then another how is to reconstitute the IBC and have as many, many, many MPs recalled back, to the point that you cripple the leadership of this country. Then after that, we decide on how we're going to replace them. That's another way of eating it slowly by slowly, because bit by bit fills the gallon. I'm so glad that guys are off the streets, because this makes the government confused. They don't know what's happening. and they don't even know about this conversation, or one of them could be in here listening to what we're saying. But I don't think we should care about that, because now we have a space where we can talk and say everything. And that's why I want to really extol the Gen Zs, because they've made it possible for people to come out and say things without fear. So let's encourage that. But let's take all these things and take them somewhere. So there has to be a think tank somewhere that is going to constitute a group of people that are going to help with various things. I like the way Ndegwa and Faith are very instrumental coming out and helping. So if the legal wing is working, what about the other wings? What is it that we need to put in place for this to happen? Because this government is hellbound to stay in power. So they'll do everything. And I like what is it Toria who talked about the lawyer or the magistrate, what a ruling about the IG is now being intimidated. That's not the country we want. So we must get people to get angry and get out and demand for justice. And that's why I'm so mad with somebody like Raila. I don't know what I would tell God to do, but I'm so mad about what he has done. He's betrayed this country, having done so well. He's even lost the glory. And I pray, please pray with me that he loses the AU seat. So let's keep up the street. They will not know exactly what we're doing. Now, about this thing that is really, really annoying everybody else, the Adani thing, the PPP arrangement, and this job hunting from out of the country, it's a complete insanity appearance in terms of what Ruto is doing. Why can't you create jobs in your country using the same PPP? You want to tell me that the expressway could not have the money that was put in that expressway, put it so that we get all our money and employ our own people rather than the Chinese getting, everything that we're doing is very extractive. So I want to end it there, but let me say this. Let us all get together and start thinking from here, what we are discussing here, where does it connect to? And what happens after that? How do we execute all these plans that we have in place to start impacting the ground so that people will know that there has to be change? And for sure, this is the golden opportunity that we have created by the Gen Zs, that if we don't take now to change and shift the paradigm and give this country a new direction, I don't think it's going to happen again. So I just butted in to this, and I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to share. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think Toria, kindly can you take up for a minute? I want to join some meeting here. Okay, can we have Kenyans, then Mama Gen Z? I'm attending a certain meeting here, so someone who wants to help me co-host, kindly you can DM me, then we can do this.
I was just wondering, can my question be answered in terms of what happens after this conversation? Where does all this information go in terms of driving us the right direction? I mean,
Okay, KUT, I'm back. I was doing some shit. Pardon your question.
I've just shared a few insights, but my question is, what happens after this with all this information? How do we move it to the next level to have some action plans?
For me, I think like the information or whatever we are contributing here in spaces, what we have to do is to implement it on the ground. If we say that maybe if we talk about civic education, we implement it like the way KOT and others are doing it on the ground. If it's to vie for seats, you step forward, you guys. We support you. We see that these are the people who want to take over seats. Maybe if the elections are to go through into 07, okay, 2027, shit. Yeah, we start supporting you wherever way you can. If you want to vie, you can't just sit down and wait. You stand up and okay, you wake up that day, you say, I'm going to vie. It starts earlier. You start going to the ground, see what people are going through, see how you can change that society or that area. Yeah, I think that's my thought for now. And also, by enhancing it, demanding, like, for instance, we need public participation, people to be involved in this, in public participation where they are making decisions for public properties. For instance, now the JKIA, that it was a bit held up because people went ahead and claimed that public participation was not involved. Those are things that we are crying and see how we can implement them on the ground. As far as we are giving ideas on the spaces, we need to check. We are trying as much as we can to see how we're going to implement these ideas deep down on the ground. I don't know if I've answered your question or I'm just...
I just want to, may I just make a suggestion? Every space that you have, do you have like a rapporteur who notes all these things down and maybe moves it to the next level?
KUT hapo huko. Hiyo KUT hata kujibu, let me say that. Meanwhile, let's hear he KUT.
Maybe I can try and answer. Is that okay, Toria?
Okay.
So basically, let me understand your question. You want to know what is happening behind the scenes after we have these conversations. Am I getting you right?
Yes. But
So,
specifically right now, the question I've asked is, do we have, like every space session we have, like now you have like a rapporteur who picks out the points, then is this rapporteur and this team going to link up with another team that then culminates into a bigger team that thinks bigger and raises support? Okay, I'm just sharing this because I had the opportunity to work in the Obama team. And one of the things that happened after a meeting like this is you take all the points, then you move it to the next level. So this is like a think tank that says, oh, this is what we need to do to deal with it. So you go ahead and put up a team of experts that are going to work around that. So you keep them going and moving. But there's a central way of raising money to actually support that. So my question is, when we have like a rapporteur, or do we have like a rapporteur who picks up the points that have been shared and then it goes to the next level?
I like how you're thinking. Please inbox me, then I'll be able to give you a better brief on that, because there are quite a number of things that happen behind the scenes, and not just on spaces. But the spaces you're right. They are there for us to gather ideas and collect the notes, and yeah. but there are quite a number of things that happen behind the scenes. So please inbox me, and then we can have a conversation around that. Is that okay?
All right, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah. So I saw free education. You had raised your hand. You have the mic.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. Maybe for me, I was also thinking the same on the line of having every steps or ideas noted down. Since we've had these spaces on governance since the time of.
Okay, you're breaking. I can't hear you properly.
Okay, maybe let me check my internet. I'll be back.
Okay. Leaderless, you had picked up your you had picked up you had raised your hand. You can speak. Or was that
No,
someone else?
I already spoke, but please remind me who exactly am I inboxing?
Data activist.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Data, would it be right to say that, yeah, to some extent, those ideas which are shared here, they are implemented, but some affairs cannot be shared in the space because of security purposes, because we got government bloggers and government people everywhere. They use those ideas on, okay, the way we plan to implement them, they go and use them to counterattack us. So that's why you see, yeah, we just come up with details of what has happened or how the ideas have been implemented or acted up on. I don't know if it makes sense now.
It does, and that's why you're totally right. We can't really talk about everything here, yeah, and that some things have to happen behind the scenes, and this space generally is for people to give their opinions, us to hear them out and hear what their sentiments are. It's basically public participation on yeah, it's public participation, and yeah, so that's just basically the way it is, yeah, because we yeah, we can only do so much, and it's good that we listen to everyone else who wants to say something, because every voice matters, every opinion matters.
Yeah. So guys, kindly request Mike. We want to hear your opinions. We have a lot of reasons why Ruto must go. You saw that our JKIA, our main entrance, is about to go. And remember, this deal, it's gonna benefit some few individuals, but JKIA is a public property. We need to be involved in decision making for it, or public participation has to be accounted for before they make any attempt of moving a step forward with their decisions that they have maybe decided. We also have the diaspora issue, whereby the CS for labor, that is Alfred Mutua, is planning to hold road shows to advertise for these jobs. What is your take on, or what do you think? Why is the government pushing us to go for diaspora jobs, whereas we can create jobs in our own country? There are a lot of job opportunities that we can come up with in our own country. Why are we being pushed to go in foreign countries to go and do odd jobs, you know? And the challenges or issues that you're gonna face going through this, maybe in diaspora or before you travel, yeah, we all know. There are bills which are about to be passed, and it will also affect farmers, you know. It is seed bill, something of that sort. I'm not read it correctly, but I remember, yeah, farmers will be affected. You know, if you are in this country and you don't feel that you are affected in any way, I think you are in the wrong place, because all of us are going through the same hardships. we are experiencing, like Ruto is Rutofying everything in every corner. So kindly, when you come here, I want you to inject from all perspective wherever Ruto is touching, and how we can, let's inject while we are giving solutions on how we can carry on or finish or elaborate or yeah. So Anne Kimani, hi.
Hi, everybody who's listening in, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. It's actually my first time to speak on a space, though I've attended so many spaces, but this is the first time I'm getting an opportunity to speak. And I'm so grateful for that because the level of anger I have is unbelievable. And maybe my frustration is a bit backdated, but I think it's relevant and I really want to share it with every Kenyan who's on this space listening. Now, I'll take you back to, was it December 2023, when the COP28 summit happened in the UAE. The president was in that, he attended the seminar. And President Modi, Narendra Modi of India, was also in the same seminar. All right. And what I know for a fact is that the government of the UAE had provided, they were called what, breakout spaces, breakout rooms, where presidents or dignitaries who wanted to meet were given opportunities to meet. However, the president chose to follow Narendra Modi to India right after COP28. First, what upsets me about that was a total waste of time and public resources because he had no reason whatsoever to follow him to India and waste our money while he had an opportunity to meet him and discuss whatever he wanted to discuss in the UAE. Then it builds up to what is happening now because we've seen that Adani is a close ally of President Narendra Modi, correct? Right. So I tend to think that this is when the whole JKIA business was hatching. So they probably started the discussion. I don't know whether they started the discussion in the UAE, but they took it on to India. And then I don't know how it's connected to what's happening in JKI, but my anger is unbelievable because I feel like we were cheated. We've been cheated. That's a fact, right? I mean, I'm not telling you anything new. It's probably what everybody knows, but we've been cheated. We've been conned. This is a con artist. We've been fooled. And now this is like the max, the limit of the conmanship. And I'm glad we're having these spaces. I can drain my frustrations. I can share my frustrations. And I'm glad that somebody's hearing me. Maybe nothing will happen, but I'm so glad I've had this chance to vent because my anger has been accumulating so badly. We were fooled. We didn't question why he had followed Narendra Modi to India. For what? What was the purpose? But now it's adding up, you know, it's getting to a point where we see things, you know, we see things in retrospect, but they really make a lot of sense. That's my frustration, and I'm glad somebody listened. Thank you.
Welcome. Actually, let me tell you, like, we are so happy. We need to hear new voices. If I'm actually encouraging those who have never spoken in spaces, kindly, we need to hear from you. This spaces is open for everyone. It's an open mic. That's why it's called Sauti ya Mwananchi. We want to hear every Mwananchi what you have to say and what you have to contribute. And to remind you guys, as we're moving on, remember that the Endarasha thing, nobody is tackling it and they are pretending that nothing has happened. And people are moving on with life as usual. They have gone to campaign mode, they have gone to endorsing and wherever each other, you know. So guys, I need that anger. Bring it here. Inject, inject, inject. Ruto must go. Me, if you come here with negativity, I won't give you space, honestly. Western, are you there? Western, are you there?
Western. Oh my God.
Yes, I'm here, Tori, I think. I'm here.
Okay, pick it up.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't know whether you were there, Tori. Earlier, there was a lady who had spoken about some fairly controversial things. And I think for those who were there at that time, they will remember. One, 9/11 happened. And I think we cannot minimize that. And conspiracy theorists also provide they provide links, and that does not constitute research. I think one of the things that should distinguish us from these merchants of impunity and economic hitmen, both locally in Kenya and abroad, is that we must exercise fidelity to facts and guard jealously against falling victim and prey to half-truth, falsehoods, and conspiracy theories. So I think that's extremely important. Tori, what I wanted to say is that there are things that Mahatma Gandhi talked about. He called them the 7 deadly sins. And when you look at Kenya, they are on display. One of which is wealth without work. We've got people who display scandalous wealth and they have not worked, they have not created any industries, they have not advanced any collective well-beings. And that's terribly repulsive. It's completely reprehensible. Because he picked that as one of the destructive attributes of the modern society. And Kenya, I think, is a living testimony to that. Pleasure without conscience. Political elite, they're just seeking pleasure, but they have no conscience whatsoever. They suffer from no crisis of conscience, regardless of what they do. And they rub it in the faces and eyes of ordinary Kenyans. Knowledge without character. This one he was addressing as Kenyans who sometimes think that because somebody has got papers, certification, that this person is fit for purpose, can do the job, can be a member of parliament, can be a president, whatever, can be an MCA. So we tend to ask, has this person gone to school? But Mahatma Gandhi is reminding us that knowledge is one thing, character is a totally different thing. So if you have knowledge, but you don't have character, you're going to be a force for destruction and pain and suffering for people, especially if you're in a position of authority. Commerce without morality. People do business and their intention is just to loot and defraud unsuspecting customers and other Kenyans. They completely no morality. That's the kind of capitalism we practice in Kenya, the Kenyan elite. That there's completely no conscience, no morality, no values, no ethics. That's not business. That's fraud. That's scamming people. It's like Yahoo boys from Nigeria do stuff like that. Science without humanity. These GMO things. People come in town and they tell you, oh, they want to advance your agriculture. This seed is a GMO seed. There'll be food production. I don't know, 100-fold and stuff like that. But where's humanity? Where's humanity? People come and they tell you, we want to carry out some experiment on your people. There's a new vaccine in town or what? You don't even interrogate. What are these people up to? Those things happen in Kenya. No, humanity. You believe in science, that is the be all and end all. It's not. Science without humanity is destructive. It's even poisonous. Religion without sacrifice. That's what we have. So many churches. Every other Sunday, William Ruto goes to church. Politicians go to church. They donate so much money. But that's religiosity. There's no faith there. There's no spirituality there. There's no introspection. And above all, there's no sacrifice. It's money, 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 money. And then the last one, which has put us here tomorrow and the day after, politics without principle. Such that some people think if Raila Odinga fails in his AU chair bid, he can come to Kenya and run for election. You can imagine. Politics without principle. Some people think that if Raila Odinga was to fall out with William Ruto tomorrow, he is eligible to run for president and they will vote for him. Politics without principle. William Ruto campaigns and says there will be no handshake. After elections, you see him and Raila Odinga. ODM people purport to stand for something. They're against the government of the day. Before long, they're the ones who are panting and speaking so loudly in support of government excesses. That is what happens when politics is devoid of principle. Isn't that what we have? We have that. And therefore, in the absence of that, politicians can always, recast themselves. Somebody who was speaking against Kenyan interests, somebody who looted from Kenyans, somebody who emptied Kenyan coffers. Today, you hear we want to sanitize him and present him as our savior. It cannot be. Our politics, for it to be transformative, it must be embedded in principle so that we will differ with you. Why? Because you stand for what we are opposed to. For instance, you want to tax poor people. Well, say, no, we don't stand for that. Our political party doesn't stand for that, and there's no way we can do business together. But what do you find? Oh, there's something for you. These people close ranks, they vote for bills and all sorts of things that are hurting Kenyan people. ODM, suddenly, they don't even know where they are. They're in the government, at the same time, they're not in government. That is politics without principle. So, next time you hear somebody telling you, no, in politics, there are no permanent enemies, there are no permanent friends. Well, that is typical of Kenya. It's not a universal principle. Actually, there are. If you're a genocidaire, you mobilize people, you have a militia, and you kill people. Well, in a society where people care about principle, about values, you are the enemy. They're not going to vote for you. No matter how many times you try your luck, they will not vote for you. So it's imperative that we reflect on these things. Secondly, in Toria, there's this thing that I hear time and again, Ruto's advisors. You hear, no, he's a good guy. I think his advisors are not doing a good job. They're the ones who are misleading him. Okay, they're the ones who are misleading him. No, he's somebody who understands what is supposed to be done. I think he's surrounded by stupid people. Oh, you know what it said? Show me your friends and I will tell you who you are. Show me your friends. So if you're hanging around people who, are breaking the law, people have no regard for Kenyans' well-being, people are stealing money, what does it mean? You share in those attributes. So we should stop apportioning blame to advisors because we didn't vote for advisors. And because none of these advisors has been sacked, it means they're doing their work excellently. None of them has been sacked. So, squarely focus on the person who campaigned to be elected and was elected. This propensity to apportion blame has been there virtually throughout Kenya's post-colonial period. No, Jomo Kenyatta was a good person. He was just surrounded by bigots. Oh, Daniel Mo is good. He was misled by his advisors. He meant well. No, Mwai Kibaki was good. The just people who surrounded him are the ones who messed him up. Oh, Uhuru Kenyatta meant well. Now it's no, please. Because that's the kind of narrative that obtains in an autocracy, in a dictatorship. For the simple reason that a dictator only celebrates successes. He only takes credit for things that work, if at all, there are such things. But every other thing that goes wrong, it's his minions who take the blame. People are summarily executed, it's the Inspector General of Police, it's the police, it's the Interior Minister. If there's corruption, it's these people here who have been appointed, this ministry. The autocrat, the big man, takes no responsibility for anything. He only takes credit. So, in a democracy, the more power you exercise, the more responsibility you take. It can't be that you exercise so much power to the extent that you can't be prosecuted as a sitting president, and then some other people take responsibility for corruption in your government, for extrajudicial killings, for ethnicization of the state, for impunity. It cannot be. It can't. But we tend to normalize that. How come? It's false. It's flawed. We should stop doing that. Secondly, our corruption, I'm going to say something very controversial. In the sense that, yeah, we've been beset by corruption virtually throughout since the British colonialists left. But there's something peculiar about corruption in Kenya. Corruption in Kenya is inefficient, like everything else, it's inefficient. You'll ask me, how can corruption be efficient? Well, I will tell you corruption can be efficient for the simple reason that there's no society that has succeeded in eliminating corruption. But not all societies look like Kenya. You go to those societies, the healthcare system works. There is security, there's food security, there's education, there's infrastructure. But people still engage in corruption. In China, people do corruption. They do. What is the distinction between our corruption and corruption elsewhere? Our corruption is whereby we lose everything. There's a tender that has been awarded fraudulently to someone. They didn't qualify. They have no qualification to make a road or to build a school or to build a bridge, name it, to build a hospital or to supply whatever it is. They get the tender. They mess it up. They don't supply whatever they're supposed to supply. They don't build a road that is fit for purpose. But there's no money. They are paid all the money. And they don't go to jail. Let me tell you what happens elsewhere. Where there's insider trading, you may be awarded a tender to build a road. It could be in China, it could be in Taiwan, or whichever place. Now, they will expect you to build a road, and a road that is usable, durable, that will be around for the next 50 or 100 years. If you don't do that, you'll go to jail. You will go to jail. That is it. So there's corruption, but it's efficient corruption. You have to build a school. Dare you not build a school that's going to collapse on kids and kill them? You'll go to jail. So you know, you're given a tender, but whoever gave you the tender tells you, look here, I'm not going to protect you if you are not going to advance collective interest. Do we do that? We don't. In the US, they call it lobbying. That's corruption. We have got PR firms in the US that cleans these African dictators. You know, PR firms, what is that? That's corruption. You know, they're paid so much money from poor Kenyans, poor Equatorial Guineans, poor Nigerians. And they say, no, we're going to cleanse your image before investors, before the US establishment, that your country is good for investment. What is that? Isn't that corruption? So it has not been eliminated, but what they do in other places, which we don't do, is that if you're going to engage in any activity that will endanger the common good, they will come down heavily on you. It's as simple as that. So please, it's good to fault these people, you know, those Adani things and what have you, but those things are detrimental in our case because we lose everything. There will be no airport to talk about. There will be no money. There will be no road to talk about. There will be no money. So we are losing on all fronts. And people who engage in those things don't get to be punished for that. You get? In other places, you dare not do that. So we are inefficient in that sense, that across the board. That's why when there's bad governance and inefficiency, even the bad things that you do them so badly. You do them so badly that there's no elegance even in your lies. You can tell Kenyans, you know, faulting William Ruto. Even your lies have no elegance. You don't even lie nicely, in quotes.
But that's a good
You
thing,
get,
right?
because there's inefficiency all across the board. So that is our problem. It's not just that the society is corrupt. It's not just that the political elite are looting, they're doing it so primitively, so barbarically, without due regard to the collective well-being. And please don't get me wrong that I'm advocating corruption. I'm not. I am not. I'm just juxtaposing Kenya with other societies to tell you that there's no society that has got angels. Where they're human beings, they will be selfish. They will want to cut corners. They will want to take advantage of other people. They would want to make money without breaking a sweat. Societies that appreciate that primitive part of our persons, make it their point to punish people who, make their selfish ends take precedence over and above the collective well-being. That's my interpretation. That's my take. Toria?
Yes, yes. Actually, I'm so frustrated. Like the other day, Ruto said that he will use all means to fight corruption, yet he is the most corrupt person. I think I made a tweet like, if you want to fight corruption, you should start by yourself. You can't go ahead like these DCIs, they take us like, I don't know, kids or what. You go ahead, arrest mere people because of bribing an MP 179,000, yet the whole stake of criminality of the house himself, like Ruto is walking scot-free, yet he bribed 204 MPs, each 2 million, to vote yes for a finance bill. Isn't that corruption? He went ahead and bribed the student leaders to accept the new funding model. Isn't that corruption? Like, I think our judiciary is really biased in a way, because why would some people be free and others are held accountable? 2 million is a lot of money, bribing each a member of parliament, and he's working free of charge, yet someone bribing only 179,000, they are digging even 6 feet in ground to find you wherever you are. Is that how we eradicate corruption in Kenya? We can only get rid of corruption in Kenya by one, President Ruto resigning and his entire regime, because he is the leader of corruption. I've never seen any, like the most corrupt person I've ever seen in this country is William Samoei Ruto. And like in everything he does, he knows that there is some kind of benefits which are shady deals in it, which gonna benefit him, not the people of Kenya, him himself. And here we the people are the ones who are being oppressed. Corruption is when you also go ahead, like, Western, I want you to employ me. So you want me to bribe you so that you can give me a job opportunity? Oh no. We should start fighting corruption from the basic, that is from the down to up, or from up until the down level, wherever way we decide to use. But corruption. Someone like Ruto should not be talking about eradicating corruption, yet he is the leader of corruption in Kenya. So, Fred, okay, wait, heavyweight high.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Aki, guys, I don't know what's wrong with my mic. I can only see a few people in a request panel. Kindly, if you've requested, drop and come back. Try requesting again. Maybe it will work. As KOT finishes the meeting, he'll be back. So kindly, guys, don't blame me. Aki, people are flogging my DM. Please do that. Drop and come back. It will work, because I can only see a few people from on the speaker panel and also in the request. So heavyweight, please take it.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't think I was blessed with the gift of the gab like the previous speaker, Western somebody. But all the same, I'll try in my own little way to pass my points across. I'm not going to belabor some facts. There are some facts that are obvious, some facts that everybody knows. The first fact is that the biggest threat, security-wise and to our sovereignty as a nation, is posed by one gentleman, Mr. William Samoei Kipchirchir Arap Ruto. This guy has to go. Either we throw him out or we vote him out, but Ruto has to go. And let me add, when Ruto goes, Ruto is not going to enjoy his retirement in Sugoi. Ruto should go to jail. That is the first thing. Now, of course, Ruto is not going to go willingly. So what is he going to do? Ruto is going to undermine all the institutions we have in the country. Any institution that is meant to work for public good, Ruto is going to undermine it. He's going to use threats. He's going to use criminals like Mr. Masengeli, who should also be in jail. He's going to use rogue policemen to threaten and to cause fear so that he devalues these institutions and they cannot work for us. They stop working for us so that he can take advantage of the anarchy that is caused. This man, I forgot one of his names, Mr. Adani, William Kipchirchir Samoei Adani Arap Ruto, he's going to manipulate the information that the public feeds on. He's going to employ so many bloggers. He's going to, he already bought K24, as you know. The Star is like a government newspaper. Nowadays, everything the Star reports is pro-government. So he's going to use that information to try and influence public sentiment, to try and pass a message that he wants to pass across to us. We have to ignore all these things. These things are going to make us angry. You're going to read some things from bloggers, you're going to read some things in the papers that will make you angry to a point of probably burning down your house. We have to ignore this. We have to ignore this because a lot of people had very many expectations on the 26th.
I think we lost Heavy. Can you hear him, you guys? Data, can you hear him?
No? Do you hear me,
Can you hear
Toya?
me now?
Unasikia?
No, I can't hear him. I can't hear him. We've lost him.
Yeah, now you back. Carry on.
Okay, I've switched off the mic and back on. Can you hear me?
Yes, continue.
At what point did I get lost, please?
I think it was the point about you don't remember the Adani name, like William Kipchirchir Adani Ruto.
So, yes. So, Mr. Ruto is going to use some strategies to stay in power. He's going to manipulate the information that the population receives, and is going to undermine institutions. He's going to undermine the judiciary. He's going to undermine the police. He's going to turn them rogue so that the citizens have nowhere to go to when we are trying to get him off. We have to be prepared for all this. These things are going to make us angry. They're going to make us want to go back to the streets tomorrow. But now this brings me to my main point, to the point I wanted to talk about. We need to be prepared, guys. They say chance favors the prepared mind. We need to be prepared for Ruto's exit because Ruto is going and is going to jail. We need to be prepared for this exit. I'm going to say this, we were probably not prepared on the 26th for a Ruto exit. How do we need to prepare for a Ruto exit? We need to offer alternatives. First and foremost, when I hear people complain, it means you have expectations that were not met. I would like to meet somebody right now in the country who has expectations from this man. At this point, after 2 years, after getting to know him very well, I'd like to really know who has expectations from this man. Because at this point, we should have shut our minds from this guy, taken the bit between our teeth, and said, what are our next steps? What is our plan? We'll not listen to this guy, we'll not let him anger us. So what I would suggest, first and foremost, when we remain citizens, when we remain leaderless, when we remain faceless, the Constitution grants us a lot of rights. But there is a limit to those rights. When you become a public servant, when you go into public service, the Constitution extends the rights, your rights, because now you're in public office. At that point, you can shape policy. At that point, you can make critical decisions that the people who are there currently cannot do on our behalf. So we have to plan on how to take power. All these things that we wanted Ruto to do for us, we wanted his parliament to do for us, we wanted his cabinet to do for us, are not going to happen. That's a fact. Unless we do them ourselves. We have to identify leaders. It is cool being leaderless, but we have to identify leaders. We have to reach out. Kenya is not short of good people. Kenya is not short of people who are committed and patriotic and who love this country. Me being one of them, I'm a very small fish. Nobody knows me. If I went to the ballot today, probably just a few family members would vote for me. But I mean well for this country. I am ready to die for this country. There are many people like me. Why don't we identify these people? Reach out to them. Request them to take the lead, to lead us. People who can listen. Very many. I mean, we don't all have to follow the same person, but we need some form of leadership. We need somebody with resources because this long game requires resources. Let's reach out to these resourceful people, people with money. We reach out to them, we start building a team with the ultimate aim of taking power from Ruto.
Hey, you got lost again. Heavy, we lost you again.
I tried the same thing. I switched on and off. And now?
You can go ahead.
Yes, I'm saying I see very many people talking about Okia Omtata on social media. I see very many people talking about Senator Richard Onyonka. Very many people follow Amerix. There's a gentleman who is on Twitter. I've never met him, but I don't know. A lot of guys don't really like him because probably of how he looks, but he's very objective. This guy called Asamo. You know, why don't we start getting a team together? Has anyone here ever bothered to find out if Okia Omtata has a party? Has anybody ever tried to find out if Onyonka has a party? Let's join the parties of the people we believe in. We cannot just sit on the side and criticize once in a while. We go into the streets. No, we need to plan to take over power. And we need to request these people to serve us. If not, us ourselves to come out and request for the leadership mantle. We cannot remain as we are because the Constitution will limit the rights we have as citizens. But when we become members of parliament, the constitution gives us power to change policy, to bring in new policy, to make laws, to repeal draconic laws that have been passed by previous parliaments. So we need to get into the political space. We need to stop having any expectations or any anger towards Ruto. We need to block out any of the stupid games that he's going to try to throw our way. I mean, the 48 or is it 60, whatever people who went to endorse whoever, that soprano guy, to be the new kingpin. How many were common people? How many were common Kenyans? How many? Those are just MPs. They're playing a game. We need to ignore all these things, as angry as they make us, because there's going to be a lot of anger. We need to plan meticulously on how to take over power. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've highlighted some very important notes. Actually, we know very well, and everyone knows. That's why we keep on singing, like, if we want to conquer them, or if we want to overthrow them, or we want to take them out of that building, we can only do that by replacing them. You vie for president, KOT vies for this position, Wanyama this, Ayo this, or Lin this, and that way we are going to replace them. That's why we are urging kindly, if you feel like you are capable of any leadership, as long as you have the qualities and what it entails you to lead, to vie for that seat, kindly let's come out in large numbers. We are here to support you, and I would like to urge the young people, the generation Z, mtokee kwa wingi. We are here to support you. You got our backs. Just a step forward, vie for those seats. Let these people understand that we, the people, are the one who gave them that mandate to be there wherever they are, and we can as well as take that mandate, grab it from their hands. And how can we grab that mandate? It's by going ahead, vying for that seat, and we people, because we know what we want and what we entail our leader to do, we vote for the person we want. The problem we have as Kenyans is that when we go for elections, most of the people vote for parties. You check on financial status of someone, you check on how someone is social or famous or what, those are not qualities or virtues we should be checking on when choosing a leader. We need sensible people. You can go there with, okay, Ruto has a PhD, but I think it's a his head is crazy because he doesn't utilize that PhD like a learned person. How can you be okay, I don't want to talk bad actually. Let me zip it there. But you guys, if we wanna replace them, it's by us taking those positions. So guys, come out in large numbers, and we need to start as early as today. Come here in the space, share your ideas, share this, say this and this. We want to hear those ideas and how we're gonna implement them. That's how you start practicing your leadership skills. I don't know if I'm correct. And let me say this. Oh, shit, I've just even forgotten what I wanted to say. Data Active, go ahead and I will say after you're done.
No, Tori, I agree with you. You show your leadership skills early on, and this is a perfect opportunity to do that. There's something that the previous speaker was talking about, heavyweight. You've talked about joining the various political parties. So I would like to speak to that a bit. The general consensus, and I think the speaker that came before you spoke a bit about it. The general consensus is that the current leadership, the current parties who have leaders who have been in government or are in government are not what the current people in the movement want. The people in the movement want a fresh leadership. People who have not been tainted in any way, are not in government, or are not necessarily associated with this government. However, the fact that we are having people like Omkia and the Kisii senator doing the things that they are doing doesn't mean that we can't learn from them, because after all, they are our superiors. We can learn from them, yeah, and take the lessons that we learn from, because at the end of the day, we shall need all the people that we can muster to get a proper government in place. Yeah, so so there is that, and that starts with us, because I believe our leaders of this movement are the ones who need to be at the forefront. From time immemorial, we have always had a situation where we keep recycling old leadership and things don't change. It remains constant because we recycle old leadership. They have been there, they know the systems, they are familiar with the system. So the scenario is basically this. When you have a pot, a boiling pot of water, and you put a frog in it, it jumps out. But when you put the frog in the water, then start boiling it, it will get cooked. And that's the situation we find ourselves in with the leaders. They don't see, when they come into power, they don't see that the system is part of the problem. So they end up getting cooked, and we along with them. So since we are in the movement and we are seeing what is happening, that the temperatures are hot, we don't want leaders that will go in and get cooked because they are already in. We want fresh leadership. That's my submission. Heavyweight.
Okay, thank you so much. And also, as we're thinking about joining political parties, okay, or even about a political party, to my perspective, like a political party is one of the biased things, like, you know, I think it has a lot of limitations. So if it's a party, I think it's better we form our party, because joining their parties will limit our voices in a way, because they want us to be under them and follow what they entail us to do. And for instance, we are not in the same line or in the same traces of what they want us to do. So if it's a party, let it be our own, not joining those. And I want to tell you this: if you've checked on all the politicians, let me use the term politicians, most of them have scandals, and not everyone who comes and says, or you are on our side, you are a good person. No, no, no. I'm sorry, but I'm not criticizing anyone. But for instance, Babu Owino has been pushing this movement for Gen Z since maybe the day of parliament. But we all know that back then, Babu Owino shot someone and he is still walking free of charge. Obando, the same thing. I don't understand. Like, it's kind of judiciary is ruled by one person in this country. That's why they all want things to be done in their favor and not the correct way. So, Fred, take it.
Simayo TV. Hello, good evening, everybody. It is Kenya. We know that it is evening. I feel bad when somebody says that the Kisii senator is our whistleblower.
Hello, is anyone speaking?
I'm speaking. Do you hear me? Toria, unanisikiza? Or
Yeah.
So, I came from Kisii, County 045. kule me, I'm not a voter there, but I fought in Kiambu. I live here in Thika. Lakini wacha niwapee kitu moja yenye mnaweza jua, si kama young generation. Si tunaona kama Richard Mumaimana tutetea, atutetei. Ni kwa sababu gani? Yeye amewekwa nje ya supu, akunywi ile supu, ndio maana tunasema yeye is a whistleblower. Back in 2007 huyo jamaa aliwania kiti cha Kitutu Masaba, Kitutu chache, na huyu jamaa akupewa tiketi ya ODM, alienda kwa chama ingine akashinda anda ule mlengo ambao ulikuwa una support Raila Odinga 2007. Tumekuja kwa hiyo safari, amekuja 2013 ameingia kwa kwa ODM, amepewa hiyo tiketi. Huwa anasoma ground. Huyo mjamaa huwa anasomanga ground. Saa hii anajua kwamba young generation of Kenya, we don't want politicians. That's why we are placing him that is our whistleblower. 2017 aliingia na chama gani? Aliingia na Ford Kenya ya Moses Wetangula ambayo ilikuwa chini ya NASA. Mbona hakusimama na hiyo ODM? Amekuja kama senator 2022, amesimama na ODM. Amekuwa senator wa ODM wakiwa na Simba Rat kama governor. So yeye anawania anataka kiti ya governor Kisii County. So ndio mumeona anafika karibu na hao hii young generation ambayo haitaki mambo ya Ruto. Kwa sababu gani? Yeye anataka uongozi 2027. So tusikuje kusema ati hao wanasiasa they are good people. They are not good people. Either tuseme we are forming our party. Don't tell Kenya young generation of Kenya to go and join somebody's party. Tolia mimi naungana na wewe 100%. So ni either we form our party. Hiyo ndio ile itakuwa ni suluhisho. And there is an information which I want people of Kenya to take to Mr. Ruto. When we clinch into power, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, you are going to be in jail. Wewe, we want you to make a list of people whom you are cooperating with these people to root our resources. Hiyo ndio kitu naambia Mr. Ruto. Ninasema hivi, Ruto tutamfunga. Kwa sababu gani? Hawezi kuwa anafanya si tunateseka. Anaipa pesa ya Kenya kama si tunaangalia. We are brave enough and we are keen watching Mr. Ruto how is rooting this country because he is with power. Mimi naunga mkono. Those who Kenyans who are in the diaspora, they are supposed to be chased away from those countries so that they came back to our countries. We have enough resources which will enable us to develop our country. Ni nini hatuna hii Kenya ambao tunaweza fanya Kenya iendelee? We are with enough resources. We clean the system so that we develop our own. Sio tuende kufanya umeidi kule Saudi Arabia, watu muende kukuwa madriver kule Katari. Hiyo sio kazi. So mi naambia wa Kenya kwamba uongozi iko na sisi, tusije tukaogopa. Mr. Ruto 2027 never attempted to steal the force of the Kenya young generation. Usikuje kuipa kurasa zetu kama mlipofanya Uhuru 2013, mkafanya 2017 na mmefanya 2022. Ikiwa tutafika 2027 kama hujatoka mamlakani, I'm sure, get this information clear. Mr. Ruto, you are not going to pango our election again. Si tunaenda ku clean the system by voting fresh blood. Ambao si tutasikisana, MCA ni mshahara ni shilingi 50,000, MP ni 150. If you want or you don't like it, wewe sisi ndio tutasema. Hakuna vile acha wewe unasema mambo na mapasali, unaonga wapunge, wanapitisha vitu ambayo inakandamiza wa Kenya. How can few individuals root our country wana benefit na tax ya wa Kenya, and most of the population of Kenyans we are suffering. You cannot be proud of to say that you are a Kenyan when you take your kid to high school. So for example, mimi kama Fred, mtoto wangu amepasi vizuri, anataka kwenda Kenya High ama Mangu, niko na doa ya kumpeleka hiyo shule. Mtoto saa hii tuseme my cousin or my brother, a young brother is going to a university. Will I be able to afford that money to raise that money ya kumpeleka university? Na hii funding model yenye anataka kutuletea ya ujanja. Hatunataka kutuambia pesa yote inapita kwa e-citizen, judicial, mambo na hospital, kila kitu, mambo na schools, ati pesa ikuja kwa akaunti moja. Wewe Mr. Ruto, wewe Mr. Dani, usitubebe ujinga. Si tunakumulika sana. Kama unataka kuongoza hii Kenya, huo wale wa Kenya ambao they are against you for you to survive. But if you are not, if you will not succeed to do that, I'm sure the God that I'm praying, let come 2027. Usijaribu kuingia kwa deba, tunataka unatuchanganya kuipa kura ya Wakenya. Sisi raundi hii tumechoka. Bunda amechoka. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm very happy that you're spotting that we should not tolerate these politicians. If they are really serious, they want to join the movement, let them resign, come out of office, come to the streets with us, come kola tear gas kama sisi, sikia hiyo uzito. I know it's so bad that you elect someone out of pity, and I give an example of this current type man, like the current type of man, Osoro, that nigga is I don't know, crazy or what. You there, he forgot that he was elected because he was an orphan. People did him a favor, but he doesn't see that. He's here supporting their Danny deal. I'm pretty sure that this money that they are using to travel, they are using to do this leisure activities, it's our money. And if that money combined together from plus the one they have embezzled, we can make our airport on our own. We don't need Adani. We don't. And of all the things, of all the companies, why Adani? Such a scammer, such a corrupt company. Like, if they are being chased even in their own land, why would we Kenyans tolerate them? There are people of the audacity standing and saying, Adani this, Adani that, Adani my foot. I don't want to hear that thing in our country. So, Redemptor, hi.
Hi. Hamtafurahia what I have to say.
No problem, just ongea.
Bila mko on fire, hamtafurahia. In 1992, I was 22 years old. Nilikuwa naongea kama Toria. Nikiwa kwa bar na other young people. Lazima Moi aende. Moi must go. Swali ni how many of you voted even last election? Dear young people, this revolution belongs to you. You're spearheading it, but it doesn't belong to you 100%. You need all allies on your side. Let me give you a list. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiza. In fact, today I was feeling very blue because the establishment is really hurting people. People are depressed. There's chemical warfare that happened. People walifulizwa some things which is affecting them. So sometimes nikisikiza watu wakiongea, I always ask, is it that they are going through some pain in their head, in their hearts? When people come here very fired up and said, wacha waende nyumbani. Hata wewe Fred, ukisema saizi Onyonka is not a whistleblower. Do you know kuna wahenga husema hata maji chafu uzima moto. We are going through a fire right now. And then you're choosing which kind of water you want to put off the fire. Mnataka mineral water from Kerengeti. Should not even name names. Okay, I have a list of the people you don't want. Nimesema, there are young people who've not voted and now they are 22. When I was 22, I didn't vote because I was a voting clerk. Na tulikuwa tunajaribu.
Redemptor, let me interrupt you. Just a bit. I have unaona
Mbona umeongea ukamaliza? Si ungeacha nimalize submission yangu?
Kindly, let's give each other time. You finish speaking, then yeah.
I'm not here to argue. I'm here to inform you about my experience as a Kenyan. That I want a better Kenya than what we are going through. But some of the rhetorics that you people keep pushing for is exactly why 10 years later we'll still be here. And I'm willing to share my own personal experience. Hata vile tulikuwa tunaenda bar fulani hapo in my village called Dallas Hotel. Young people tumetoka Nairobi. Oh Moi, oh we'll do this, oh we'll do that. Come 97, how many of us voted? It took us 10 years to get Moi out of the seat. So when I'm saying your ally will not even be the person you like, but you have a common agenda. So let me tell you the people you don't want. Nimewasikiza kutoka June, July. You don't want elitists and intellectuals. Amwataki. You don't even want to hear about the history of Kenya. Vile 92 kulienda, vile 82 kulienda, how many political prisoners we have had in this. Amtaki your story. Just want everyone to go. You don't want professionals. Kwanza ruling class, the not middle class. Those people who don't vote, they just keyboard warrior. You don't want those ones. Don't want intellectuals. Church people, of course, wali mess. Who knows better than me how much they messed? I don't go to church because of how much they have messed. Hatutaki hao pia. We don't want our parents. We are in this mess because of our parents. We don't want our parents. And then we don't want all the politicians. So mutabaki na nani? Are you telling me in the young people hakuna waizi? Hakuna corrupt? Are you telling me all the young people can liberate this country? It is young people with integrity. Young people who are not carrying baggage. Young people who know this the price they will pay. Today, Monday, I dedicated myself to be very quiet in honoring the people who've died, in honoring the people who are hurting, mothers and fathers who've buried their children, and then the warfare, the warfare that is going on online. I didn't even want to talk on this space. Nilikuja hapa, nikapewa mic, but I had to step out, so I went. Nikikuja nikasikia the same rhetoric. I am begging you. This country is divided in only two groups. We have revolutionaries, we have freedom fighters. And the other group, we have oppressors or people who've been abused by the system until they cannot even fight for anything. Divide it into that. Stop dividing it in ageism, clusters, classes. This politician alinifanyia hivi. I know the history of this one from my village. Did he deliver something? I host a space. This week I'm going to talk about kufinywa na system. In as much as tunasema hapa tuwafinye, they are finyaring back. Me, I'm here public saying there's someone who's been sent to stalk me, to follow me, where I live. You know your phone calls are being listened to. You know your life is in danger, but you keep doing it. And then you come and I come here into this space and I hear, we don't want the old people. All of them must go. Everyone must go. A few weeks ago, I was told I'm a mole. Don't give Redemptor the mic. That person who called me a mole, instead of even inboxing me, and I used to go to his space. And he's like, where did you come from? Alini post kwa internet. Redemptor is a mole. So I'm here upset for everyone who loves this country, who happens to be older. Yes, Fred, nakusikia. These people are not perfect. But nimekuambia, hata maji chafu uzima moto. Right now, we have a fire. We have to switch off the fire. If we will look for the purest, tutawatoa wapi? Who is going to educate these parents? My mother, in her 70s, knows this system is broken. So when I hear people saying, oh, our parents, I'm like, what's wrong with your parents? It's you who's going to have to educate your parents. And of course, we have an uphill task. Of course, the rage is going to help us because every day we wake up, we remember, oh my goodness, my country is so messed up. The next generation has no chance. Every time I check with my daughter, I ask her, mulisema mko leaderless. Tumefika wapi? So what do you think about this person and this person? And you know what? A lot of these people are depressed. Some clinically depressed because of what they saw. So who is going to be your ally? Those parents, those progressive parents who know we can talk together, tusemezane, tuseme huyu ni mchafu lakini kuna part anaweza play. Sometimes you need stepping stones to get on the other side. So every time I come to these walls and I hear you saying how you're going to contest for all the seats, I shake my head, I walk away. That's why I started my own space because I got tired of the same story. Come up with a better story in August, in September, in October. And the story is going to be, listen with your hearts. Listen na jicho, tazameni na jicho la tatu, la kiroho. Mkisikiza mtu akiongea mtajua huyu mtu kweli huyu atakomboa nchi. Mkijua huyu mnajua huyu anatafuta bonga points. And Fred, unfortunately, politics is a game of perceptions. And the best talker wins the game. And so what happened in this country? The best talker won the game. And it is a game to them. It's not about serving Kenyans. So if I hear one more time, young people tusimame viti zote, I will cry. Because honestly, mutapigiwa kura na nani? We need each other. You go to that constituency and agree, you know what? In this constituency, what we have MCA, so and so, so and so, and so and so. You don't measure them depending on their age. You look at their integrity. Some of these people have had a Damascus moment. They were in the system, yes. They have even stolen, yes. Some have done horrible things, like Babu Owino. But do you hear that DJ talking? Isn't there second chances in this world? And there are murderers who've been forgiven. Is the sins that we've committed. I am not yet to sanitize anyone, but I'm just saying we can't go on rage and not forgive. We've been given second chances and we are going to make mistakes. I love Morara for what he says every time he starts to speak. He says, I am not perfect. I did not drop from the skies. I'm human. I will make mistakes. So tafadhalini. KOT is having a burnout. He needs me to sit with him and tell him activism 101. Kasmuel, today I'm naming names. Ameenda Endarasa. Watu wamekufa. You do not do activism around bereavement because they say nothing for us without us. So what was the best thing to have done in that situation? Look for civic actors on the ground. Look for someone, at least one person who is bereaved. Bring them on your side. Try and show them the need for this activism. But when you go to Endarasha burning with fire and saying we are here because our children have died, who is not hurting over these children? Sitaki kusoma. I know everyone is hurting. I know everyone is on fire to save their country. There's nobody who is better than the other one. We have to come together and figure this out. Because if we do not figure it out, like 1992 to 2002 is when we got Moi out. From 1992 ndio tulipata katiba mpya. Did we utilize that katiba? No. Everybody thought they were the best for the job. Even now I hear you people drop names. Morara came and told us ataki kiti, anataka fix the country. Then what do people say? Morara for president. Tumefika hapo. We are not there yet. First of all, the biological warfare. Watu walipigwa matia gas ziko na sumu. We are seeing the impact. The kuuziwa uoga, it is back, reloaded. Being surveilled, who is Redemptor, who is KOT, who is Toria, where do they live, what are their secrets? Tunafuatwa. Niliamka Monday nimechoka. Nilisoma hiyo article ya Boniface Mwangi nikachoka. Because to me he's a comrade. And it is not perfect, but whatever he has done to try and blow the whistle, I celebrate him. Because he could get killed for what he does. So fellow Kenyans, let's be on the same side. Only those. I mean, I'm seeing the blog of there's a lady there who has shamed Boniface for that article. Sikuja huku kusoma. I know sometimes we rant in these wars. I'm here to say, look, our best chance of liberating this country, our best chance, our only shot is the young people. But there's no young person who's going to liberate this country by themselves. They will need those parents. They will need those allies. They will need good politicians. They will need good lawyers. They will need good judges. They will need good magistrates who are on their side. Even in the police force, you will need allies there. Stop making ageism the new tribalism. Tafadhali. And everyone who is putting their life out there, everyone who is speaking up, I want to say thank you for your service. And for everyone who is here, who is listening to us, so that you can victimize us. Hii Kenya ikiban tunaban na wewe. Hata ukikuja ukinisikiza aje, hata ukinifuata aje, hata ukikuja kuishi mahali naishi unifuate. If this country bans, we all ban. Our children need a better country. I lived in a country where I got out of college and I got jobs. I would go on leave and I get a part-time job. I do not like what Kenya has become. So you stalker, you person who is following all of us here, making life so hard for us. Tuna live looking over our shoulder as if we are the criminals. When the criminals are getting away with it. So if you come here and you start fighting everyone, Toria, if you fight everyone, utachoka. Ni kama kwenda kwa swimming pool and you're trying to balance yourself usidrown and then you go to fight with the people there. Na bado hujajua kuswim vizuri. Fellow Kenyans, we can make this country better. We did it.